think outperformed?
I would have very Osai over him. Osai Samuel was awesome.
Osai Samuel?
Yeah, in the right back.
Well, for me, I think I would have gone with a certain Crepin Diatta of Senegal.
Yes, what happened
as a winger, a natural winger, coming to play as a right back, and he performed really well.
Crepin over.
But we don't want to overflood the team with Senegalese.
Hakimi should, yeah. If they deserve it, they should get.
Of course, yeah. So, Calvin Bassey and Musa Niakate.
Yes, Calvin Bassey, unavoidably, he was the best defender in this tournament, whether you like it or not. As far as that box is concerned, he manned that box. He showed his presence. He showed he was a top quality defender. And yeah, fantastic.
Just when you were
player.
afraid I was able to make it.
Fantastic player. It's something else. Else. And a lot of years to still see him. I'm going to see him in the next AFCON with the same performance. He's consistent. That's how good he is. And of course, Niakate was the biggest culprit for the Senegalese team, making sure that they stayed up to the final.
Very fantastic. Even in the absence of Koulibaly, he still
he
went
made
on to
Koulibaly look like, it's time for you to retire. I'm not the man in the
He really performed. Niakate really performed for them. The goalkeeper. Yeah,
we'll talk about Bono yesterday. I think it should be Mendy.
Eventually, anyway. CAF said it's the Yasin Bono.
It should be Mendy anyway, but because they want to make Morocco happy, they have to bring four players.
Come on, now
Bono is a
they
very
have
good
players now. If they don't put Bono,
he's a very good goalkeeper. But I think Mendy was better. Yes,
wow,
that's me.
Wow. Okay.
Just leave it that way.
So, who are your honourable mentions that are not here that you think should be here? Aside Osai Samuel and
Mendy.
Aside Osai Samuel, Mendy and Bruno Emeji.
Mendy in goal.
Okay.
Then Crepin Diatta, yes. The right back. Then maybe, I don't know, Mazrui. I don't know. Mazrui is 50-50.
Okay.
Or the name who takes over doesn't really come to head. I would like to say the Senegalese left back right now. So
El Hadji Diouf.
It would be as if you just want Senegal to be everywhere. But Senegal really deserve it.
They do.
They deserve it. They should take all the back then. Calvin Bassey will be there. The Gay brothers, wow, something else. Yeah.
I like the fact that I call them Gay brothers, and of course, 4-4-3. It looked like from the sharing of the teams, 4 from Senegal, 4 also from Morocco, and 3 from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Ademola Lookman.
I'm not happy that no Egyptian make the cut.
So which Egyptian
Brahim Diaz was awesome. Salah should have been there, but Brahim Diaz.
But I think Diaz had a better tournaments than. I don't think you can really argue with that front line, to be honest,
because of that.
Except you want to put Salah as 9.
The two best players for the Egyptians are the attackers.
So Mamouche and Salah.
It makes it difficult. Who's Mamouche going to stop Mane from being in that team? Is Salah going to stop Brahim Diaz? Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
We mentioned a certain Rami Rabia, but he's a centre back. But I don't think we will have displaced Calvin Bassey and Musa Niakate. I mean, those two are just wonderful. And Diaz, deservedly winning his top scorer award. But the early shout was Ademola Lookman. He delivered player of the tournament performances, but he was third. Don't you think that even because you are third, you still deserve it because of what you played?
Are you talking about Ademola Lookman?
Yeah, I'm talking about Ademola Lookman.
Yeah, it would have been difficult for Lookman because if you take a look at the semi-final game, it was not really.
I think it sort of fizzled out. Yeah, even in the game against Mozambique, it was not
found
himself.
A way to make sure that Lookman was quiet.
Against Algeria, rather.
And that was the undoing of all his performances in the competition. But him making the CAF 11, definitely well deserved.
Yeah, of course. I don't think there's any Nigerian player that will be there if Lookman is not there. Maybe Calvin Bassey, of course. Maybe in future tournaments we'll be seeing a standard team of tournaments pairing of Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Fredericks. I think those two are the future of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And also Igor Ogbu also came on to give.
Yeah, Igor Ogbu did well.
He gave a good account of himself.
Uganda.
And
even the third place match.
It was solid, and it shows that there's future in that centre back.
Igor and Benjamin Fredericks.
So going forward, where should Eric Church improve? If he's still the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, where should he improve?
If it's not the coach of the Super Eagles, there's going to be problem. Serious problem. Definitely, even the Super Eagles players say they want him to stay. And they've told the NFF he must stay. And I even heard Wilfred Ndidi during an interview saying that he's going to stay. He was saying that he was convinced
because it's looking like they were bullying.
So journalists said, like, is it the NFF president? Is it the sport minister? Why should he be the one saying that Erichel is going nowhere. That
Because
means
I think it's
they've had a
because
meeting.
they are playing for him.
The players have had a meeting that they want Erichel to stay.
Of course.
And I think the NFL understands. And the NFL has said they've sent a letter to the sport ministry that, okay, Erichel is staying, make it official so that his salary will
But they are still not sure, because I think if they are very sure about it, they should have come on to announce it.
They should write to FIFA too now. Because they know how to write.
The sackings are usually very fast. So why is the extension not fast?
That's how it is. It's paperwork. Because the salary, we are talking about the salary.
Yeah.
It's not, when you're sacking, you're not paying now.
You will pay. You pay the one you are owing.
The NFF.
NFF is always different.
You know the story.
NFF is always different. But I think
it's
the
easy
players
to sack, very easy, because there's nothing much involved. But hiring, retaining, it involves a lot of paperwork because the NFF is not the one paying his salary.
Of course.
So Erichel should just make sure that he brings in new players into the team. I've heard that Chukwuemeka, Kani, the Borussia Dortmund midfielder is interested in playing. So a lot of players who still wants to play. Now the Super Eagles is doing well. They just moved up the rankings. That means a lot of players will be interested in playing for the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
And if, for instance, the Super Eagles makes it to the World Cup back through the back door, he will need to improve
an avenue for
on
more
making sure
players.
that there are a lot of players from the bench. And I think I must give him kudos for discovering. I'm talking about
Benjamin Fredericks.
No, Osimhen's second.
Akko Adams.
Akko Adams, yes, which was very good because a lot of talk was who was going to partner with Victor Osimhen in the attack, and he successfully brought in Akko Adams and he blended into the team. Benjamin Fredericks is also coming up. So a lot of our younger players, so they should still do more. Of course, so that the team will have a strong bench as well.
Well, Alex Iwobi and the other teammates, they spoke highly of him, and I think they want to continue playing for him. And still sticking with Alex Iwobi, let's move on and let's talk about the Nigerian king of pre-assist, where he shared a funny story about his penalty shootout against Egypt's goalkeeper during the third place. That's Ufa Shober. And Shober tried to psych Iwobi out, saying, Iwobi, I know where you are going to go. If I save your penalty, you give me your shirt. I don't think he got that shirt at the end of the day because Iwobi absolutely changed his mind. And Iwobi, who for me is not the best penalty taker out there, he still went on to do what he could do. And he won that battle of the minds between him and Shober. And his calm and composed response to Shober's mind games showed his mental strength. He had previously praised Morocco's tactics and was impressed by their discipline. And Nigeria's performance at AFCON 2025 was notable, with Iwobi playing a key role in the team's success. So I was hearing this thing that his AFCON performances are enough for him to get a big club. So in the Premier League, where do you think Iwobi will slot in easily without being benched? Quickly, Jerry.
Without being benched.
What team is he going to go in? Is he going to go into one of the big six as a starter now?
Yeah, Tottenham needs a player like Iwobi.
They have a James Maddison and a Xavi Simons.
Yeah, those players you have mentioned, Maddison is more or less a hospital patient. He's never available. And Iwobi has shown that.
Say that.
Iwobi has proven that he can stay the long run.
Yeah.
He's not an injury-prone player, which is a very fantastic one for a player in his own department because he's a player who holds the ball much. Yeah. And avoiding injury, it's quite a lucky situation for a lot of players in that department of the pitch. So Tottenham, will be a very good and very decent side for a player like Iwobi. Then maybe Nottingham Forest, that is if they are still interested in making the top six. Yeah. Then teams like Aston Villa, those are also good teams where he can slot in without staying on the bench. Then
I'm looking at the big six. Arsenal. No, let me ask you like this. Arsenal. Does he
he
get
has
into
already
the team?
left Arsenal. He has played for Arsenal.
He can't go back to Arsenal. But is he also left as a youngster and he's back?
No, that was as a youngster.
Okay, so
he's already.
But is he getting into the Arsenal team if he comes back now? Let's suppose it's in that kind of situation. He's not starting.
Yeah.
Okay, Liverpool.
Florian Wirtz is already there, so
Florian Wirtz over Iwobi.
Anytime, any day.
Florian Wirtz over Iwobi.
Anytime.
All right, Manchester City. Sheki, Foden, Bernardo Silva.
Man City has proven that they like the big name players. And
he's a big name player now.
No, Iwobi is a very decent name player.
Okay,
right
he's
now.
a decent.
Very decent.
Okay, Man United.
Manchester United, yeah, of course. Man United.
Who is at Man United? He's not displacing Bruno Fernandes.
Bruno Fernandes is on his way out anyway.
So they should replace Bruno Fernandes with Iwobi.
No. But it will be a good addition.
All right.
Yeah, he's a player who adds so much to any team. Because what he's doing in Fulham, if he brings it to the Manchester United team, I think they will be better for it.
All right.
Yeah. So he can
so mention Tottenham. You already
Tottenham
United. All right. Newcastle.
Newcastle United too. Yeah. Though Gomes and Co. They're doing well.
Tonali, Joelinton.
Yeah, Tonali is a decent player, but Iwobi is a different kind of player. He gives you a lot of options.
Okay.
And he can surprise you anytime, any day.
So Alex Iwobi to Newcastle.
Those are his options.
Maybe in the summer. Still on the topic of the AFCON, this one is coming from Yaya Toure, the former Manchester City midfielder that even Iwobi would dream to be like. He's not going to outplace Yaya Toure, if he's still at Manchester City. And he has actually praised Nigeria Super Eagles as the most impressive team at the just concluded Africa Cup of Nations. He commended their attacking football and overall performances, highlighting their 14 goals scored and only 4 conceded in 7 matches. Wow, that's wonderful. A testament of Eric Chell's work, to be very, very honest. And Toure noted that Nigeria's style of play, which emphasized full attack, was a key factor in their success. And the Super Eagles campaign was marked by impressive wins, including the 2-0 victory over Algeria in the quarterfinals and a 3-1 win over Uganda in the group stage. And Toure singled out Nigeria's star players Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, 2 of the players that were in the CAF 11 as the team of the tournament. He counted them as among the best in Africa, contributing to the team's success. I mean, I think everything he has said actually makes sense, right? He also said that they acknowledge the quality of other teams like Morocco, Algeria, and Congo. I think these are the top 10 teams in Africa. They are part of the top 10 teams in Africa: Morocco, Algeria, and Congo. And he praised Morocco's tactical discipline under coach Walid Regragui, describing their approach as very pragmatic, very direct, and playing counter-attack. I mean, that was how they floored the Super Eagles of Nigeria. All right, let's move on quickly and let's talk about Ako Adams also. After playing the 3rd place game, he went straight back to his club. He scored 2 goals to get them a draw against Elche. And his coach, Matthias Almeida, has praised him for his dedication and impact after he scored a brace against Elche, securing a 2-2 draw. And I think good one from Ako Adams. He also played alongside his teammate Chidera Ejuke. I mean, time is really fast spent, but Jerry, we can't conclude this show without talking about the UEFA Champions League. Club football is back, right? And we have our players, Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. AFCON has come and gone. Now they have to, focus on their respective club teams. Galatasaray and Atalanta, respectively. And Nigeria football stars Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman are back in action for their clubs, facing tough Champions League fixtures. Osimhen's Galatasaray, they take on Atletico Madrid at Rams Park, while Lookman's Atalanta hosts Athletic Bilbao at the Stadio de Bergamo. Both sides are playing Spanish clubs, and both players had standout performances at the Africa Cup of Nations, with Osimhen scoring 4 goals and providing 2 assists, and Lookman scoring 3 goals and providing... he scored 3 goals and providing 4 assists. And Galatasaray, they are currently 18th in the Champions League table with 9 points, and they'll be looking to claim an automatic spot in the knockout round. While Osimhen, who has scored 12 goals in 16 games for Galatasaray, will be crucial to their hopes. And Lookman's Atalanta, on the other hand, they sit 5th in the table with 13 points and aims to snap a 7-match winless run against Spanish teams. Jerry, quickly before we move on to the results that went down yesterday, I want to ask you quickly on these 2 players. Do you think immediately their AFCON performance will resonate on their club football in the Champions League?
Yeah, it's already started with Ako Adams scoring 2 goals.
But it's not playing in the Champions League.
Yeah, it's not playing in the Champions League. Shows that there's no how form will surely rub off on you as a player. And you're as good as your last game. I believe in that, definitely. And they say class is permanent.
Permanent, form is temporary.
And of course, players like Ademola Lookman has proven their classic players alongside Victor Osimhen.
Yeah.
And Galatasaray knows how important Osimhen is, and they're already preparing for him against Atletico Madrid, which definitely since he left for the AFCON, there's nothing glamorous that has happened at Galatasaray. It has been just a topsy-turvy situation. It shows you that the brain box of the Galatasaray team is back, and a coach with the same mind, with that form, with that kind of zeal and panache, and of course the ideology of being the winning mentality already is coming. It's already coming with from the AFCON. I think it will be good to start him all the way against Atletico Madrid. I can't wait to see Osimhen score 2 goals tonight.
Right, wow.
As well as Lookman.
As well as Lookman, because I think Lookman as well, the coach, the new coach, Rafael Palladino, has sort of given him fresh air. He has been dropping fantastic performance.
And he came up with a good form from Atlanta to the Nations Cup, which he continued.
So he's taking that also back.
Without injuries.
I think he really has to perform. And yes, results from the UEFA Champions League, went down yesterday. We'll be, rounding off the show with this one. Let's look at the results, from yesterday between teams in the UEFA Champions League. Real Madrid against Monaco. We saw that one 6-1. Jerry, it ended. I mean, let's quickly look at the results. Kairat Almaty, they lost at home. So Club Brugge 4-1. Rafael Onyedika getting a win for his club as well. I don't think he got to play, but then he's going to share the victory with them. Bodo Glimt in one of the shocking results of the night, 3-1 up against Manchester City, and Villarreal, they lost 1-2 to Ajax right there in Spain. Ajax with a late goal. Spurs up against Borussia Dortmund. I think Thomas Frank is still is looking like he wants to keep his job. 2-0 against 10-man Dortmund. Olympiacos 2-0 also against Leverkusen. Sporting, another shocking result on the night in Portugal there. Nuno Mendes, it was not a good return for him to Sporting. 2-1, of course, they defeated the defending champions Paris Saint-Germain. And also Arsenal showing class right there, defeating Inter Milan, a ground where they lost last season. I mean, for them to win, good one for the Arsenal. 3-1 right there. Gabriel Jesus, 2 goals, and also Victor Gyökeres on the goal-scoring sheet. Real Madrid up against Monaco. That man on your screen was the man of the night. 2 assists, first and own goal, and also got a goal. Good one from Vinicius Junior.
Assists for me.
That's 3 assists, right?
That Kera's own goal was an assist.
It was an assist.
This guy was unplayable. I don't know what Arbeloa told
him because he went to meet him straight after he got his goal.
Yeah, there's something that Vinicius Junior must have done. Arbeloa, I beg your pardon.
Arbeloa,
there's something he told Vinicius that he's just
go and be the man.
He's just woke him up from where he was sleeping and told him, Mr. Man, your house is on fire.
Exactly.
Go and put it off.
Go and put it off.
He was on rampage. He was not only on rampage, he was a team player.
That pass to
even at a point,
wow.
Even at a point, it was as if Monaco were owing him something. It's like his ex-girlfriend is from Monaco.
I want to show you. I don't like the way they were booing me the last time.
You know what happened? Even when he made his 2 assists, which 3 assists anyway, he had to even get in on the score sheet. And when he scored his goal, he was like, he was not happy.
That I want to do more.
Okay, I made 3 assists. You think I can score? I've showed you I can score 2.
Absolutely.
He was the reason why Monaco lost by 6.
Wow.
And Mbappe was enjoying himself for the first time in a long time.
Exactly.
So he was scoring goals before.
Yeah.
But Mbappe was having fun and he was happy with Vinicius. It shows that there's no perceived rift. Even Jude Bellingham getting on the out, he was even feeling happy, like he was feeling lucky. So Haibu got a goal today.
I think they needed their star men to step up.
Monaco suffered at Santiago Bernabeu. I think they will not forget that loss.
That beating, and
of course, that 1 goal was just a mistake.
Yeah, of course, like it was consolation, and 2 goals from their former player, their former star man Kylian Mbappe as well. And he also said he showed respect after scoring 2 goals. That's disrespectful.
You didn't need to show any respect.
And of course, Copenhagen getting a draw against Napoli. And let's round up with the result, with the fixtures of today. Liverpool, they are playing Olympique Marseille. That's going to be a strong game. Galatasaray will be playing Atletico Madrid. Yes, we mentioned that, Victor Osimhen as well. There are also other big games. Atalanta also up against Bilbao. And quickly, yes, Galatasaray, they'll be playing anytime soon against Atletico Madrid. Karabakh up against Frankfurt. And of course, later tonight, Atalanta against the Athletic Club. Bayern Munich against Union Saint-Gilloise. That should be a straight win for Bayern Munich. And Chelsea up against Pafos, a return for David Luiz to the Stamford Bridge. But with Chelsea, you don't know what you can expect. Juventus up against Benfica. Those 2 are also looking like they are struggling, especially Juventus. Marseille against Liverpool. Oof, at the Velodrome.
Yeah, the Zerbi. And this
a shaky Liverpool
guy is on fire.
Mason Greenwood,
Greenwood is on fire. And Aubameyang and co.
Aubameyang also. And they are just signing Ethan Nwaneri from Arsenal and also Quentin Timber.
I feel for Liverpool tonight.
They play beautiful football at Marseille, but Liverpool, the Champions League, they know how to find their way. And of course, Newcastle against the PSV should be another strong fixture. And Slavia Prague rounding up against the Football Club Barcelona. Should be a straight win for Barcelona.
Yeah, Barcelona is on form at the moment.
Yeah, even though they lost at the weekend.
It might be ugly, but let's see how it is.
All right, with that, we'll be coming to the end of the show, the locker room, yes, on this beautiful Wednesday evening. And of course, up next, yes, will be Political Lens with Chukwuma Okorie. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo. Thank you, Jerry, for being a part of this show with me, and also to the guys in the back as well. Thank you so much, for making this show a success. Yes, like I said, Political Lens is coming up with Chukwuma Okorie. Stay tuned. Bye for now.
My name is Osasobonwa Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. The name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. It has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. This thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, like 12 years now. The gain about fitness has to do with, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat. Like, you just rush it back. You don't understand. It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do. You eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. anybody that wants to lose weight, one, it has to be disciplined and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavy-weighted when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all this kind of thing. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming, who help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot. I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime as the spirit leads. And basically, you know, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my 2nd year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85. But even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. Leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts. Because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like eating bread. Started taking watermelon, vegetables, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that won't help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you the Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now, so you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out for my secondary school days, but yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to like step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100% in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues at work, that they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system, all this fatigue, normal body pains gone and all that. So it's interesting. So I've burned so many fats, I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before, because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest, like they said. But eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. You don't even need to advise them. They should just start working out. It makes you to overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for like 1 year. Great Life Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then it has been all sweet. So I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee.
You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be like some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up.
It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time. Just start. Just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
We are still on quality assurance of the nation. But hear me closely. because I felt strongly in my heart that I must bring this to you. Because now you need to understand something very beautiful about this life, is that this life that this nation is about, this life that you carry right now by being in this nation, is not scared of whatever mess or issue of compromise you might want to throw in its face. Actually, you running away from this life when there has been an issue is actually your one-way ticket to further sliding down into the deepest recesses of that mess. And that is the trick of the enemy, to get you to that point that even right now, the auditors have come, as I told you in the previous episode, and what you built. You might not want to hear this, but it's about to be pulled down. You compromised. You changed some figures. You did something you were not supposed to do. It might be that right now you've lost that job. It might be that right now you are facing an issue, a challenge with your license. It might be that right now there is a lawsuit in front of you. It might be that right now, right, there's a possibility of jail term in front of you. Now, I'm touching these very sensitive areas because of the confidence and the assurance that I have in this life I'm speaking to you about. Remember, I must give you this comfort first of all before I get into the meat of this piece. The comfort is that you still have the foundation. The foundation standard sure, and it is not going anywhere. You are sealed with this life. You are not losing it. What you built might have been burnt down, right, due to your compromise, but this life remained sure. And though it might look like you have been cut down at the scent of water, right, you are about to board again. So right now, in the midst of this murky pool, let my words serve as the gill for you to navigate through as I'm guiding you from that murky water into the pool of abundance. Because listen, sometimes you have to keep quiet and allow age to speak, but then you would understand that there is a spirit in man, the breath of the Almighty, that gives him understanding. So your intellect might be telling you, since I already had it this way, let me just try and see how I can double whatever little I have and just try and make it more. Don't go to that betting app. No, don't do that. That is not the answer. No, don't give in to your lust and pleasures. That is the trick of the enemy. Don't do that. No, don't compromise for that. The enemy wants to get you to the point where you are reduced to a crust of bread. Can't you already see that you are now looking more at yourself than putting your eyes on Christ, as we have been saying from the very beginning? Because the answer, even in the midst of plenty, abundance, and in the midst of lack and seeming failure, is still eyes on Christ. This life is not just there for the good times. I'm saying even in the bad times, I'm coming as Christ did to Peter when he was sinking in that pool of water, like you right now sinking in that turmoil of the mess that you seemingly got yourself into by your hands, and you're saying to yourself, would the Lord come to me and help me? These words I'm bringing, let it be the assurance to you that the Lord has sent help. He's about to draw you out from those waters. But hear me, we are going to walk through the process. We're not circumventing process, but listen, there is still the place of the possibilities. Remember, the power of this nation is able to suspend even the natural grind and drudgery of things, but still it happens with eyes on Christ. Because Peter did the impossible, walking on the water even after he was pulled out from the storms. But listen, he wasn't looking for the miraculous. He was putting his eyes on the person of Christ. So stay closely with me. You might be saying to me right now, my license has been withdrawn. Time has gone. Let me just do whatever it is I can. Can't you see the enemy is knocking at your door right now, trying to reduce you to a crust of bread? You're saying, brother, I've lost time. You don't understand. You're still young. Hear me closely. Abraham was 75 when the Lord started with him. You are not too old. Even if you are 82, you are just 7 years off of when the Lord started with Abraham. And mind you, Abraham still saw what? His son's marriage. Stay close to me. Josiah was just 8 when he started his reign. So listen, in this realm of this nation that I've brought you into from the very beginning, we are not constrained by time, because we are with the Lord of time and space, that is able to lift you and make you not look like what you have been through. Are you with me? This life is not for sissies. It does not run away at the sight of problems. This life is not just there for the good times, but even in the midst of the bad times, it's there to give you victory. Stay with me. So in the midst of that mess, in the midst of that trial, in the midst of that trouble, go through the process, but with eyes on Christ, and you will see yourself, right, experience the fullness of the help of the Lord in the midst of that mess. Stay with me. You must realize and see that even at the cross, this mess that I'm in, Christ Jesus paid the ultimate price for me. He bore the full weight of this sin at the cross. Hear me. Listen closely to me. When the children of Israel, when they were in the wilderness and they were beaten by snakes, listen, they complained. I want you to get this closely. It was by their hands they got themselves into that problem. But at the very instance of looking at the brazen serpent, like I'm telling you right now, to look at the person of Christ at the cross and see the judgment for that mess on the person of Christ, not in your own self, not in your own actions, not in your own deeds, then you have now opened up yourself to experience the fullness of restoration. Because no matter whatever the pamper worm, whatever the caterpillar, whatever they have eaten, God is able to restore, and restore to the point that you don't look like what you have been through there, Peter. So even if it is you, like Peter, that denied the Lord in front of a child 3 times, and hear me, within the next few days, we see him standing before more than 3,000 men, and 3,000 gave their lives to Christ. Where did such boldness come from? It's because he was restored, because he received the restoration that the Lord brought to him. So right now, don't in your pride say to yourself that I deserve this. Yes, you do, but Christ took the fullness of this consequence for you at the cross. But remember, there is a process in front of you. You might actually be facing a tribunal. Worst case scenario, even if that license is taken, God is able to create another way, another inroad for you to enjoy the massive prosperity of this life. I'm trying to tell you that heads or tail, no matter whatever the outcome of the QA, when it comes, you always win. So I'm showing you that though it might look like right now no man is going through you, the Lord is about to make you an eternal excellency, the joy of many generations. But the enemy would come right at your weakest, at this state of yours, right? And he will try to get you to compromise further, to look at yourself. Naturally speaking, you would want to try and fix this by yourself. But I'm saying to you, that is the worst thing you can do. You must throw yourself on the mercy of the Lord. And I rise for you right now, the same way the Lord rose for Lot in the person of Abraham. And I pull you out from the clutches of those 4 kings that have taken your soul right now. And the way it was said of Lot that he was vexing his righteous souls by taking in their indignation and the unholy conversations of the nations, of the people that he was amongst. I rise for you and I draw you out of the clutches of those men. Then I give you this advice as Abraham, right, to Lot. Listen closely to me. Don't go back down to Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't go back down to that path. Hear me closely. The enemy wants to reduce you to a piece of bread, wants to reduce you to the point of having no influence, to the point of being no longer usable. Though you might have this life, but I want to bring you into the place of the fullness of influence, even irrespective of whatever mess you have been in, because this life is not scared of whatever mess you are in. Because hear me closely, a gold bar, when it falls in the midst of mud, is it still gold? Yes, it is. But by the washing of the water, we again see its true value presented to the world. So let these words be a refreshing to you and go through the process, but have the picture, right? The picture that the Lord sends from above. He's taking you out of this issue with his mighty right hand. I pull you out of it and I set you on that large place. Kayala Satana Barakata. If it is an infection, a disease, whatever it is that has come as a result of your stupidity, hear me closely. In the name of Jesus, I pull you out right now. Whatever it is that you have lost, as it was done to Job, I speak to you double for all your trouble, for that shame. For that shame, the Lord is restoring double to you right now. Go through the process, but have your eyes on the brazen serpent, and you will see the help of God come right to where you are and pull you out. But you must remember, right? One of the culture of this nation is remembering. Don't forget how it was the Lord that brought you forth, and don't be like Lot that goes back to Sodom and Gomorrah. Go up higher. You are not meant for that life. Come up higher. Why compromise? The Lord is able to prosper the works of your hand in this nation that I'm speaking of. You have the unrepentant commitment of the God of the universe on your inside. Enjoy the fullness of this life. Give yourself to this life, irrespective of whatever it is. Your sins are forgiven. You are the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus, and you are coming out of that mess. And when QA comes again to you, you will stand victorious, receiving another reward of influence, grace, and peace, overcoming defeat.
Hi, my name is Peace Etta, Creative Director for 1inch Couture and Director for 1inch Fashion Academy. We are in Shomolu, Mainland 15, Badlaye Road, Kalejaye Bus Stop, Shomolu. Okay, I'll say I got into fashion in I think 2014, around August. And what prompted it? I would say first, I don't like sewing clothes because I've had bad experiences with tailors, and I've always envisaged that fashion can be a bit different from what I'm used to, you know. And because of that, I now decided, I said, okay, maybe I would like to make my own outfit and see the outcome and be able to tell the difference between the sewing I see for most of the ready to wear. You know how those bend down silhouettes where would they pick, you know? So when you turn it open, you see the finishing, the neatness. So I didn't get to see that often then in those times. And I thought to myself, I would like to do something around that, like that is not possible to make outfit look that clean, that neat. So what now made me go into it more, like it became more prompting that I should get into it. I'm in the choir, and so you know, choir and uniforms, they can call like 50 uniforms in 2 months, and I didn't have the money to buy uniforms. And most times people just give me uniforms, they'll just borrow me one shirt here, one top here, and it was becoming too embarrassing. And I told myself, I said, I beg, I don't get money to buy clothes, neither do I want to keep borrowing. So I decided that I would just venture into this fashion and make clothes for myself. And before I knew it, I'm making clothes for others. I don't sound very cliche, but anyways, when I look around, I think for me, my inspiration comes from everything around me. You know, what has been created before. You know, fashion, from what I understand, fashion just it's like a cycle we just repeat the same thing, but every time we repeat it, we add maybe our own touch to it, something different to bring it to the now, to every dispensation we find ourselves. So for me, is whatever I've seen, copycats. I do a lot of copycats, and in it, I can then create something different. So I would say it's about everything I see around me, every outfit I've ever seen, anything I see that looks like clothes. I get my inspiration from there. One Inch Couture, like the name implies, is a couture fashion house. So we make outfits, any kind of outfit, both male and female. So far it is clothing. And I have a mindset, whatever that has to do with clothing, I have the ability to recreate or to create something that fits or that makes sense to a person or that fits to a particular person. So we do a lot of made to fit. We take your measurements and we create whatever ideas you have or whatever ideas we have that you love. So we just recreate it to give you the exact design you have in mind. And also for the academy, we teach people how to create patterns. Pattern drafting is something that I'm very passionate about because I realize is the core in fashion. If you know how to create patterns, it helps you remain creative before you bring to life that particular design on outfit. It helps you to experiment. It helps you to explore. So we teach a lot of pattern drafting in 1 Inch Academy. Okay, so for this particular question, do I say I go use pidgin talk because they pay me, I want to talk. Okay, so SMEs in Nigeria especially, as we have a whole lot of challenges that we encounter, especially when it comes to our government policies. Right now, I'm even glad that today there's lights, we get lights. But on a very good day, we can be all out 3 weeks no lights, and I'll be running on generators. And you know how challenging it can be for a fashion house not to be able to have constant lights. It's not a good thing. You keep spending money. And another thing again is artisan. And that's why I think I said earlier that I'm very particular about pattern drafting. Getting the right artisan is also very challenging because a lot of them do their trainings or had their trainings from what we call in quote roadside tailors. And I don't mean to be insultive or anything, but they learn from the road. And when they come to work for you, it's the same understanding of whatever they learn, they bring into you. And you have to just keep monitoring. And it's very challenging anyways, not having the right artisan, then also not having power supply, then also fabrics, knowing the right vendors. Like today they create a particular fabric you like, by the time you get back to the market, maybe in 2-3 months time, the quality is not the same. So there's no quality control when it comes to fabric in Nigeria. As far as I am concerned, today I get something here and I get it different in another store. So you keep searching, you keep looking for. So there's no quality control when it comes to fabric. There are so many, but I think I'll just copy it. First, I would say that at least I'm still in the choir. I get clothes now. I can wear any kind of outfit that whatever they call anything, I'll wear clothes. Okay, jokes apart. But then there are gains in fashion business. If you know your onions well, you can be able to, thrive in this business. There are different ways to make money in fashion. Fashion is not just only, making of outfits. Sometimes even the fabrics, the remnant of fabrics we have, fabrics that we're supposed to dispose, instead of disposing, we need to create other things that fashion accessories. Anyways, there are if you're a pattern drafter or an illustrator, you would make money in fashion. So there are plenty ways to make money in fashion. If only they can just give us 24 hours power supply, it would be so beautiful. So name again is Peace Etta, creative director for 1 Inch Couture and the director for 1 Inch Fashion Academy. Our social media handle is 1inch_couture. That's for Instagram. And for Facebook, 1 Inch on Facebook. On TikTok, 1 Inch Couture. On Thread, 1inch_couture.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Isolo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been that from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Many things inspire me to create. For instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a facilitator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. And also, I've been able to like empower people. I've empowered people a lot, you know, like gain financial independence and be able to like help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to like wear my own, you know, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to like get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2, Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza, Jakode Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania_Hub_renters.
My name is Eizibo St. Charles. I'm a barber. Name of my barbing salon is Divine Wisdom Barbing Salon. Number 1, Kudurat Adeneko Okeafa Ejibu. This is my 18 years experience, and I started this from Benin City and from Edo State. Being in this particular shop that you are seeing me here, by October 1st, it will be 15 years me managing this place. And I have a lot of customers that always come here to patronize me, female and male, which I give them a good haircut. I do dreadlock, and I also give them a nice haircut, and I also do home services. And as I'm talking to you right now, I will have a client to attend to today. And a lot of people, they are very happy about my haircuts, and they only patronize me. And I also do a lot of things in this shop, not so aspect of barbing as at least I also like do some POS and other business to attach to it. Yeah, I'm married. By special grace of God, I'm married with 4 kids. It has not been easy for me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is my 18 years in marriage. And my first son, last February, he's completed his own 17 years. But the journey has not been easy for me. I have to tell the gospel truth, the journey has not been easy. And this is like by September this year, it will be 2 years when my wife left me with the keys without quarreling. You know, before I will come back from my business promises, before I will get to the house, I found out that she packed her bag and left. But the journey has never been easy for me with the keys, 4th key. I've been trying to, with the help of God, and the journey is just going with the little business I'm doing here. God has been sustaining us, and I'm praying that God's favor should strengthen me for me to be able to put the children into the right path of life. It has not been easy, I will not lie to you. Actually, I'm a little physical challenge, but I'm thanking God. I don't look at myself. I don't look at the challenging. I look at what I can do. Understand? And with the help of God, God has been faithful. On my way coming to the show one fateful day, I saw a young man that worked in the government, was just passing by when I was about crossing to my place of business. He called me. He asked me, do you have NI? Do you have Lastra? I told him yes. He asked me to submit it, hoping that I'm going to receive something from the government. But unfortunately, nothing came from the government. But I really needed help, assistance on the government to help me, for me to able to finance my children, to forward their education. And I believe that is what I'm praying for the government. They can really come to my aid to see how they can help me. It's not easy for me with the 4 keys, without wife, just left the children with no reason. I believe I really need a help from the government. I went through a lot of challenging. When I have my second child, June 30, like when I have my second child, things were very rough for me in Edo State. And I left my wife after the baby was 3 months. I left her and I told her that I'm coming down to Lagos to see how I can support the family. And I left her with 2 kids, my first son and my second child then. That one was 3 months. And I came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, I saw my first place of working, which I worked with the guy after 2 years. And the landlord said he wants to make use of the shop. I was thinking, how? God, I don't want to go back to Edo State. God should get me a place where I can be managing my own. With the faithful of God, and I got this place I am today. After 2 years, I worked with him, and I started mine. It has not been easy for me. I sleep in the shop for after 6 years of my being in Lagos. Before I get a little apartment I'm staying, before I went down to Edo State to bring down my wife and children. We have been managing before she finally left us. I can't say I have not been having gain on the business. Me coming to this place, having a customers to barb their hair, for me to be able to put food on the table of my children, to pay their school fees, to pay other responsibilities, to also see how I can manage to pay my rent. I can say there is a profit and I'm benefiting the job. I'm happy that I was able to learn the job on time, for me not to beg before I eat. I believe there is a gain. For me to put food on my table, I really appreciate God for that. Yeah, as I earlier said before, I said my name is Eizigwe St. Charles. My Facebook name is also Eizigwe St. Charles, and then TikTok, the same name, Eizigwe St. Charles.
My name's Promise Nkwachuku Kalu. Well, I'm from Abia State, Bende local government, Item, to be precise. I'm able Item. Well, it has always been my joy to do music technology. When I talk about music technology, the aspect of repairing, sound installation, and sound programming, and also singing. As early as 8 years old, I joined the choir in the church to enable me enhance my voice and do more when it comes to the music aspect. Like I do the secular music, I do the classical music, and I also do, when you come about the spiritual gospel music. So I'm working as a sound engineer in Iruka Online Limited, a company where I want to grow more into technicalities. When I talk about technicalities, I'm talking about doing repairs, doing installation in churches, in lounge, in mosques, in anywhere that requires me going to install, I will everly install. Audio installation is a thing of joy because for me it's all about working with passion. Now when you talk about audio generally, it has to do with the implementation of gadgets like the mixer, the amplifiers, and the speaker management, installing, having to climb the roof. And it's not easy because most times being scared of falling and a situation whereby the ceiling of where you're installing is not firm, you can be endangering your life. So it's something that we are very, very careful, but we work with perfection, and everything I do by the grace of God is 100% perfect. For a layman, the first thing you need to know to become an audio engineer is music. I studied music in school, then I went into the technicalities of music. For you to become an engineer, you must know what sound is, basically. So sound, which is a practical thing, you must have the ears to identify good sound. And if you are capable and able to identify good sound, that means you can as well tag yourself an upcoming audio engineer, because that's a basic point for you to start from. When it comes to my profession, I put a limit to it in terms of working duration. Like for each day, I map out time and say, this is what I want to achieve. This is what I want to get done today, and make sure it doesn't collide with going out with the family, going out with my wife, and also enjoying myself, because work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's where I could make Promise a dull boy also. So I make sure combine both of them. One isn't taking the other one's time. Most times, as an engineer, audio engineer, we get most of our perfect sound during night, where you have most people asleep already, because you need the calmness of everywhere, any particular place you are, and you need to concentrate, because wherever you are that you're mixing, especially when you come into the live mixing and you start getting any little noise, it could interfere in what you're doing, because if your ear is not well trained, I think you'll be battling with more than one problem, because unable to identify that. So the night is very, very precious, and it's not easy installing sound in Lagos and doing the mixing and mastering when it comes to the audio production part of it. There are a lot of guys, there are a lot of professionals who are yet to be recognized in this industry. For the ones who are there now, I would say they are doing fine, but there's always room for improvement, because when you talk about what they are doing, for every movie I watch, for every music video I watch, the first thing I put into consideration is the sound. I listen to the sound, I talk more about the production, I venture myself into categorizing every aspect of it, what and what is not properly done there, because I love criticizing things a lot. So the more you criticize, the more you have room to improve, and you see possibility of doing it in a better way. When it comes to audio, I'm very, very comfortable with everything. But like for the mixers, the speaker, the amplifier, digital mixers and analog mixers, microphones, yes, and speaker management. Why I'm very, very comfortable with them is because it's something that I like taxing myself. So anytime that I have difficulties, I make sure that I see myself overcoming those difficulties, and I like those tough gadgets, so they give me more time to improve. My favorite color, well, I like all shouty colors, yes. Anything bright, everything glowing, I like it. I don't have any particular one. So let me say yellow and pink. And my favorite food, I would say, I have two, yam and egg sauce and okra soup. Yes, with Gary. So hey guys, it's Promise Nkwachukalu. I'm a professional sound engineer. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Lawmaker calls for fair APC e-registration in Zamfara and cites glitches and rivalries.
Also, Atiku advises supporters on Obi's camp against insults.
Peter Obi condemns handling of Kajuru church abduction and calls for decisive action.
Also, court issues bench warrant against suspects linked to Turji.
Court sacks Abure, declares Nenadi Usman Labour Party chair.
EU allocates 557 million humanitarian aid to Africa and focuses on Nigeria's northwest.
On the foreign scene, Trump rules out use of force, insists on taking Greenland.
Well, in business news, federal government plans to raise 900 billion naira via bond auction and doubling last year's target.
And sports, Manchester City fans to get ticket refund after Bodo Glimt defeat.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Hilda Baci sets third Guinness record.
Now the news and details. A member of the House of Representatives, Sani Jaji, has called for a fair and transparent All Progressive Congress APC e-registration process in Zamfara State, citing alleged internal political rivalries and glitches. Jaji alleged that the ongoing membership e-registration exercise has been hijacked to sideline specific factions, leaving some members unable to register. He stated that the APC National Chairman, Professor Nentawa Yiltade, has been informed of attempts by some Zamfara party leaders to block certain members from registering.
In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned supporters of opposition leaders against trading insults, warning it benefits the All Progressives Congress APC. Atiku described disunity among opposition supporters as a civil war that strengthens the APC, urging unity among opposition leaders' supporters. Atiku made the comments in response to an ex-post by one Novi Everest, who accused his supporters of insulting Obi while expecting the former vice president to be shielded from criticism. The former vice president said the supporters of all opposition leaders were stronger together.
In another development, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has condemned the recent bandit attack in Kajuru, Kaduna State, where worshippers were abducted during the church service. In a statement by his media aide, Paul Ibe, Atiku warned that peace deals with bandits often favor perpetrators over victims, emphasizing that government negotiations should prioritize protecting communities and upholding their rights. He expressed concern over the rising boldness of bandits who continue to target communities without fear of consequence.
Similarly, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has criticized the government's response to the abduction of worshippers from churches in Kajuru, Kaduna State, questioning initial denials of the incident. Obi emphasized that the leadership requires more than just holding office, urging authorities to take decisive action and provide clear communication. He expressed solidarity with the affected families and called for the safe return of the abducted worshippers. The incident has sparked widespread outrage, with reports of 172 worshippers abducted, though authorities have denied or disputed the claims.
In the meantime, Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has issued a bench warrant for the arrest of 5 suspects linked to the notorious terrorist kingpin, Bello Turji. They include Musa Kamarawa, Abubakar Hashimu, Samuel Chinedu, and Lucky Chikuma. The order followed an oral application by counsel to the federal government, David Casway, after the defendants' absence in court to stand trial. Justice Nwite subsequently adjourned the matter until February 24 for continuation of the trial. The judge had on December 22, 2025, granted the federal government's application to reopen the terrorism charge against the 5 suspects after it was struck out on July 8, 2025, following an oral application over a lack of diligent prosecution.
Well, in another development, 11 suspects linked to the murder of Arise News journalist Somtochukwu Maduagu and the security guard Barnabas Danlami were arraigned before a Federal Capital Territory court on Wednesday. The suspects, including Shamsi Hassan, Sani Shiraju, and Hassan Issa, Abubakar Al-Kamu, Abdul Saman Saleh, were charged with criminal conspiracy, armed robbery, and murder. They were part of a robbery gang that attacked INEC Apartments, Kantakwe Extension, Abuja, on September 29, 2025, killing 29-year-old Maduago and Danlami. The FCT Commissioner of Police, Ajao Adewale, speaking at the time, said policemen moved to the scene and found Maduago lying unconscious, adding that she was immediately taken to Maitama General Hospital, where doctors tried to resuscitate her using CPR, but sadly, she could not make it. The police recovered weapons, including a fabricated AK-47 rifle and stolen phones from the suspects. The investigation revealed that the gang sourced their weapons from a supplier in Niger Republic. Farouk Abdul Territory Police Command confirmed the arraignment of the suspects in a statement released on Wednesday.
This next report says a federal high court in Abuja sacked Julius Abure as national chairman of the Labour Party, declaring Esther Nenadi Usman as the valid leader of the party. The court's ruling, delivered by Justice Peter Lifo, relied on the Supreme Court verdict on April 4, 2025, which held that Abure's tenure as LP chairman had elapsed. The court ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to recognize the Nenadi Usman-led Caretaker Committee as the only valid authority to represent the Labour Party. The decision follows a leadership crisis in the LP, which led to Abure's removal by the party's National Executive Committee. A 29-member Caretaker Committee, chaired by Usman, was constituted to fill the leadership vacuum.
And now the European Union has announced a grant of 557 million euros in humanitarian aid to African countries, including Nigeria, from its 2026 budget. The aid will focus on Nigeria's northwest region, where 4.85 million people may require emergency food assistance in 2025 amid growing insecurity and alarming levels of food insecurity. The EU made this known in a statement by its delegation to Nigeria, an economic community of West African states embassy's press officer, Modestus Chukwulaka, in Abuja. The EU's announcement comes as 239 million people globally need humanitarian assistance, and major donors are cutting funding.
Joining us to analyze the news hour is Sunday Oladapo, a political commentator and former House of Assembly candidate of the ADC for Ikorodu Constituency 1, Lagos State. We'll get to join Sunday after this break. Just stay with us.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who will fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go say o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's the why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go up. 7 promises them don't talk.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back, everyone. And now Catholic bishops of the ecclesiastical province in Ibadan have called on President Bola Tinubu and tax authorities to give Nigerians time to adjust to tax reforms before enforcing strict compliance. The bishops emphasized fairness, transparency, and accountability in implementing reforms, warning that poor communication and abrupt enforcement could undermine public trust amid economic hardship. They expressed support for their government's efforts to tackle criminality, including banditry and kidnapping, in a communique signed by Most Reverend Leke Gabriel and Most Reverend John Akin Oyejola.
Across many Nigerian homes and schools, the use of mother tongue is gradually declining among children, as English and Nigerian Pidgin increasingly dominates daily communication, raising broader conversations about language, identity, and cultural continuity in a country with hundreds of indigenous languages. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
TV to the new Benin market, residents are increasingly turning to a daily hustle as rising living costs continue to put pressure on household incomes. From early money trading to roadside services, many say the struggle has become a daily routine.
Some hustlers say income from these activities are barely enough to meet basic needs as high food prices and transportation costs continue to affect their businesses and reduce profits. Despite the harsh economic conditions, the hustlers say they remain determined to push on, stressing that consistency and resilience are key to survival. Many also advise unemployed graduates not to rely solely on white-collar jobs, but to embrace small businesses and skills to stay afloat.
It was now January, and I know say things market never open like that, so still they do small.
Well, apologies for that mix-up. We will bring that report to you subsequently. In the meantime, Apex Igbo sociocultural body, Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide, has declared the last Saturday of every January as Igbo Adoration and Thanksgiving Day. This followed an appeal by the Igbo College of Bishops, which rejected an earlier fixture of the day by the Ohaneze Imobe on the last Sunday of January, urging churches across Igbo land and the diaspora to observe the day as a unifying spiritual event for the Igbo nation. Ohaneze explained that the bishops had requested its National Executive Committee to shift from Sunday to Saturday to avoid clashes with regular church services. In a statement, the National Publicity Secretary, Izechi Chukwu, said the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Senator Asuta Mbata, urged Ndigbo at home and in the diaspora to recognize the significance of the day. According to Mbata, the Igbo Adoration and Thanksgiving Day is a moment of collective gratitude to God for his enduring mercies and grace upon the Igbo nation, in spite of the numerous challenges encountered over the decades.
In the eastern part of the country, tension reached a boiling point over the weekend in Ogwikbele community, Ogbaru local government area of Anambra State, as residents protested what they described as 10 years of exploitation and neglect by an oil prospecting company operating in the area. The protesters, who turned out in large numbers, disrupted drilling and other company activities to express their grievances. Correspondent Ndo Okbaleze reports.
Of the river Niger, Ogwikbele is one of the communities through which the tributaries of the river passes to join the Atlantic Ocean. The agrarian community were delighted when oil wells located within came up for drilling by the Sterling Petroleum Energy Exploration Company some 10 years ago. They were full of expectations that as a host community, their lives was going to be transformed. The President General of Ogwikbele community, Chief Patrick Esuma, summed up the many woes of the people thus:
nothing to show off in this community. No employment, no road, no water, no hospital, nothing from the company that is coming to the community. And we have been begging them since they started operation. The BIA is nothing to write home about. We didn't even know how much is it or where the money is. And we didn't even know how they came about the metering that they used to justify the PIA fund. And besides, there is no meter in Ogwikbele. Anambra State government cannot determine the volume of oil that is going out from this community.
A former member of the House of Representatives for Ogbaru Federal Constituency, Chukwuka Onyema, who is an indigene of the community, went down memory lane into what he called a breach of agreements with the community and failure in corporate social responsibility.
Those little things that are due to us, please do it for us. We've not even gone to hospitals. We've not gone to primary school buildings. We've not gone to equipment. We've not gone to all those. We're still talking about the ones that at least people can see. They're flaring gas. You can convert that gas to electricity and the entire community, so that tomorrow I can boast, oh, there's an oil company in my place and I have 24 hours light. You have mass, telecommunication mass everywhere, only for their sites. Their sites have 24 hours electricity. They have 24 hours communication services. But the rest of the community, if I want to make a call now, I have to go by the riverside. And that riverside, I'm using the mass from Delta, from the same company in Obai. It doesn't make sense. So that is the reason why we said no.
Among the many issues compounding the alleged neglect is the yearly seasonal flooding challenges the community faces, even as the people claim their land is militarized with a lot of hostile atmosphere. Others also complained of non-employment of indigenous staff and no compensation of any sort for the environmental hazards associated with gas flaring. In his reaction to the protest, the traditional Prime Minister of Ogwikbele Kingdom, Chief Damiano Aneaboso, lamented bitterly over the endless hardship and sufferings meted to his subjects, observing that the riverine community is blessed with abundant agricultural and mineral resources, including oil, but that there has been nothing to show for the natural endowments. As at press time, tension is still surrounding the environment, and efforts to speak with any of the representatives of the company proved abortive, even as they kept referring journalists to the company's public relations officer, who was not reachable. Ndo Abaleze, VOP TV News.
Undu, thank you. And now, emerging issues in digital governance, data protection, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, online safety, and digital rights are increasingly shaping Nigeria's legislative processes. Spokesman for the House of Representatives, Akin Rotimi, has said. Speaking at a capacity-building retreat for parliamentary reporters and media teams, Rotimi said the evolving digital landscape has placed new demands on lawmaking. He added that this has far-reaching implications for democracy, accountability, economic development, and the protection of fundamental freedoms. According to him, the responsibility to accurately interpret these complex issues and communicate them clearly to Nigerians rests largely on accredited journalists covering the National Assembly, as well as media teams supporting members in the House leadership. This, he explained, is because the job of the newsman directly shapes public understanding of Parliament, public confidence in democratic institutions, and the quality of civic engagement in the country. The capacity building program was organized by the House Committee on Media and Public Affairs in partnership with Paradigm Initiative Nigeria.
We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll bring you stories on foreign scene, business, sports, and entertainment. Just stay with us. Glad to have you back. United States President Donald Trump says he would not take control of the autonomous Danish territory, Greenland, but insisted the U.S. must still take ownership of it. In a special address to world leaders at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Trump said the U.S. probably would not get anything unless it decides to use excessive strength and force when necessary and unstoppable. However, he insisted he would not do that, adding that he does not have to use, for do not want to use force and would not use force. His clarification comes as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer told Parliament that he would not fall to pressure from Trump over the future of the autonomous territory. Starmer said Britain will not yield on its principles and values about the future of Greenland under threat of tariffs, adding that he would host Danish counterpart Mette Frederiksen in London on Thursday.
Well, in another development, European Union lawmakers have voted to challenge the European Union's contentious free trade agreement with South America and the bloc stop quote. The move could delay the deal by 2 years and potentially derail it. So the EU signed its largest ever trade pact with Mercosur members comprising Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay last weekend after 25 years of negotiations. It still requires approval before it can take effect. Meanwhile, among the deal's principal backers, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has called the referral to the court regrettable, adding in a social media post that the EU Assembly had misjudged the geopolitical situation. He insisted that the agreement should be applied soon on provisional basis. Germany and other supporters point to United States President Donald Trump's disruption of global trade, arguing that the deal is essential to offset business lost to U.S. tariffs and reduce reliance on China by securing access to critical minerals.
And down to business, the federal government of Nigeria is set to raise 900 billion naira through a bond auction in January 2026, doubling the 450 billion naira targeted in January 2025. The Debt Management Office will offer 3 reopened federal government of Nigeria bonds, including 300 billion naira from the 18.50% federal government Nigeria February 2031 bond, 400 billion naira from the 1900% FGN February 2034 bond, and 200 billion naira from the 22.60% FGN January 2035 bond. The auction reflects the government's increased reliance on domestic borrowing to meet fiscal needs and refinance obligations.
Well, in sports news, Manchester City players have agreed to refund ticket costs for 374 fans who travelled to Norway to watch their 3-1 Champions League defeat to Bodo Glimt. The Norwegian Miners claimed their first Champions League group stage victory, leaving City's players, including Erling Haaland, apologizing for the humiliating loss. Haaland took full responsibility, citing the team's lack of performance. Tickets for the match at Asimpra Stadium cost around £25, amounting to $33 each. The refund gesture aims to make amends with fans who made the trip to the Arctic Circle.
Up next is entertainment news.
Welcome to the entertainment news. Nigerian celebrity Chef Hilda Bassi has reached another major milestone as Guinness World Records officially confirms her as a 3-time record holder. The chef shared the news on Instagram, revealing that Guinness World Records recently informed her she had set 2 records during her jollof rice cookout. While she initially believed she only broke the record for the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice, Guinness later confirmed the same meal also set a new record for the largest serving of rice overall. Combined with her earlier record for the longest cooking marathon, the achievement makes Hilda a triple Guinness World Records holder, an honor she described as both shocking and heartwarming. Moving on in entertainment, media personality Daddy Freeze has urged Seun Kuti to rise above his escalating feud with singer Wizkid, warning that heated exchanges could harm the legacy of his late father, Fela Aníkúlápó Kuti. Speaking during an Instagram live, Daddy Freeze said Fela's cultural impact belongs to all Nigerians, describing the Afrobeat pioneer as a symbol of social justice whose influence extends beyond his family. He stressed that while Fela was Seun's father, his legacy is shared by the nation and even by contemporary artists like Wizkid. The controversy began after Wizkid's fan claimed the Grammy winner had surpassed Fela's influence, in prompting sharp response from Seun Kuti, including personal jabs at Wizkid and his family. Nigerians have since shared mixed reactions online, with some backing Daddy Freeze's call for restraint, while others defend Seun Kuti's right to protect his father's legacy. Elsewhere in entertainment, Disney live-action Snow White and War of the Worlds are tied with 6 nominations each at the Golden Raspberry Awards. The Razzies, an annual mockery of the Oscars, highlights what voters consider Hollywood's worst work. The 46th ceremony in March is March 14th, the day before the Oscars. Snow White received nods for Worst Picture, Remake, Director, Screenplay, Worst Supporting Actors. War of the Worlds, starring Ice Cube and Eva Longoria, and 6 nominations to Worst Picture, Actors, Remake, Director, Screenplay, and Screen Combo. Other films nominated include Hurry Up Tomorrow, Star Trek, Section 31, and Netflix, The Electric State with Millie Bobby Brown. Over 1,100 Razzies members from the U.S. and abroad vote, all part of the Golden Raspberry Foundation of Critics and Movie Experts. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agumanu.
Well, Precious, thank you so much. And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that lawmakers are calling for fair APC e-registration in Zamfara, cites glitches as well as rivalries.
Atiku advises supporters and Obi's camp against insults.
Also, Peter Obi condemns handling of Kajuru Church abduction and calls for decisive action.
Court issues bench warrant against suspects linked to Turkey.
Well, court also sacks Abure and declares Nena the Eastman Labour Party chair.
EU allocates 557 million euros humanitarian aid to Africa and focuses on Nigeria's northwest.
Well, on the foreign scene, Trump rules out use of force and sets on taking Greenland.
In business, federal government plans to raise 900 billion naira via bond auction, doubling last year's target.
Well, in sports news, Manchester City fans to get ticket refund after Bodo Glimt defeat.
In the world of entertainment, Hilda Bassett sets third Guinness record. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending, and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned. Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
As you can see, the energy I expected. You are in GT Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
so I can tell you 100%. You're looking so pretty, natural.
Thank you.
And all inseparable together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to make us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice, so I love what I do. I love it a lot, so it's been good.
Okay, so your day one at GT Fashion Weekend, how's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how has it been so far? It's the one, and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time, and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes, because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality. They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria and then Africa and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
Thank you.
well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So, how's the experience at GT Fashion Week for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best and they always come with the best, you know. You look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself? Because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. Okay, so I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, we're here to come with our own personalities, you feel me?
And you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GTCO Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GTCO Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GTCO Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are?
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit. Where I come from, we have different types of traps in Liberia. So most of my outfits, I want for people to know who I am, where I come from, and my identity. So almost all of my outfits, I usually have a Max description there, so that when people ask me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm from Liberia, and this is my culture.
Oh, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
And that's sweet to know that you put that together. So as a designer, what has your experience been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are pulling together here today?
Can you come again? I didn't...
Like the aesthetics people are pulling together today, like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Everyone is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
Some are simply dressed, some are glamorously dressed, some are dressing retro, some are doing old vibe money and the likes. So what's your own take on what they're wearing?
So whether simple, classic, bougie, or whatever people are dressing, I feel like everybody have their own aesthetic. So it can be simple, it can be too high or not too high, but everybody looks good in their own way, and they are so beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the fact that you have the semblance of gems, stones on you, are you saying that Liberia is full of riches and gems?
Yes.
She just confirmed to us that Liberia is full of riches and gems, and I'm going to go dig my hand fortune from there.
You should come to Liberia.
Is that an invite?
Yes, you are invited.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and the day 2 of GC Fashion Weekend. Okay. So have an amazing and a blast time.
My name is Taiwo Latunji or Layomi. I'm a model and a 3D artist. And yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so that's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. well. So where are you from?
Like
are you Nigerian?
Yes, I am. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GT Fashion?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice to see.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at GT. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GT Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And all the people assembled together in one spot?
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones, yeah.
Well, not bad, because
for the young ones.
By tomorrow, I could tell you it's for the whole money, because tomorrow we will never see on TV.
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year, and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always, the youngsters always come out, and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you, that is a fashion consultant, so you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the casts. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pin-up modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. Right now, it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry. A lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time, was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time was not like that. But right, I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening at the GT Fashion.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and I'm also a chef and a student.
Also a chef. So in case you want to eat, you got the right plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and essence too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's your take?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm not expecting, I know the last is always very crowded. So it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest of the day.
Sure.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So, did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa! This is massive, guys. It's not easy. Okay, so today is day 1 of GT Fashion Weekend, and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been. This is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good. So I'm expecting better this year.
Okay. Sorry that I'm going back to this, because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree with me?
I'm a general creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Weekend?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you're allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have the GT Fashion Model Week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so let's kindly introduce yourself.
I am bee, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I did. I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing. Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right. Like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, "Oh, it's GT's color."
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly.
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics, it's well put together. It's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I will rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you because this. Trust me, when I saw you from afar, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, the whole aesthetics, your lip, especially, it's quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome. My name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's take you through the conversation for this morning. Abure faction blows hot, vows to appeal court decision affirming Nanadi Usman's caretaker committee as rightful Labour Party leadership. Northern PDP chairman endorses presidential candidate for 2027 elections. And also, despite making promises to Nigerians, federal government yet to name terrorist financiers. Retired Army General demands probe of alleged 48 terror sponsors, including Boko Haram leader, freed by the federal government. Now, these are the conversations this morning, and we will like for you to come along with us as we delve into these conversations. Welcome aboard.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Jane Ogoye.
All right, then. Well, let's delve into some other conversations now. Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has announced that she's now a 3-time Guinness World Record holder, following confirmation that her September 2025 feat also earned her the title for the largest serving of rice overall. You do recall that in September she, cooked Nigeria-styled jollof rice, the biggest ever. Well, Bassi already broken that record, the world record for the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice in September 2025, and then she also made some revelations there. Well, the Guinness World Record team informed Bassi through an email from Andrew Fanning, head of client partnering records creative team, that her attempt at the largest serving of Nigerian style jollof rice had simultaneously broken another record. Now, this marked her Guinness World Record, coming more than 2 years after she first set a record in May 2023 for completing a 93-hour, 11-minute cooking marathon, which made her Nigeria's first chef to hold multiple Guinness World Records. Well, big congratulations to Hilda Bassi, her kinsman right here with us. We'll want to celebrate with her as well, like we all are celebrating
with her. Jane.
King's women,
actually.
King's women, not King's women.
King's woman.
Okay, King's woman or King's women because you are not
okay,
alone.
yes, that's true. That's true.
So big congratulations to Hilda, and you know it's good to see young Nigerians do things that we objective to trying to show off endowments or anything. She's focused on abilities, which of course should be commended. So thumbs up, double thumbs up, triple thumbs up to Hilda Bassey.
Yeah, I think that's her feat is one of the hallmarks of what makes you a complete woman. Not just beautiful, not just curvy, but brains. That's what makes you ultimately a role model. And just like you said, in a time and age, off air, we're speaking about how women have objectified themselves, sexualized themselves. So this is a breath of fresh air. And ultimately, it's also a pointer to the fact that our creative economy, has huge potentials that the Ministry of Creative Economy, Tourism and Co. can, tap in. And also some cheering news away from all the banditry, or the negative portrayal of our country.
It's a breath of fresh air.
It's a breath of fresh air, that's the word. And I think it's commendable.
It's really a breath of fresh air. I'm talking about the feat, recent feat achieved by Hilda Bassey. It's instructive that, well, as a people, we love food, we love rice and all of that. You recall that when she made the feat of the largest serving jollof rice sometime, last year, was it last year? Okay, but the first time she won that Guinness World Record, and people, very big pot of rice, and people went and celebrated with her. And it was at that time, I think it coincided with the time that our Senate president told us to any place we see free food, we should go and eat, So this was one of the, that was one of the moments, that was one of the moments that people had to, enjoy free food from Hilda Bassey. It's like Jay said, what of do, not just womenhood or humanity itself, and sexualized. It's not a men. We also see men do. It's a call for people to, to remain focused. If you hear that Bassey can also do it. We had one in Ekiti State who wanted not the infamous chef.
She wasn't infamous.
No. He's not. It was a that said
produce in Lagos.
Yes, he could do.
They said it was a prank.
What kind of prank? Okay, she said it was a prank. And after the authorities came after her.
Yes, and then that Lagos State government also made her a brand ambassador for, I think, anti-tobacco.
Yes.
You remember, it was also very controversial as well.
Very controversial. We thrive in controversy, we thrive in chaos. She's not the only ambassador. We saw another ambassador, Kwam 1.
Yeah,
was an ambassador. What Kwam 2 was Kwam 2 get any ambassador?
No, she did not.
No, she did not.
Where is she, by the way?
I should be.
She's another King's woman.
Why is spotlighting her?
But I think ultimately this feat is also a wake-up call to our government to also ensure that institutions that would ensure that people, talent such as hers, can be, supported, harnessed, so that we can have more people, that creative, we need very enabling environments for people like her to thrive.
Unfortunately, we harness our creativity in the service of madness. You see, very... it becomes so disingenuous, When we look at something that is working perfectly, you see people try to turn it the other way. Like I told a story one day. Let me just repeat that story. Okay. We saw one professor of engineering that came back at and people wonder what is happening. But yeah, them Nigeria. We have a couple of women doing very well. musicians, creativity. And talking about that, Funke Akindele had this thing hit 2 billion naira.
Yeah.
The first,
Movie.
Yeah, movie. The first Nigerian movie to hit 2 billion naira piece. I mean, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed.
Anyway, let's move away from that. The federal government has officially set in motion a transformative plan to abolish the long-standing dichotomy between higher national diploma, HND holders, and bachelor's degree holders. Well, this is not, I think I've heard this like about 15, 20 times or more. There's always the last time. There's always the last time. Well, in a major move to bridge the gap in Nigeria's education sector, the government announced that polytechnics will now be empowered to award degrees, a shift aimed at ending years of professional discrimination against technical graduates. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausar, made this landmark disclosure in Abuja on Wednesday during a high-level retreat for council chairmen, rectors, and education stakeholders, where Dr. Alausar described the policy shift as a strategic move to elevate polytechnics into centers of excellence, ensuring that they are no longer viewed as secondary to universities, but as equal partners in national development. According to the minister, this reform is not just about changing certificates, but about repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. I think the minister simply contradicted himself when he said it's not about changing certificate, but repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. When polytechnic education was set up in Nigeria, the idea was to grow technical mid-level manpower for industrial growth. That is essentially what it was meant to be. They were not supposed to be ordinarily, trained for managerial positions. Not that they wouldn't get into management at some level, but it was to fill a gap. There was a vacuum at that time in technical know-how in industries across the country. So that was why it was set up. It wasn't set up, it was supposed to be a practical thing, away from degree awarding institutions that theorize and a lot of that. But then we have seen over the time, because of this lack of opportunities for advancement in the public sector, people started agitating. Oh, I graduate, I even do 5 years, in the polytechnic, 2 years, I do OND, I do another 1 year for industrial training, I do another 2 years for HND, that makes it 5 years. Then I do youth service. Now you see somebody that ran to university, did a 4-year program, went to do youth service, and both of you are employed at the same time and the same level. At a point, they say, oh, sorry, because you have HND, you cannot become a director, you cannot become a permanent secretary. That was where that dichotomy started. So, and over time, they have been trying to bridge that gap. Now, in trying to bridge that gap, I think what the government has done is to lose the essence of the introduction of polytechnic education in Nigeria. And so they are trying to make amends now, unfortunately, in the wrong direction. Look at what the minister said. The minister said it's not about changing certificates, but about repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. But you now go to polytechnics and say they can award degrees. How about the curriculum? Does it change? Did it change or what? We are still bereft of that technical knowledge. We always make instances of if you have to tile your house, if you have to do their plumbing work and all of that. You see people that are from neighboring countries come to do that because what they acquire technical education at the secondary level. Yes. And they are very well skilled, So what we need to do is to upskill. I don't have a problem with this. I also have people that after the HND, they went to university to upgrade to a degree level. So if that dichotomy, I've not seen the policy document, you understand, but I am thinking that from the minister's statement, there might be lapses, there might be gaps, which we need to work on to ensure that we don't lose that essence of introducing technical education in our system for industrial growth, basically.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, you've said a lot already. Just to add, just to add, I think this idea that if you don't have a university degree, you can't go beyond a certain level. It's discouraging for those who had to go to polytechnics and the rest. I think that should be taken off entirely. That should be taken off. And if you want to provide a level playing field, then provide a level playing field. Let everybody rise accordingly. I know in the civil service, I know a few people who have been stuck at a certain level for years. Now, all they are waiting for is retirement, and they're not even close to retirement. They're just stuck because of what they came into service with, the degree they came into service with, having a polytechnic degree as against a university degree. And those that have a university degree, BSc and the rest of them, have gone higher. Now, it doesn't mean that they know more on the job than these other guys, but because of what is permissible, so they are just stuck. Now, it's even worse in situations where those beneath them are also stuck, because now, if one person doesn't leave a position, they will tell you there's no space to promote the other person. So we are beginning to, and then people are beginning to leave service because they can't go higher. They are stuck. So they are leaving service. So if we want, I mean, there's a lot for government to do in this regard. Remove the barriers. These things are man-made. Take away the barriers entirely and let everyone be productive. Let productivity speak for the
let me disagree slightly with you. You know, those barriers will always be there. And what you have just explained is what we call, in development economics, we call it structural inequalities. They always exist in life. You know, and when you talk about creating level playing field, the level playing field starts from when you write JAMB. I apply to a university, you apply to a polytechnic. But we had equal playing field, and I chose to go to university. Someone else chose to go to polytechnic. Now, the models are not the same thing, you know, and you choose, it's like people went to study accounting, and when you become the Auditor General of the Federation, I get worried. Why should I get worried? There was accounting when I wrote JAMB, but I didn't apply for it. And I studied journalism, probably, and when I become Minister of Information, and someone says, why should I make him Minister of Information? Why not me? You know, so those inequalities, structural, always exist in life. But I understand what Moses is saying. The government can remove these barriers one way or the other. I think that is what they are trying to do. But as hard as they try, I'm very sure it will still be there. It will still be there. We'll come back to talk about these things.
And we know that in saner climes, technical skills are drivers of economy.
Of course they
But in Nigeria, we are a very paper-driven society. We focus so much on your degree, your paper, and less the qualification, and less on your technical skills. And for the longest time, we also have this misconception about people who graduates of polytechnics. We look down on them such that they can't even, play equally. There's no level playing ground for them in the workspace, because HND stay one place, degree stay one place, and also the quality of their graduates is also an issue. Let's also talk about that. Then we are talking about this trying to make the HND almost equal to the degrees. But how about the reform of the whole system? The equipment, the skills. If you go to the Abatech, have you been there lately?
No.
You will weep. You will weep, and just like you said,
yes,
and just like you said, that the original intent of setting up these polytechnics has been lost.
Abatech has been upgraded, right?
It hasn't.
No, I think it's been upgraded.
No, it hasn't.
University status.
Okay, well, on paper, but you need to go there to see the level.
In terms of
yes,
in terms of infrastructure.
Yes, it's very delicate.
Well, Jen, if you have a problem with misconception because of the word miss there, you can use Mr. Conception, so that at least we know that where we are at. We are talking about level playing field.
Yes.
Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another interesting story. I think we still have time to do that. Chime into it briefly. Police operatives attached to the Abia State Command of the Nigeria Police Force have arrested a 47-year-old man identified as Chukwuemeka Nwobilo for allegedly conducting an illegal voters registration exercise on behalf of politicians in the state. Here we go again. Now, Nwobilo was apprehended at a football field also described as the Mbosi Mini Stadium in Mbosi Community, Isialangwa, not local government area of Abia State, while in possession of a voters registration machine, seriously, belonging to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Well, the INEC registration device recovered from the suspect was officially assigned for voters registration activities in Isialangwa, South local government area. Unconfirmed reports further allege that Nwobilo is an INEC staff member attached to the Isialangwa South local government area and was working in collaboration with yet to be identified politicians from Isialangwa North and South Federal Constituency, allegedly to manipulate the voter registration process ahead of future elections. He was apprehended by police personnel from the Criminal Investigation Department, CID, Isialangwa North Division, working in conjunction with the divisional police officer and the mayor of Isialangwa North local government area. 2027 is loading. That is it. Now, this is an INEC staff, but we are told by this report that they are yet to find out the politician that he is working with or that he is purportedly or purportedly sent him to do that. This is an INEC staff, and he has a registration machine.
How did he get?
No, he's an INEC staff, so he has access.
But you need to sign. I mean, if you don't take those things out of the office.
You don't.
Yes.
So that is what we should find out. So they should stop. Police should stop telling us that they are working to find out, people that are working with him. It should be a very simple thing. Young man, make a statement. Who are you working with? So it looks like they are trying to shield some very highly placed people. These things are not ordinary. It's like when they say, what do they call it now? Oil bunkering. Oil bunkering is not for you and I now. It's for the big boys. But we never get to hear people behind it. And I hope that we can get to the root of this matter. This is not an isolated case. We also hear that some parties are doing their own internal registration. And they are asking for people's
voters card
and NIN, so that
in fact, there was
go ahead.
There was one I saw yesterday when I stepped out of the office. There was one in a bus, the little buses with speakers, and he was making an announcement. Indigo in APC Oshodi, come and register, and the rest. And I asked, why you basically differentiating members? Why are you having Indigo in APC Oshodi?
No, it's very common. Oh, you've not heard about it?
To what end, really?
Well, to enfranchise or disenfranchise some people, a group of people. Let me give you one story. I'm happy that you brought this up. Now, a staff of this organization, went to do his INEC registration, to voter registration card, and when he got there, they asked him his name. He mentioned his name. He happens to be, he is no Yoruba. As a matter of fact, he's Igbo. So they said, oh, sorry, we don't have materials and all of that. So, but he said that there was some kind of foul play, and he said, I'm the chairman of that is how do they call this? Non-indigenous. I'm the chairman of non-indigenous office of I'm ward of the local government. They said, okay, no problem, come, and they registered him in APC. They registered him. So we see these things. They want to, it's an indirect way of disenfranchising some people. If you can't register here, then you go home and register. And where is home? Home is where you live.
Oh, well, that's pretty much how far we can go with those stories. Now, let's look at headlines now, newspaper headlines. I have Daily Independence, the window headlines here. ADC condemns planned release of 70 bandits from prison. Alausa hints on scrapping HND for polytechnics to award degrees. But we commented on that already. And then the big story, Kaduna Church abduction. Obi Atiku, can PDP query denials, urgent action. Berate police LG chair, say it is shameful to obscure truth. Wants FG to be proactive over bandit attacks, citizens' safety. And then LP crisis. Court orders INEC to recognize Nanadi Usman-led EXCO. EFCC returns 1.28 billion naira recovered from Sujimoto to Enugu government. Awujale stool. Ogun government halts selection process. Again, DSS wades in. Malami accuses DSS of denying him access to family legal team. There you go. Nigeria's 2026 aviation budget sparks duplication debate. And the bottom strip, one-party system can't work in Nigeria, says Professor Gambari. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent.
And on the front page of this day, the big story is still insecurity. Can initial police denial of worshippers' abduction troubling?
The writers to that one?
Yes, the writers.
Demands responsibility, sensitivity, insecurity commission. Sani visits, promises safe return of victims. Atiku laments audacity of bandits. Government, police denial shameful, declares PDP.
We also have Tuga to investors. Do not write off Nigeria based on isolated security concerns. Glencoe, AFC, Mauritius Bank, Fidelity, sue First Bank trustees and receiver Abubakar Salu Gambari, allege unlawful attempts to hijack Nekonde Nest Oil-linked OML 42 assets. And on the front page of The Guardian, LP leadership verdict. alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. Khan demands rescue of Kaduna worshippers as police confirm abduction. WEF, Trump swaps consensus for hard power rhetoric as federal government showcases reforms. Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa's diesel imports from India. AU, Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu sponsors for successful 9th edition. Atiku, PDP faults federal government police over kidnap of 163 worshippers in Kaduna. US plans options to protect Christians in Nigeria soon. And FCCPC moves against unregistered loan apps, revokes unconditional approvals.
Well, that's pretty how much we can take newspaper headlines this morning. We'll return at 10 o'clock for extended review. Now, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the major topic of discussion. Abure faction blows hot, vows to appeal court decision of Femi Nenadi Usman Caretaker Committee as rightful Labour Party leadership. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, the leadership crisis rocking the Labour Party deepened on Wednesday as the national chairman, Julius Abure, rejected the judgments of the Federal High Court in Abuja, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee loyal to Abia State Governor Alex Otti. Abure, through a statement issued in Abuja by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, vowed to challenge the ruling at the Court of Appeal, insisting that the judgment contradicted the April 2025 verdict of the Supreme Court on the party's leadership tussle. Well, that's not all. The Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Peter Lifu, had earlier held that Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed and consequently ordered INEC to recognize the caretaker committee headed by Senator Nenadi Usman, pending the conduct of the party's national convention. Reacting, the Abure-led National Working Committee said it would immediately appeal the decision, describing it as misinterpretation of the Supreme Court's judgment and an intrusion into internal affairs of the party. Meanwhile, Ken Asugwa, the senior special advisor on media matters to Senator Nenadi Usman, has revealed that she is constituting a National Reconciliation Committee immediately to address the issues within the party. Now, in his words, Senator Nenadi Usman understands that a Labour Party that is split and lacks cohesion cannot win the 2027 elections. Oh well. Well, how fast will that be rectified? We'll wait to see. Well, we do have joining us in the studio, Dele Fanimo, who is a veteran reporter and a public affairs commentator. Also, Mazi Amobi Iheburu, who is a public affairs commentator joins us as well in the studio. And from our Benin station, we have Williams Ejiaye. He would also be joining the conversation this morning. Let me start off with Mazi Amobi. Good morning to you, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Here we are, back on the table, talking about Labour Party, and it's the crisis that have rocked Labour Party from 2023, right after the elections, up until now. But even at the time we felt, oh, this has been put to rest, it's resurfacing. What are your first thoughts when you saw this story make it to the dailies again? Nenadi Usman, Abure. Initially, it was Abure and Apapa faction of the Labour Party. Now it's Nenadi Usman and Abure going at it one more time.
Thank you very much. Labour Party, before 2022, Labour Party was nowhere. It was a political party, but cannot hold her own in the political space until P2B joined and gave it the strength and life that Labour Party is enjoying today. Shortly after the election, 2003 election, Labour Party decided on their own to entrench crisis. And what has happened now is that Labour Party is fragmented and may not be able to form a credible opposition in 2027. It is unfortunate, it is regrettable. But however, the Supreme Court made that decision, I think in April or May 2025, that the Nanade Usman-led executive is the authentic one, but added something that it is purely a political party affair, to determine who governs them and all that. And that is what Julius Abure is running with. Yesterday's declaration, to my mind, because Nanade went to a federal high court to seek interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment. And the judgment of yesterday was very apt that once the Supreme Court has spoken, it is Nick Demetrius for everyone.
So basically, it's a party affair.
They said it's a party affair. So Abure has indicated interest to go on appeal and all that. So the thing will continue to go on. My mind whips for members of a Labour Party. I think at this point, Abure should let go so that Labour Party can stand on their feet and begin to play the opposition politics.
All right, so asking Abure to let go, Mr. Fanimo, here we are, Abure and a candidate, a running mate to P2B in 2023 are standing on one side. That's Dati Baba Ahmed. They're standing on one side as, Dati Baba Ahmed is, has aligned with the Abure faction of the Labour Party. And the governor, the only governor in the Labour Party, Alex Oti, is, with the Nenadi Usman faction. Will we ever have these different factions come together? Nenadi Usman seems to be talking about unifying the party. Do you see that happening in the build-up to 2027?
Let me start with this analogy. In the Caribbean, when they want to catch a monkey, what they do is, the gods that will put palm wine here, they will perforate it and then put banana inside. The entrance to getting to that banana is narrow. So the monkey will dip his hand like this, but as soon as he gets hold of the banana, he clenches his fist. To take it out becomes a struggle. So it will continue to struggle and struggle and struggle until the hunter comes around and just take it alive. That is what is happening to Labour Party. Labour Party is driven by greed. Abure will not want to let go. And the highest political authority at any particular point in time
owns the political party. That's the structure that is going on now. Unlike in the days of UPN, NPN, where the party is the supreme power. But right now, and as we speak, after the exit of P2B from Labour Party, the only person, the highest authority is Alex Oti, as we speak. He technically owns that party. It may not be written, but it's a convention. Just like the president owns the ruling party. Now, what does Abure want? He had trouble with Apapa. Now, he tried to consolidate. In the process of trying to consolidate, he fragmented that political party. He went to several courts, from federal to appeal to supreme. At the end of the day, they took it back to the political party. And his tenure expired in 2024. Now, what exactly does he want? If he wants the good of that political party, if he's not an agent of an external factor that is bent on destroying the political party, then he should let go at this time if they want to take anything out of. Otherwise, if that party continues on this trajectory, I can assure you the party may not even have the muscle to field the presidential candidate in the next election. And if that party fails to field the presidential candidate in the next election, it will go back to that ICU bed until somebody just look its way and say, let me pick it again, maybe for its value. That is where that party is headed. And the game of Baba Ahmed and Nenadi and Oti is still the larger game of what is happening in that political party. Nenadi Usman wants to hold on to that party at all costs. Baba Ahmed is, I've always said it, is one of the also ran. You know, I made an analogy of three sets of politicians. There is also ran, there is for negotiation, and for real. So Baba Ahmed falls in the category of also ran. It will make some noise for negotiation. So, head or tail, that party is likely to go under if it continues on this trajectory. Because the appeal court will be delayed. The appeal court judgment will be delayed till around maybe June, July. And they will proceed to the Supreme Court. By the time they are coming out of the Supreme Court, anybody that holds the political party card and is given a ticket to run election is as good as going back to his village.
All right, then let's go to Benin where we have Williams and Jaya. Williams, I know you're not wary talking about the Labour Party because, I mean, if we look at the situation, the way politics is being played right now, the Labour Party is there. It's what one of my colleagues here will call turmoil. And then we also have ADC. I say ADC doesn't have structure. So, if Labour Party is unable to present a candidate for 2027, PDP also has been beaten and battered to the point where he may also not be able to present a candidate in 2027. And ADC is being taken to court for not having a structure, having ample number of representatives across board. Now, and then we have other parties where, we have the SDP, a few of them also have their own issues. What do we see happening in 2027? What would be your political assessment?
Yes, either ways, the various parties just have to be very smart. ADC on the other side, and they are still battling of who they'll probably give the tickets. I know a lot of people are expecting that Peter Obi should get the ticket, and the other people are expecting trying to root for Atiku Abubakar. But if anyone get the ticket, but preferably Peter Obi gets the ticket, then you expect Labour Party to file in to work for them, and that is additional structure to ADC. Well, the heavyweights that they are in ADC, I think that should not be a challenge to them. I think that is what they should be doing by now, trying to see how to make sure that they fix structures all over the country, because that was the same thing that Peter Obi suffered when he newly entered the Labour Party. And, that was one of the major issues presented in court by the APC then, that how are you sure that this evidence you are presenting are true when you don't have unit agents across the majority of the units in the state, in the country. So I think they would not want to face such situation, because you should learn from experience. That is a very good experience in face of the heavyweights who are in ADC. So the best thing to do, Peter Obi is the one with the greatest structure now compared to the obedient movement, Labour Party, and other. Remember, she said that she's ready to work with Peter Obi if they definitely get the tickets, that they will. In fact, they even gave him their blessings to move to ADC. Williams. So you see that politically is almost favoring Peter Obi eventually when he gets the ticket.
By she, you mean Nanadi Usman?
Nanadi Usman, yeah, sorry, Nanadi Usman.
All right, then, Nanadi Usman's faction and Dati Bola Ahmed, it's really confusing when you think about it. But let me come back to you now, Mazi Amobi Iheburu. Let's talk about the role of the court in all of this. Ambiguous judgments. Judgments that are not, clear.
Yeah, that clarity, is lacking in our judicial pronouncements. It is high time.
You think it's intentional?
Yes.
Do you think it's intentional?
I do not know, but it behoves on the judiciary to give a clear-cut, distinct pronouncement, so that it will not be open to different interpretations by any person. Because we have a penchant for trying to interpret things to suit our own understanding and all that. By that Supreme Court judgment, it gave Abure the leeway to go to court again or begin to challenge certain things. That was why Nenade Usman's faction went to court, to be able to have clarity. And the court of the Federal High Court, the judge of the Federal High Court has, in an unmistakable terms, said, that judgment holds water, as it were. So ordinarily, and as have said by Abure, they are going to appeal and all that. So it behoves on the judiciary. When they meet, Judicial Council, when they meet, they should talk about, because they were talking about interlocutory injunctions and all that and all that. They should also talk about clarity of pronouncements.
Okay, Omar, I'm happy that we got ourselves back to the issue of the court judgment and its interpretations. And talking about clarity, how will you determine this? Because I think in terms of clarity, some lawyers have said that the Supreme Court judgment was very clear on this matter. The Supreme Court had held that, look, that the courts have no role in determining who becomes the leader of a political party, in terms of the courts have those say, in the leadership. But they didn't take away the court's ability to decide on the process that led to that leadership. Absolutely. Now, you cannot conduct an illegal convention and say it's an internal affair of the party and expect that someone wouldn't go to court to challenge that process itself. So when we talk about the process and the issue of clarity, don't you think that there's some kind of political, I'm looking for a perfect word now, political, like interference in all of this, based on the fact that, look, politicians already understand that there is a clear judgment that says, look, if your tenure is expired, your tenure is expired. You cannot say because my tenure is expired, but because the courts cannot interfere in the internal affairs of a party, then I have to continue. Is it some kind of political manipulation?
You see, politicians at their best will always twist issues to suit their whims and caprices. That is what politicians do. Social and other us do not have watertight compartments like the pure sciences that we know. So when you begin to interpret social issues and all that, there may be sometimes overlap, which people can cash in on and begin to make interpretations to suit them. So what I'm saying in effect is that despite the fact that the court said it is purely internal affairs of the party, just like you rightly said, the processes that lead to it the court has authority subject it to the law. Okay. So I do not think that what I'm saying in effect is that in looking at all this and our penchant for interpretation to suit our whims and caprices, the court needs to, when they are pronouncing any judgment, they should be as clear and watertight as possible.
Okay, that's if they
so that it cannot be faulted anyway.
Before I come over to you, Dele Fanimo, Elder Maz, briefly. Now you said Abure should let go. Do you think that Abure will let go? I ask that in the light of the fact that Dele Fanimo talked about if Abure doesn't let go, he might be speaking to some form of working for an external factor.
It's not far-fetched.
Okay.
It's not far-fetched at all.
So if he's working for an external factor...
If he has the interest of Labour Party at heart, he should let go.
No, but you think...
And join forces with the Nenadi Usman's faction to build a more stronger and viable...
Okay, now my direct question is, if we are able to establish some basis, that, look, he could be working for an external factor, do you think that he will let go?
It is difficult.
Okay.
It is difficult because Abure has been in the saddle for quite some time. He was there when the presidential election was conducted and all that. You see, one thing with power is that once you test it, it is very difficult to let go because of the pep of office and what have you. So it becomes difficult for Abure, to let go, having been there for some time. But like we are saying, if the interests of Labour Party and the supporters of Labour Party is topmost in his priority, he should let go at this point.
Okay.
Because I do not think when this thing gets to the Supreme Court again, that the Supreme Court will reverse herself. It is difficult for Supreme Court to reverse herself in this.
Yes, except
it
the
cannot.
Case comes up by,
yes, but what
the Supreme Court brings up the case on their own.
It will do is the nuisance value that he has created, because Labour Party, just like Dele said, will not be able to field candidates, not even at the presidential level alone, but at other levels.
Well, Mazi, there's something you said that once one tests power, it's difficult to leave. It's not only power, there are other things in life. The moment you test them, you can't let go.
What are they?
I don't know. Now, Mr. Dele Fanimo, see, Moses said something. My mind didn't go there, but Moses brought my mind to that. Talking about the problem between Lamidi Apapa and Julius Abure. Last week, Lamidi Apapa ported to the ADC. Now, let's begin to connect the dots. If Abure is working or is purportedly, allegedly working for external factors. And I recall that this same Lamidi Apapa was the person that went to the Supreme Court to say, look, Labour Party did not file any suit against Tinubu and, after the 2023 general election. Now we see Apapa port to the ADC, African Democratic Congress. When you got that information, how did it hit you?
Well, it's not strange to me, and it's not unexpected. An average politician is either an eel or electric fish. The eel is so slippery you can't hold it. And then if it's not that slippery, it will be electric fish that can shock you at any time. Put an average politician in either of these two, it will fit snugly. Apapa had his own agenda, different from grooming that political party. Don't forget that Apapa transformed from being a Labour leader to be the chairman of Labour Party. He was NLC state chairman in Oyo State at some point, and then graduated to. So as at that time, it was a new fight in political space, in the political space. So how could that kind of person hold a political party firmly? So what Apapa came to do in that political party is to hold forth for the Nigerian Labour Congress. And political party is different from Labour as a trade union, a trade center. So there was no way Apapa could hold that political party firmly the way he should have. But all these things didn't manifest because Labour Party was still in comatose.
Okay.
But as soon as Peter Obi came, it became too large, too heavy for anybody that does not understand politics to hold on to the chairmanship of a party that a big fish came to swim in a small river.
Okay.
You must, as a chairman of that political party, beyond the obedient movement that was assumed into the Labour Party, all you needed to do as the chairman of that party was to grow that party bigger than obedient.
Okay, now directly to the Apapa statement, Apapa issue, Apapa question. Now, do you think that we have laid a premise?
Yes.
About the Labour Party.
Yes.
They started having problems with Julius Abure.
Yes.
Now, Labour Party is apart. He has moved to the APC, to the ADC, I beg your pardon. Now, we are looking at possibilities of him, going there to, as a rob the boat or something in favor of a particular set of. Is there any likelihood?
Apapa does not hold any muscle to rock for that political party.
Okay.
It will be subsumed.
Okay.
In no time.
But the party can't stop him from coming in.
There's no particular party that will stop you, even if you're an armed robber.
Okay.
They will bring you in because it's a game of number. You can't despise somebody as bad as Apapa is. There's no way we will not bring 2 or 3 people to ADC. Okay. And it's an addition to the existing number.
Okay, so it has value even if it is Nizan.
Maybe.
Okay.
You said it.
Okay. I just want to, let's play the devil's advocate here for a bit. You know that the infightings in the LP has gone on for so long and the elections are just barely 14 months away. Do you think that the LP may pitch to Peter Obi to come be their flag bearer? And do you think this is something he may consider should he lose the ADC tickets?
Number one, it is very clear that Atiku will not let that ticket slip by. Yeah. But Peter Obi wouldn't make a mistake of going back to a fragmented political party. The best approach to it is there are over 10 parties in the ICU clinic. The same way he went to pick Labour Party. In fact, there was a time that a political, I don't know if the man is still alive now, in Edo State, registered 5 political parties. And so if you come, he will just give you one. So if those ones are still there, if Peter Obi wants to start on a clean slate without any court problem, ADC is also sitting on the keg of gunpowder as we speak. ADC may not field the presidential candidate in this next election. They just propped up that fire a little and covered it. When it is time, it will conflagrate and it will explode. ADC may not field the presidential candidate in the next election. So, and Peter Obi, having gone through all this process.
Tell us more about the fire. Don't just drop that and move on. Tell us more about that.
The fire is simple. The Aborigines, I use the word Aborigines of ADC, they are fighting. They want to go to court. Don't you know that somewhere somebody will prop them up to file a suit, and by the time judgment is given on that suit, it may be too late for anybody to file.
I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Let me bring Maz into this conversation. Maz, why is it difficult? We're having problems. Okay, Peter Obi is having problems. Peter Obi, that's him. Baba Ahmed. There's problem in the LP. Now, there seems to be problem or there will be problem in ADC based on what the lady just said. Now, if you go back to PDP, there's a problem. And we have people who are shopping. Peter Obi is shopping. you know, which political party? Labour Party, ADC. Atiku has been shopping. At some point, they went to SDP. You know, there was fire there, and they ran away, and now came back to ADC. Now, there might be some kind of fire under the feet in the future, like Dele said. Why is it difficult for these people to say, okay, brand new political party, let's register it, one that is devoid of any encumbrances and all of that? Why is it difficult for them to think in that direction? If you are able, can you open a little window, you know, into their minds? Let us see. Why is it difficult for them to?
Me, myself, and I.
Okay.
In quotes, that is the problem of political parties. Me, myself, and I. You cannot tell an Atiku. It will take the grace of God for an Atiku Abubakar not to run for the primaries for ADC. It will take the grace of God. Until he does that, then the permutations we are making here will hold sway. Unless Atiku jettisons his presidential ambition, that is the only way ADC can hold on to their own. You cannot say level playing ground, field, let every person contest, No one contests with Atiku in primaries.
Okay, man, because of time now, to be very direct, why is it difficult for somebody like P2B to say, okay, register a fresh political party?
It is difficult. They tried it with Ada. You know the Ada saga? ADA. They tried it with Ada. It didn't work. They felt... Yes, they felt, going through that route will cause some problems and all that. So they went into ADC and all, So... I saw Kachuku the other day, 2 weeks ago. He was still, speaking fire and brimstone, treating fire and brimstone that, some people like Dele said, the Aborigines are still, on and all that. So it is difficult. And, when you now look at it from a better view, you now find out that it is to the credit of the APC.
Now,
all these things that are happening.
My direct question, I want us to interrogate that adjective. Is it an adjective or what? Difficult, or that verb difficult. Why is it difficult? Is it because the government in power will not allow a new political party in the name of these people?
You saw what happened in FCT.
Because we see people like...
2 days ago, the FCT court said they should allow ADC to, fill in candidates for the municipal elections in Federal Capital Territory. You understand what I'm saying? So all these things are happening. You see, the APC in the Nigerian context cannot see herself idly by and watch political parties being registered or becoming stronger.
Okay.
Because the more stronger they are, the less the APC has the opportunity to come back in 2020.
Okay, let's go to Benin City and get a feel of what is going on with a member of the Obedient Movement. He's a state-level director of the Obedient Movement. Mr. Williams Edai. Somebody raised an issue here. My colleague here, Jen, raised an issue. What is the possibility of Peter Obi going back to the Labour Party if the issues in Labour Party are settled? As a member of the Obedient Movement, are you people thinking in that direction? Oh, if we're able to solve this problem, we may just maybe bring back Peter Obi to the Labour Party. Is there a possibility that we could see something like that in the near future, in the coming days, months, or whatever? I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, beautiful, I can.
Yes, I think that decision solely rests on the same man, Peter Obi, because you say after court pronounced Nana Usman as the rightful chairman, she said that he's with their blessings that was of him coming back. He said, okay, fine. They don't know about that, but the decision solely rests on the man. And if he's coming back, how well would he have that opportunity again to get that everything settled? Remember, I once said in my introduction that he need collaborations. There's this every weeks now in the Labour Party. The same thing, how well have they traveled to completing their structures all over the country? That's another issue. This issue of traveling around the country some time ago, I thought he was even trying to build in more structures all over, but we discovered that no, it wasn't so. It just made on consultation basis. Then having ADC and a Labour Party, there's nothing bad if they should allow him get the ticket. Then it's always a balance, because now Labour Party, they've traveled to some extent, getting a unit agent and all that. I think that at least in Edo State, I can confidently tell you that yes, they are all complete in Edo State, structures-wise, everything. Then to ADC, they also must have also gotten to a large extent in different states. Then compare these two parts together, and I also said the heavyweight that are also there. You can also put in channeling resources, making sure that they empower man. And then also, beyond that beautiful thing, having the obedient movement who are or have officially declared their support for ADC. Now, that's another interesting part of it. You know, the Labour obedient movement are very, very organic in nature, and there are people, youth, who are very zealous to make sure that they bring a change in the Nigerian politics. You know that they all want backing and supporting Peter Obi. And then imagine that's very heavy structure back in ADC. That is one thing that they should not joke with. You have those kind of people with you, and then you give Peter Obi the ticket. It's going to be definitely a very, very beautiful thing for them to seize power from the APC. And I can assure you of that, because you cannot have such opportunity and you say you want to throw it away. Now, somebody said, one of the speakers said in the studio that yes, it will be very, very, very impossible for Atiku to ditch his own presidential ambition to make sure that he supports Peter Obi. Yes, that's another thing that is there. But he must also realize that if we get to compare structure for structure, political weights, another, both of them, they have their own different peculiarity. I'm a political scientist. I will tell you that, okay, fine. In terms of commanding heavyweights, I think Atiku will have that. But commanding the structure, the people, down to the grassroots, Peter Obi has that. So they need to sit down and look for how to come to a compromise and say, okay, let me nominate a vice. That should be up to him. And then allow Peter Obi to get the ticket of the ADC. To be very beautiful and a very nice thing for the ADC. I can assure you about that.
All right, thank you very much, William. Now, it would be a good time to move away from this conversation. We've talked about, we've been talking about APC, ADC, Labour Party. Now let's talk about PDP. Northern PDP chairman endorsed presidential candidate for 2027 elections. What's in this story? Let's dissect it when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and
Thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, the chairman from the North Central states, have thrown their weight behind a former presidential candidate, Dr. Benga Hashim, for the 2027 election. Well, the party leaders met on Wednesday in Lafayette, the Nasarawa state capital, under the urges of the North Central PDP Chairman's Forum. During the high-level session, they described Dr. Hashim as a bridge builder and a unifying force whose leadership is essential for protecting the country's multi-party democracy and restoring the party's lost glory. In a communique released at the end of the deliberations, the chairman placed their unalloyed support for Dr. Hashim, citing his track record of intervening in party affairs both within the zone and across Nigeria. Alhaji Adamu Bako Ningi, the Nasarawa State PDP chairman and spokesperson for the forum, explained that the decision was rooted in Dr. Hashim's consistent loyalty. While he noted that the aspirant support has been instrumental in keeping state chapters functional, particularly in funding statutory meetings and ensuring administrative compliance with the party's constitution. The forum further emphasized their resolve by stating they will stand by him, come rain, come shine, as he sticks to lead a national transformation. The meeting was well attended by key state party bosses and stakeholders. We still have our gentlemen here in the studio with us, Mr. Dele Fanemo and Mazi Amobi Hiebro, and virtually from our Benin outstation by Mr. Williams Edai. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Mr. Fanemo, let me come to you. The day before yesterday, the Turaki-led NWC of the PDP visited Goodluck Jonathan in Abuja and Namadi Sambo in Abuja too. And they said, look, we have decided to zone our PDP ticket to the south. Sambo pledged support. I'm still a member of the PDP. You have my support anytime. The following day, we see a group of people adopt someone from the North Central. What does that speak to? Does it speak to the fact that, oh, Turaki, you are not in a position to speak for us? Or, well, we don't have a consensus. Let us go to the field. Let us go, like we've been talking about, level playing field, all this while in this morning. So what will it be for you? Does it speak to some kind of, you know, the deepening of the problem in the PDP or what?
It's simply Australian. Let me prop up this and see how I can fly a kite to know the direction of the party. Don't forget that zoning is not a written agreement in PDP.
Absolutely. No, it is. It is.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm not aware of that.
In the PDP constitution, it is explicitly.
South, north?
North, south. And at the state level, it must rotate between the three zones.
The three zones, okay. Now, if that be the case, there have been some violations in the past. What was the penalty for such infraction? It means those who obeyed that written law in breach never got punished for it. So it's as good as not existing as we speak. So, but Hashim in the political space, particularly in PDP, is not that kind of person you want to push that you consider as somebody who can win an election at the national level. So it may end up being a placeholder for somebody that we don't know yet. Because somebody of Jonathan's stature, somebody of Namadi Sambo stature, who will know that Hashim cannot take them to the promised land.
Okay, so apparently like you said, they are testing the water.
They're just testing the water.
Maz, I'd like for us to interrogate further the issue of this zoning. You recall that at some point, one of the Mwike gave conditions, you know, to say, look, if you want us to make peace in the PDP, these are the conditions. And in one of those, there were 6 conditions. And in one of those conditions, they refer to their constitution and say, according to the letters of our constitution, we have decided to zone the presidency to the south. And that we must maintain. Now, number 6 of that, those demands was that, look, we will not do anything like micro-zoning. What he was trying to say is that, though we have decided to zone the ticket to the south, but when we come to the south, it should be open. Isn't that some form of contradiction and speaks to, you know, the dilemma in the PDP? Oh, yes, we agree to zone it, but at the zonal level, we are not going to micro-zone. What is that supposed to mean?
At the zonal level, the thing may not be written. It becomes easier for politicians to do what they know best how to do. You understand what I'm saying? If you micro-zone, it becomes easier it becomes easier. So I think the framers of that PDP constitution are they don't mean well, because if the thing comes to the southwest in the first instance, and then the other time it comes to the south, you now see another southwesterner, taking it up and all that. It's not fair to the other ones. So what is that if you want to make law, make it to be equitable. You understand? If the one zone in the south picks it, next time it comes to the south, another zone picks it and all that. In that case, you have equity. People can hold on, people can wait, and there will be stability, hoping that the next time it comes, it's going to be ours and all that. So PDP has done well by setting the agenda. It is for the south. Now, it behoves on northern politicians to also begin to accept that as reality of PDP. If they do, that is thumbs up for them. People will look at them as, a party that means well for this country. Now, the political stature of, Ashiru becomes questionable because is he a political heavyweight in the South and all that? So how can they now, pick, as it were? What about other politicians that may have interest in propping themselves up for the presidential position and all that? So it becomes a dilemma and all that. However, is PDP going to produce a presidential candidate? I'm still to be convinced. Based on current happenings, would they be capable of giving Nigerians a presidential candidate in 2027? That is still open to qualifications for me.
All right, William Jajaye. When you saw this story, I mean, as a political analyst, commentator, scientist that you are, when you saw this story, what came to mind? Let's just have, your broad view on this one.
Yes, the issue is very, very disturbing. I heard the zoning issue there. It was because of this zoning issue that PDP, they are facing this critical condition that they have now from the wiki aspects and all that. And then the 2027 presidential election is going to be very, 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 very tight. Where you see different candidates springing up. Labour Party, remember, what was this man named, the vice presidential candidate to Peter Obi? He's there, also trying to see how he can get the ticket from Labour Party. That's Bola Ahmed. And then there are PDP who did not move with the Atiku faction. We're trying to see how to hold Jonathan to come up. And then here's another ADC trying to see, okay, out of the big wigs, who gets the tickets? And then there's PDP, APC, that is 4 already. And you see, these issues, the only people who are kind of very stable is the APC. And then, sorry to say, we may not discover that Wike will also come up again. We want to make sure that he finishes his work there at the PDP. But the major issue is that PDP, they need to realize that they should either move completely or they stay and support ADC, because if they will stay like this, they also spoil the chances for ADC, because you're also giving right for Atiku, giving right for Wike to also spring up and see how to make sure that he completes his battle that is there. So they need to realize that they should all come together to support the opposition that is kind of formidable now. So what's that? Okay, it's two waiting, because the moment the thing is spread abroad, also there is going to be very serious issue, because definitely you are going to split vote with the ADC, split vote with Labour Party, and then when these votes are all split up around these little ones and then the major giants, I will call the major faction, then there's problem, because you gather these votes and give it to this ADC and let it be two parts of the ruling party and the ADC. It's going to be very, very interesting that way, because I see no reason why because Mr. Okoro said which day here that they were trying to visit Goodluck, and then you are not doing another endorsement in one way or the other. It is conflicting and contradicting. It is not aligning, and that is not what PDP should be doing now. You should have focusing on one direction, or you're standing and say, okay, yes, this is what we are going to do, and then you face it. Because The other day, Jonathan went to visit David Mark, ADC. When he was there, I was thinking, okay, probably he wants to officially declare, and that would have been also another a good thing, because I'm trying to emphasize whereby there will be enough heavyweights in the ADC to see, because what we are currently facing in this country, we need a very, 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 very drastic turn, because you remember down the grassroots, a lot of things are going on. It's becoming so unbearable for Nigerian citizens to even come up with daily activities for issue. So let me not just go people with those kind of things. I just want to focus on the issue now.
Williams.
Yeah.
Turaki, the factional chairman of the PDP, yesterday said, our ticket is open to anybody in the South, including President Goodluck Jonathan. Now, they've been trying to shove Jonathan into the presidential context. Do you think, from your understanding of Nigerian politics, do you think that Jonathan might just accept that offer and run? What are your thoughts?
If he accepts the offer, it's going to be a very bad decision. I will tell you for fact. Because I see it will be very difficult. How is he going to use the already destroyed, battered structure of the PDP to win election? You remember there are big wins with Atiku from the PDP. So if he accepts that offer, it will be very difficult for him to win the election, because PDP as it is now, they are already very, 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 very destroyed. Even down to they are even like Labour Party, just a little bit different. The difference is that just the name PDP. If you compare to the level of structures in Edo State here, the same thing. They be reduced to nothing. So him accepting that ticket, it will be a very, very bad decision.
Mr. Dale, let's look at the personality of Goodluck Jonathan. Nigerians still love Goodluck Jonathan based on what is on ground. They are saying, "Oh, we miss the days of Goodluck Jonathan." And when he was leaving, he said, "Well, you people are going to miss me." And we are missing him. When Buhari was leaving, Buhari said, "You people are going to miss me." Now, if you factor that, let's look at the Jonathan as a rallying factor, as a mobilizing factor. If he decides to go back to the PDP and clinches the ticket, because of the love Nigerians have for him, what he did, in the 6 years in government, and what is going on now, do you think that he might just be able to sway the vote of Nigerians? Because Nigerians are missing those days. They are yearning to go back to those days. Is there a possibility that his personality, that there could be some kind of, pixie dust, some kind of magical one around Jonathan to restore Nigeria to its lost glory? Is there a possibility that Nigerians will travel in that direction?
Yes, personality issue is another thing, but winning election is a different game entirely, different issue entirely. Let's compare the same issue. Peter Obi was there with so much popularity, the name and all that, but the structure, the electoral system, a lot of things did not favor him. So when you are saying, okay, the personality of Goodluck Jonathan, fine, is good. But now let's do it critical analysis. In the South, is he going to get enough vote? Fine, he's going to get, but definitely will not get the two-third to win in the South. What about in the North? If Atiku eventually gets the ticket of the ADC, how is he going to win from the North? Fine, he's they love him enough in the North. He did a lot. In fact, from what has been going on, I see a lot of northern stakeholders trying to see if he can get the tickets. There was a gathering in the North. His picture was all over. His banner was all over in that gathering. But still, that is not enough to win election in Nigeria. Popularity is not enough. Popularity is good. If their popularity is enough to win election, they would have Peter Obi as the president of this country.
Williams, let me quickly take you on there. Just to ride on Mr. Okoro's questions. After the 2023 elections, PDP lost its position as Nigeria's leading opposition party. Also following the exit of Atiku and other bigwigs to the ADC and co. Don't you think that at this point, the PDP should be more concerned with endearing itself to Nigerians rather than all this politicking and trying to endorse people, especially at different zones of the country? Don't you think they should be thinking about endearing themselves back to the hearts of Nigerians, as it may?
That's a very beautiful approach. Then if you are trying to do it, then you must put an end to all issues in the party and see how you are going to bring. Okay, doing that, does it guarantee the return of the heavyweights who are there? Does it guarantee the return of the Atiku and his allies? Does that guarantee the return? Yes, it may. But on the other hand, I don't think it's enough to return them. But doing that is also probably is not for 2027. Because the damage that has already been done to PDP will take a long, just like the Labour Party, the damage has already been done with these two parties now. It will take a very long time for them to recover from it. The damage is so even down to the grassroots, and the damage is still occurring now. The possibility of Aburi going to court is also there. Now, Wike is already threatening that he's going to go to court. So you see, these issues is very, very dicey that you just have to follow it with ultimate wisdom. Make sure that all the issues that are there are resolved. As one of the speakers said, that the Nigerian judiciary also have a role to play in this, putting an end to court cases, especially political court cases. When you give a judgment, you give it so straightforward that there will not be any way for somebody to now go and start challenging. That thing, the same thing happened with the PDP. You know, they were all going to court. They go to this place, get injunction, go to this place, get judgment, go to Enugu, get judgment, go to Abuja. You know, one is already seated in Abuja, always countering the other ones from either Enugu or from Abia or whatever. So it is our time that the judiciary learn to put an end to case permanently. That's another issue. So all these factors surrounding political parties, major issues, when they try to fix this issue, they will not be having people going to court. Somebody is declared as a candidate, and then he's in court trying to see how he becomes a legitimate. And then eventually, when he gets to the major issue at the tribunal, they also visit that too. Okay. I think that to some extent, that's also affected Peter Obi to some extent. Okay. So on the final note here, don't you think that this recent endorsement would risk deepening the factions in the party, especially at a time when unity in parties is very crucial? But that what they did was not necessary at all. That was just political selfish interest. Political selfish interest, because I see no reason why they should do that. Now, PDP, they are trying to see how to put everything together. You're also going to another region to endorse a candidate. When I saw that, I was not saying, is this necessary? You are trying to fix the issues that are up already. You are also causing another damage. All right. And for that young man accepting to be whatever was declared as presidential candidate, whatever it is, I think he has already done himself a total wrong. Because I see no reason. I don't see anywhere where he's going to or what he's going to amount to. Because you are either consider, like I said earlier, you should either consider fixing the issues with the PDP so that they can stand strong, or you see how to support the people who are already there in the NDC. Well, thank you very much, William Sejaye. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's move on to another conversation now. Despite making promises to Nigeria's federal government yet to name terrorist financiers, retired Army General demands probe of alleged 48 terrorist sponsors, including Boko Haram leader, freed by the federal government. So let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You're still watching VOP this morning, and on to some insecurity matters. More than a month after the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communication, Daniel Bola, revealed that the federal government is preparing to disclose the identities of individuals and networks funding terrorism in Nigeria, citizens still question the timeline for this disclosure. during a television interview, insisted that the administration is taking far-reaching decisions on national security that will become evident to Nigerians soon. Meanwhile, as the conversation around insecurity continues, retired Army General Danjuma Hamisu Ali Kefi has called for a full probe into the release of 48 terrorism financing suspects, including an individual identified by foreign intelligence agencies as Boko Haram leader who were previously held in military custody. Ali Kefi was appointed in October 2020 by the late President Muhammadu Buhari to lead the covert operation service-wide OSW, tasked with investigating terrorism financiers and collaborators. OSW reportedly collaborated with about 33 countries, including the US, the UK, and the European Union, under the cover of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. In an exclusive interview with Ali Kefi, said the National Assembly has not taken up the matter due to an alleged compromise. In a previous interview, Ali Kefi alleged that a significant amount of the huge funds meant for counter-terrorism were shared amongst prominent military and government officials, including National Assembly members and others. The retired general also revealed that the NFIU under OSW traced huge sums of money intended for counter-terrorism being diverted through some arrested terrorism financing suspects who operated bureau de change as fronts. Still with us to discuss these topics and more, we have Mr. Fanimo and Mazi Amorbik. Mr. Fanimo, let me just take you on this. We have heard this countless times. People still say this, yet we are unable to name and shame these people. Why does it seem difficult for this to be achieved?
It will be difficult first. There's an hurdle that every politician, politically exposed people, had to cross. And in the process of crossing this hurdle, you know very well that a lot of us trading, a lot of negotiation, a lot of compromise would have to take place. So most of these people that are linked to terrorism financing have political stakes, and they have aces in their hands towards delivering electoral votes. So that's why they are being courteous, they are being circumspect. I mean, governments and government officials in going after these people. I'm sure by the time we clear the order of 2027, you'll see frenzy of activities going on around. But to what end are we doing this? Humanity is involved. Human lives are involved. For how long are we going to wait just because I want to become so and so, I want to win elections, and then you sacrifice not just few, hundreds, thousands of people, shed their blood, and you continue to move on. It's not going to continue like this forever. We need to take actions and be seen to taking actions that would stem this tide. If we kill 1,000 militants, terrorists today, there are over 10,000 that are willing to join because they have already been indoctrinated. The only way to stop this is to go to the heart of this, which is the financiers, the supporters, the enablers. If we don't go after them, then we are just sacrificing our soldiers in the forest.
If this expose is coming from a retired army general, do you think we still have a functioning security architecture in this country?
See, let me tell you, even those that are serving, I'm a bit close to some of them. They will tell you in hushed tones that if they are given that latitude, that operational freedom, that these guys, it won't take them more than a month to rout them. But it's going to do it. And that's why I always talk about political will all the time. And I have interrogated, I have seen, and some of these officers had shown me pictures. They will tell you that these so-called Boko Haram with bravado and all the rest, that they can't match our military. But we have heard, we have seen videos of soldiers who refuse to retreat, being court-martialed and being put in jail. What is that an incentive for those who want to join? Now you are telling me that I should send my son, my nephew, my cousin to join the army. When, because of the advantage of knowing what goes on there, when I know that I'm just going to put that guy on the slab to slaughter, I won't encourage him to join. So until we go after these financiers, apart from what the general said, UAE came up to say we have 411 on our list. Have we interrogated this 411 to know who is culpable or otherwise? No. Somebody came up the other time to say, I know where these terrorists are, and we should shield them so that they don't go back on the deal we have with them. The man is still roaming freely. And this same man went to Saudi Arabia for lesser Hajj. He was thrown back, suggesting that even his faith does not abhor such things. We have not done anything against him. And a whole general. You see, for somebody to rise to becoming a major general in the army is not a mean feat. Coming up to expose this, it means the man is overwhelmed by evidence linking some of these people to this heinous crime. And if government now decides to keep quiet and wait for Trump to come and fight our internal security, then we are in for it.
All right, Mazi, let me ask you, can we ever stop talking about, or how soon can we stop talking about insecurity in Nigeria? Can you estimate that?
It's very difficult, very, very difficult. Unless that phrase that is much touted about, the political will phrase, is, giving impetus, as it were. Just like Dele said, we have talked about this thing so much. Dubai has given us lists, the general has given us lists, and a lot of people have given us lists. Even the travel Malami is going through too. They said, complicity in terms of these terrorists and all that. So we have avalanche of information available to government. What are they doing with it? That is why some, like Trump, declared Nigeria as a country of particular concern, because they feel, and why they struck on December 25th was because they felt Nigerian government is complicit and all that. They don't, move when they are supposed to move, take action, decisive actions when they are supposed to take decisive actions. So this will continue. I do not know when it will end, unless we have that head. I usually talk about a madman being the president of this country. I also use that word advisedly, in parentheses, madman. It takes madness to achieve desired results. That's the point I'm making. Unless a madman comes and takes that decision, Tinubu government or people around him said he has taken wise decision, a terrain where other presidents did not go by removing petroleum subsidy. He removed it from day one. Why can't he remove insecurity from day one?
Okay.
Take that madman mentality and then deal with it decisively once and for all.
Okay.
It's doable.
It's doable.
It's doable.
Mazi, I hope the kind of madman you are talking about is not the madman that is walking in the street.
No,
You're
it's
looking
not.
at a madman that
Yes.
will make a difference.
A difference, yes.
Make a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, now let's go to Benin City where we still have William Sedaya in the studio. Now, Mr. Edaya, if you understand Nigerian politics like you do, and the issues around insecurity, I mean, we've been going back and forth, for forever about the issue of terror financiers. UAE gave the list to our former president, may God bless his soul, Muhammad Buhari. He opened the shelf and put it there and locked it until he died, until he left office. We never saw it. Now, another country, we see a major general say, look, we have been working together with EU, USA, and other countries, and we have lists of all of these sponsors of terrorism. yeah, the government is finding it difficult to try those people, at least make the list public, let Nigerians know because of our problems. From your understanding, do you think that the government, or this government in particular, will ever make that list open?
If I get right, if they can ever make the decision of making it public, those who are the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's correct. That's my question.
Yes, I think when I saw the write-up, that write-up, and when the ex-army general was speaking, he said that if they should announce it or make it public, there are a lot of Nigerian politicians, a lot of lawmakers will be indicted. Now, that calls for a very serious concern, because I see no reason why you are a public officer who is supposed to be for the welfare, or supposed to take the welfare of the citizen as a paramount interest, paramount concern for you. But there again, you are the one that is contradicting, directly going against this constitutional duty. Then that is very serious. And then you're also trying to protect these people to still remain in power and perpetrate these their evil acts. What is stopping you people from naming these people, whosoever they are, and then let them be dealt with once and for all, and you clean up these people from the system and allow the Nigerian citizens to have peace? Imagine if you say there are heavyweight people involved in this issue, and probably they are also in the Nigerian military, and then you recruit soldiers, you are sending them to the battlefield to combat these same people, and there are people who are sponsors allegedly in the Nigerian army. For example, how are you sure that operation will be successful? Then in reality, we have seen a lot of operations by the Nigerian army that are unsuccessful. Why some were successful? So it means that this issue, when you look at it critically, there's some sense and there's some truth in it. And then you are allowing these people to remain in the system, moving scot-free in our society. So I think it is high time you name these people, fish them out, prosecute them according to what the Constitution says in relation to issue of such. Because I personally, if you give me the opportunity, I will even call this issue of terrorism as a threat, and whatever is threat to the country is treason.
So is it a capacity problem or a political issue, seeing that the elections are almost here and the president rightly wants to be in the good books of everyone? Do you still think it's a capacity issue or it's a political problem? I mean, naming and shaming these people.
You see, this question is very, 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 very simple, because it's neither the capacity or political. Because even before now we are going to elections, even before we are going to elections, these issues have been there. Okay, you can say, okay, if you say by capacity, or if you say, okay, military might, or the nation as Nigeria, definitely we are up to the task to making sure that we finish this issue once and for all, and then make sure that our borders are prepared. Now, General Musa said that most of this issue can be solved if we build a perimeter fence over our borders. That's another very, very good approach. But since he made that a statement, what has been done? Nothing has been done. So I think it is high time then take your eyes away from political issues, if that is the problem, and then face this issue square-headed, reality. Let this issue be done with. Okay, do you sit down as somebody who wants to win an election, for example, allow this issue to be used by oppositions against you, and these are clear issues? Then if you are not comfortable with that to be used against you, then you fix it. So why is it that you're not fixing the issue? Are you that complicit?
All right then.
So
well, thank you very much.
Unfortunately,
we're absolutely out of time, and we have to wrap up this conversation. It's something that we'll continue to talk about, because these are 48 terrorism financiers. We have those that are being released by state governors, 70 of them, and then a few others here and there. And then you start to wonder, what exactly is government at all levels doing to ensure that insecurity is put to a stop? But anyway, we can only hope that things will be fixed in the country. Well, thank you very much, William Tejaye, for your contribution. Thank you, Daily Fanimo and Mazi Amobi. Iheburu. We do expect that you stay with us as we get into newspaper review. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukuma Okorofina, I beg your pardon, Jane Ogoye, I am Moses Humphrey. Wish you a beautiful day, but join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria PLC. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworoshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just watch.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
Good morning and thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, Dele Fanimo is with us. Thank you very much for staying back. And Mazi Amobi Iheburu also is with us. Thank you very much for staying back. And
thank you.
We'll be going to our Benin station where we have Williams Ejiaye. He also joins the conversation. So let's dive into the papers now. These are the headlines here. I would like to start off with the Guardian newspaper. Now, the big story. Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. We've been talking Labour Party, PDP, and these political parties, ADC and APC, this morning, and it's right here. Now let's look at the riders to this particular headline. Court orders INEC to recognize Usman-led LP caretaker committee. Stakeholders fear judiciary aiding ruling party's strategy to weaken opposition. Gambari dismisses one-party fears, blames weak ideology. Abure faction, others allege judicial inconsistency, political interference. Peter Obi's ADC move faces uncertainty as LP leadership crisis settles. That's how they put it. Mazi.
That's a whole lot.
Looking at the riders,
a whole lot. What has happened to LP as at yesterday also marks a watershed in the political party politics, as it were. An issue went up to the Supreme Court, and from there it has come back to a lower court. And one also expects that it will now move from the lower court up to the Supreme Court again. So that is what it is. If you ask me, the opposition, should be able to read the handwriting on the wall and begin to pull themselves together with a view to, playing the role, constitutional role that they are supposed to play. If they continuously allow themselves to have these internal squabbles, skirmishes, as it were, it will not, do them any good. So the earlier they put themselves together, the better for them. Of course, the ruling party will be, going home, cruising, as it were, because all these things are happening for them for good. So the spurt of grab it, run with it, and all that, it will be less because they will face less opposition. That is my admonition to Labour Party. Ditto PDP, and to a large extent also to ADC. They should put their, this thing together. Why APC seems stable, sufficiently stable, is because they are the ruling party. There's a lot of things, people are gravitating around many opportunities and all that. But in opposition, it is difficult for people to gravitate around opportunities because politics is who gets what and how. That is the simplest definition of politics. And when the who gets what, is not, going around, you begin to see, people coming up with one idea or the other and then beginning to, cause confusion within their political parties. But if it is possible for all political parties to close ranks, that would be better for the Nigerian people. I think the LP at this point in time, particularly Julius Abure, like I said earlier in this program, should let go if he has the interests of Labour Party at heart. Of course, if he doesn't have the interest of Labour Party at heart, just like he, positioned yesterday, that they are going to, appeal the judgment. I wish them good luck, but for the Nigerian people, it's a bad omen for us.
Bad omen for us.
It is a dangerous descent to abyss. What is happening to Labour Party? and it's quite unfortunate. Now, we may not have a choice in next election if it continues like this. Just like Mazi just illustrated, there is crisis in Labour Party. It's difficult to place PDP on any pedestal, and ADC is being stoked by internal crisis. And this is just the beginning of the end for some of these political parties. Now, how do we, a formidable opposition needs to work doubly to upset the status quo. But how would you expect a fragmented opposition to contend with a behemoth that we have now, which is APC? It becomes very, very clear that these people, it is either they are working to an answer that you and I don't know, or that something somewhere, somebody somewhere is raising this political party to become an Abiku or Banje in Igbo land. That's my submission.
Okay. I would like to add this headline to it from the Punch. It says, Otis LP bloc seeks reconciliation as court sacks Abure.
Okay. Now, my takeoff point will be that I think the Guardian missed it when they said that LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. If I got into the mind of the editor or the person that wrote the story, practically what it's saying is that Obi still has a chance in the Labour Party. But I don't think that Obi will make that mistake of coming back to the Labour Party.
Because he also did say here that Peter Obi's ADC move faces uncertainty as LP leadership crisis settles.
You know, so what crisis? Which crisis has been settled in the Labour Party?
When Abure is planning to go to court.
Not just planning to go to court, because he gets
seeking peace.
I mean, if you are seeking peace, one party is seeking peace, another party is threatening to go to court. This issue, as far as I'm concerned, was resolved last year. But it kept festering because the people that are responsible have not taken the right steps to ensure that Abure should stop parading. This is more like impersonation. Absolutely. But we don't see anybody going to court to say, look, you're impersonating the Labour Party chairman. We don't see the police say, look, we are charging you for impersonation and all of that. We don't see security agencies asking Abure, to stop all these shenanigans within the Labour Party. And you open the Guardian online, what you see there is the picture of Abure with his title as Labour Party chairman. The Supreme Court had clearly said that, look, your tenure expired as Labour Party chairman in December 2024. And he keeps putting up a fight, Labour Party chairman, and he gets some kind of recognition, even from our constituency. So it speaks to some kind of complicity, connivance, in some quarters that is difficult to exactly point where it is coming from. Practically, personally, I don't blame the APC for the problem in the Labour Party. People in the Labour Party, it's like me, I'm in my house now, and you and your house causing problem between me and my wife. I should hold myself responsible for not being able to settle my problem with my wife and not hold you to account or hold you responsible. That's exactly what the problem is. And there is something that has been out there, for a very long time, and it's become a myth that is trying to endure, or a myth that has actually endured. I don't speak for Peter Obi. I'm not even a member of the obedient movement. But the fact that, Peter Obi is not used to primaries, he likes consensus. The man has just made a shot at the presidency only once with the Labour Party. And when he ran as running mate to Atiku in 2019, they were in the ballot at the primaries level. And when he saw the handwriting on the wall in 2022 with the PDP, he left because they had made it difficult for him, because he knew he was going to lose. So when people come out and say, Obi is accustomed to looking for consensus, it's only once now, and the Labour Party, did anybody wrong with him in the Labour Party? Did he stop anybody?
Yeah, the issue here is that the nature of our primaries leaves much to be desired.
Absolutely.
The nature of our primaries. People have said it has been dollarized, as it were. So a lot of money goes into primaries. recall that you have delegates from each state, each local government, each ward. By the time you aggregate the number of delegates, it sums up some political parties about 3,000 and all that and all that.
Yes.
So now, and in the Nigerian, way of doing politics, primaries, you need to have contact with every delegate, if you so wish. So that is where the problem is. So your pocket must be deep enough, sufficiently deep, to be able to carry this burden, financial burden of the primaries. And that is where it becomes difficult for people who do not have very deep pocket to succumb to this sort of arrangement. If it were level playing ground, no inducement, vote your conscience, you see a lot more people will come up. But when it involves deep pocket, that is where the problem lies. I cannot.
Let's break it down to this deep pocket that you are talking about. At least in one of the political parties, you have what you call, like you said, delegates from the ward, local government, state, and at the federal level. So they are graduated. The delegates are graduated. In terms of level, local government, state, and national level, but they all carry the same weight. Because they will not say, because you are a state level, because you're a state level delegate, one vote will be counted 3 for you. The same one vote that you have is the same one vote that the person from the ward has. So when they are giving the person at the state level $40,000, they are apparently giving you at the ward $40,000. They are graduated in terms of level, but the weight is the same, And the primary thing is not proportional. It's first past the post. The moment I score 99 and you score 98, the second is last in that game, in that battle. So everybody tries to outdo each other. And I recall that last year, one of the political parties, they were sharing $40,000 apiece per delegate. Calculate that.
That is humongous.
For 3,000 delegates.
That is humongous.
$40,000.
I didn't say 4,000. I said $40,000.
$40,000 for 14.
So monetization of primaries is the bane of this.
Thousands of delegates.
Thousands.
So it's difficult to get into that kind of race. Win election, and not come out, to recoup, because it has become an investment. You've just gone into an investable fortune. And
this thing you said just reminded me of a story that we talked about yesterday in Ebonyi State, where
the local government expression of interest
is 30 million now, 30 million naira.
And Umahi has paid for the son. You see, this privilege kind of situation where the sons replace the fathers, that is getting.
That's what we have gotten into.
Yes, it's getting roots. By the time you say Jack Robinson, it becomes an anathema for your son not to replace you. You understand me? So it is gradually getting ground.
It's not only in the political class.
How can a young man just graduated 5 years post-graduation experience and who wants to enter into politics, probably he has what it takes. He's technologically savvy, he's this, he's that, he penetrates the youth. Where else can he get the 30 million naira to buy expression of interest? That is what is the problem. The monetization of our political system has made it increasingly difficult for the level playing ground not to hold. Even when you bring a bulldozer to level the place, he refuses to be leveled.
Man, talking about this, don't you see Minister Nyesom Wike, his son,
always by his side.
And we hear that he's propping him up for House of Representatives.
Yes, he's teaching him politics.
He's teaching him politics.
Yes.
So, and if you talk about, it's not only in the political class, at some point in universities, when the coin flipped and university lecturers started, earning a lot of money, big salaries, what they started doing was to start reserving teaching appointments for their children. You see somebody...
Those in oil companies do so, too.
Those in oil companies do so, so it's a Nigerian thing. It's not isolated to the political
sector. Is lucrative. People would want to bring their children
along.
So the other thing you said was whether P2B will be able to go back
to the level of
that. You see, you cannot predict the Nigerian political terrain. It's difficult. Like they usually say, 24 hours in politics
is a long time.
It's a very long time. Something can happen as we are talking. Something can happen, and it gives vent for such a movement to happen. So I am not ruling out anything in politics. I'm not ruling out anything. of course, you know that political parties are vehicles for achieving your political aims and all that. You can't do it alone. There's no provision for independent candidacy, as it were. So you must have to move with political parties, which gives you the platform to launch your political, ideas and all that. So it will not be totally out of place tomorrow if I see a P2B going back to Labour Party, particularly when he's being muzzled up in ADC. Because the way the things are going, it becomes difficult for a P2B to match an article in the primaries. And come to think of it, when you look at the political space, environment, and what have you, and the spate of attacks directed at P2B and all that, you know that APC will be more comfortable having an article on that ballot than a P2B. If APC, if you can read the minds, I have watched the scenario very critically. I think APC will be more jittery having a P2B as the presidential candidate of ADC than having an article. That is the way I look at it. And that is why you have spate of attacks on P2B more than any other political figure in terms of presidential candidacy and all that and all that. So it is there. And that is why we are saying, look, it will benefit ADC if Atiku steps down and supports P2B. Tinubu will have a run for his money.
All right, then. Well, let's talk insecurity now. The headlines here. Atiku, PDP faults federal government, police over kidnap of 163 worshippers in Kaduna. Let's see the riders to that story. Obi urges action after Kaduna abduction. And also, basically, same story in the cover page of the Punch. Reads, counterterrorism campaign. FG moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. Military, police, NSCDC budgets 204 billion naira for operations in 2026. Security agencies to harvest DNA of notorious terror kingpins. Court issues bench warrant against Turji Bello-linked suspects. All right. And talking about this story, when you flip the pages, you see that the Kaduna kidnap, 163 of them, it was 177, but a few escaped, and then 163. Away from the denial, the initial denial, we've seen that the terrorists now have made their ransom known. They're asking for 29 million naira. So yes, well, not each, just 29 million. So basically, now we know that people were kidnapped. It's been made official, and the spokesperson of the police has also confirmed. And then he said something. Let me get his quotes directly. He says, the initial denial of the Kaduna State CP, Mohammed Rabiu, were not denials of the incident, but a measured response pending confirmation of details from the field, including the identities and number of those affected. William Sejayi, thank you very much. I understand that you're back with us in the conversation. I'll have you go first on this one.
Yes, 29 million. I had 29 million. I was shocked. You know, I'm shocked because it's surprising to see 29 million. I was supposed to see something huge. So it means
you think it's small?
That probably these are just
hey, imagine 29 million is small.
Probably they are upcoming kidnappers. You understand? So whichever level, it is very appalling. And comparing to the fact that there was also an initial denial, and then you see people just being kidnapped. Just at will in the place of worship.
29 million deposit. That's how they put it.
Okay. Exactly.
29 million deposit.
Yes. I was trying to say, okay, why deposit? It means probably maybe it's upfront or balance. You have to balance us later, but just bring 29 so I can release these people. Imagine. So it is very appalling. You imagine kidnappers
boldly giving out instruction, telling you deposit 29 million. So I will list them. Maybe if I kidnap again, you will not add to the deposit that you have. It is very, very appalling and disgraceful. Totally unacceptable. Because Nigerian security, first of all, denying the fact that people were not kidnapped. And now terrorists now coming up to say, okay, we need social amount of people we kidnap. The same people you deny that they were not kidnapped. Now you are coming to say, okay, no, it was an approach, probably just to make the public become. No, this is unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And now we are seeing 204 billion for operation in 2026. Imagine the money that people have been using in operation before this one is made public. And then we are having issue of kidnapping in Nigeria all over. In fact, it's even becoming like a national issue. I tell you, there's not any other state that is free from kidnap activities. So it is very, very appalling. In Edo State here, the same thing. You can imagine, you can interest you that governors, to some extent, can be blamed, but they are doing a lot. Recently, just yesterday, we saw publications how the governor has been supporting the Nigerian police, and then the commissioner of police here in Nigeria, in Edo State, is not living up to task. And people are being kidnapped on a daily basis. The one that happened in Ekpoma became an issue that sparked up a protest that turned riots. So why is it that people are being empowered and then you're not doing anything? Then they will not come back to the issue of state policing. They'll be coming for that, and that is still on the pipeline. It has not been resolved. So there are a lot of ways that this issue can be tackled, this issue can be resolved if we are very sincere. Because if you are not complicit to this issue, I see no reason why you are not tackling it when you have the manpower. You know, there's one social activist that will always come up and tell you that when he gives you his analysis, they will tell you confidentially that security personnel are also directly involved in these issues. That is totally unacceptable. Now, up to today, he has not been called to order to say, okay, give us reasons why you say these people are nothing. Nobody is calling us, calling him to book to say, okay, why will you be making such statements? So it is our time that we should just take away politics from a lot of this. If it's all about politics, if it's all about personal interest, if it's whatever people are gaining, whatever it is that you are gaining, you should just remove it out of it, and then let's solve these issues. People can no longer worship in their place of worship. People can no longer go to market, can no longer go to farm in peace. Because you just be there, they will just kidnap you, and then you don't even know your fate. Not until probably they decide to pay you ransom, which are not supposed to be so. Why are you paying ransom in a country
thank you very much. Thank you very much, William Sejai. Let's get other respondents into this one. Really funny.
You see, I'm particularly worried about the turn of events for this, I think his name is Makarawa. This was the guy that accused Matawali of giving him money, and that such monies were meant for Toji and his boys. It was on the strength of his allegation that Matawali was called to question. It now turned out now that he's on the run and had been declared wanted by the courts, because 5 of them were arraigned and they bolted. The bone of contention in this is not that the Matawale himself, I've forgotten the exact pronunciation of this name, I think Makarawa, who was a special advisor to Matawali when Matawali was governor of Zamfara. There were meetings which Toji, in one of his videos, confirmed between him and the government. This aid was given 30 million to give to Toji. And Toji came out to say, yes, there was a meeting between his group and government, but not a single penny was given to him after that meeting. So could it be that the man who is supposed to drop money for Toji failed to drop the money and pocketed it? But the fact still remains that there was a link between government and Toji, and that is the area where I feel concerned. If somebody has been declared wanted by the state, and then you are holding meeting with such a person, you are as culpable as this person that has been declared wanted, because that means you are harboring a criminal. And harboring a criminal takes the same penalty as that of the criminal. So why are we not, now there is no immunity for Matawale. With all this revelation, why is Matawale still working freely? Shouldn't DSS have taken Matawale to custody to further interrogate him? And these are indices that show that there is a kind of connivance between terrorists and politically exposed persons that undermines our efforts in this country to tame these terrorists. And it's a sad development. So that's an area that we need to interrogate.
What happened recently in terms of, what is it, 163 or 171 or 177? Bearing the initial denials and all that. And we saw the Commissioner of Police, stoutly saying that there was nothing like that. And they later agreed that a call was made to them that there was something happening. When they got there, they didn't see anything. Police didn't see any sign. And later they have to, make a U-turn. That speaks volume on the security architecture.
Intelligence gathering and the rest.
Intelligence and what have you. And our desire to tackle this insecurity head on. I think the police was very hasty in, trying to deny. Because they denied it stoutly. Even when the Reverend, one man, was saying, this thing happened, said, no, it is a lie, this didn't happen, and all that. So I think that is why the international community will not take us seriously in this fight against insecurity. Recall also that there is emergency in the security subsector of this economy.
I haven't been able to have someone explain that state of emergency in insecurity.
I do not see any
president granted.
In the security subsector of this economy. I do not see it. Because if there is an emergency and this distress call was made, and the police, even before coming to air to say this, they must do their due diligence to find out. That for me is a minus to the police and speaks volume to the inability or lack of capacity of this administration to tackle insecurity head on. It can't happen. In an emergency situation, you are denying less than 24 hours, we are owning up.
They're recanting. They say, okay, you denied because you didn't have accurate information.
Look at what you read. It said measured
response. Measured response.
You see, they are not trying to teach us English language. Yeah? You see, Nigerians are sufficiently agency of government. You can own up and then tell Nigerians that look at what happened and all that. Not beginning to try to juggle the situation. I think the commander-in-chief, which is Mr. President, has a lot to do. The command structure have a lot to do. I have not seen the IG of police trying to call the commissioner of police in Kaduna to Abuja for questioning what happened, interrogate him, and all that. The NSA also have an oversight function of this insecurity. I have not seen an interaction, a conversation between the commissioner of police in Lagos, in Kaduna, and the NSA and all that. So they must have. You see, if you accuse the Nigerian state of connivance, will you be safe to say so? Will you be safe? So what I'm saying in effect is that when this kind of thing happens, police should not be hasty in making statements. They should look at the situation properly and then, come up with a statement that will endure. Like now, as it's presently constituted, the police has the shorter end of the stick.
Well, talking about insecurity, Maz, when you talked about the security architecture, well, so we had a guest here who said, look, before you talk about the architecture, there must be an architect. And he says he doesn't see any architect in Nigeria's system. So, well, we should stop talking about security architecture because it's non-existent. And when you and Moses are asking about that you don't see anything, the declaration of state of emergency in insecurity as declared by our president, well, you choose to see what you like to see. Because I see it myself. I see that state of emergency. At least for the first time, our president went to, you know, a conflict zone where people were killed. You know, president ordered the chief of army staff to relocate to conflict-prone zones and all of that. So, and we saw America, guns are blazing. And on the 25th of December, when we were making merriment, now I don't like the look on your face. When we were making merriment, and there was a bomb blast in Sokoto. And so, what other insecurity?
When the president
what other state of emergency?
When the president declared state of emergency on insecurity, he asked for the recall of policemen guarding VIPs. Now, weeks after that, they were still investigating policemen that were still guarding VIPs. So, you think the relevant agencies are listening to what the man is saying? Okay, well, how are paying attention to what the man is saying?
You know, after that,
it might be the body language. Maybe the body language is not reflecting, you know, state of emergency, body language. Like, okay, swing to action, do the needful. I'm sure they're not reading the body language. Or
maybe the president just gave it out as sound bites, you know, for newspaper headlines and all of that. We see one here. Federal government moves to fast track trial of 5,000
and then they're talking about,
you know, is that not
security agencies to harvest DNA?
Are we not in a state of emergency when we are trying 5,000 people?
Security agencies to harvest DNA of notorious terror kingpins.
That is ridiculous.
To harvest DNA.
Ridiculous.
To see how we can match them, you know.
Yeah, no, to know what
that state of emergency.
What they are
state of emergency.
You see, the government is preoccupied with 2027. The first thing the president did was to invite Abba Yusuf of Kano to Aso Rock. Should it have been?
Is his governor?
That tells you.
His governor is one of the states.
That tells you how the administration who's, thinks about the nation, you know. So for me, it prioritizes 2027.
As against
lives
and properties.
Because he shouldn't have been. He should have done a lot of work, having been outside the shores of this country for so long.
20 years. Yeah, 20 days.
20 days. He should have prioritized, things that. But he felt seeing Abba Yusuf of Kano State, for the possible defection and all that, his topmost priority in the
Did they discuss
because our electoral system
did
is
they
not
discuss
working.
defection?
What else has he done there to do?
Kano State is one of the important states in Nigeria.
Important in what respect?
In terms of
politically
assets,
or economically?
Economically, assets. It's an industrial hub.
They discussed defection.
They discussed.
I know you're trying to be cynical.
I don't know what you mean.
They discussed defection.
Were you there?
Now he wants to see Kwankwanso.
Yes.
Now he has asked to see Kwankwanso, so they'll talk more. So it's defections.
Really? Okay. Well, I don't know, but you're trying to convince me. But I know that he's the president of this country. He's at liberty to invite.
What I'm saying in effect is that Kano doesn't have the kind of emergency situation that Rivers has now, and he chose to speak to Kano State Governor and all that.
Rivers State's problem is self-inflicted.
One has, think that when the president comes, he will first of all address the issue of Rivers State because he has already earlier on declared state of emergency in Rivers and things are not yet abated.
But
and I know that the protagonists in the whole thing are waiting for him to come so that this issue can also be...
No, they didn't just wait for him. One of them jumped on a plane and went to France to meet him.
Okay.
So, maybe they settled their issue there.
So there are a lot of things, that demands attention and all that. And has the presidency responded to this Kaduna kidnap? The avalanche of the spokespersons, which one of them has responded? Is it Daniel Buala? Is it what is his name?
Bayo
Nanoga? Is it Sunday Dare?
Is it Tobi Tokwe?
There are a lot of them. Have they responded?
Meanwhile, as we're talking about this, my eye just went to this headline from The Guardian. It says U.S. plans options to protect Christians in Nigeria soon. And then looking at the story, the rather is insecurity, not religious war, hits all faiths. presidency insists. Now, United States Congressman Riley Moore has disclosed that White House will soon come up with options to protect Christians in Nigeria against persecution by Islamist extremists.
So, Mazi, you will not understand why the presidency and his handler, the president's handlers and the presidency will not make comments on the Kaduna killing. Because they are busy crafting, press releases, press statements, around the fact that it is one screw seller in Onitsha. It is IPOB, it is P2B, people that are related to all these factors that went to United States to, drum up support for America to come and bomb Nigeria. So they are more concerned with that. And in the coming days, you now see releases around that area, like we have seen, instead of having to address the issues in Kaduna. Yeah. So that is what we see with the president's handlers.
Unfortunately, if they continue in this trajectory, it will be very difficult for this war against insecurity to be won. It is very difficult. With their lackadaisical attitude towards, terrorists, not bringing them to book and all that, this insecurity will last for so long. Recall what Burutai said when he was there, that this insecurity will not abate in a short while.
In fact, he gave a timeline, say the next 20 years.
So that is what it is. It is very difficult unless we tackle this insecurity head on. And
but to be fair, to be very fair, to Burutai, in my study of insecurity, my study of terrorism, my study of strategic studies, I have not seen where insecurity, insurgency lasted below 10 years or so. Look at what happened.
No, we have had over 17 years.
Yes. Look at what happened.
It should be 3, according to your own postulation.
It should be
3 years more. Make it 20.
No, Buratai's postulation.
I said, according to your strategic leaning, you said it will last minimum 10 years.
No, I didn't say that.
Let's give a cap of 20 years. So in the next 3 years. So you have to tell us how it will abate or totally be eradicated in the next 3 years.
No, I don't know what you're imputing. You are imputing motives in my word. I didn't say that. I said in my study of terrorism, strategic studies and insecurity, that I have not seen where insurgency lasted less than 10, 15, 17, at most 20. And so that what I'm saying now is, so I want to be fair to Burutai because he must have spoken based on experience as a soldier, as chief of army staff, as an envoy, Nigeria's envoy to Benin Republic. Now, that said, you recall what happened with AFRC FARC in Colombia. For more than 50 years, they were battling with it. It is not as if they were bereft of ideas or they were bereft of military technology and all of that. It is just that it's a complex, complicated situation, that waves like,
complex, complicated situation.
Yes, complex and complicated situation. Something might be complex but not complicated, But this one is that it is both complex and complicated at the same time. So, and when I saw Obasanjo saunter into Aso with people from FARC, to come and teach Buhari how to solve the problem of insecurity, I just laughed. And it was 51 years after that FARC had to sit down with the government of Colombia to say, look, this is the direction we want to travel in solving this problem. And until we get to such because they had tried several means, people, hundreds, thousands, millions had been killed in the past 50 years in Colombia, because of power struggle between the government and FARC. And if you go to Afghanistan, how long has it lasted? You recall that USSR, when it was USSR, Russia went there and got a bloodied nose. Is it in Somalia? Where is it in Sudan?
All right.
Is it in Vietnam?
Well, let's touch on a few other headlines before we call it a day. And I'm just going to read out the headlines on the cover page of The Punch and The Guardian, but let's go first. FCCPC moves against unregistered loan apps, revokes conditional approvals. That's from The Guardian. And also, FG affirms plan to abolish HND, empower polytechnics to award degrees. Awujale, Ogun suspends selection process over petitions. And there are riders to that story. Ijebu professionals laud suspension. Aspirants to appear before DSS as kingmakers call off meet and greet. All right.
You see, the Abujale Dibaku, it's a case of two elephants fighting. What happened was the governor of Ogun State called the kingmakers to a meeting and he announced to them a particular name that did not sync with them. And these are titans, these are business titans, the kingmakers, the likes of Kuku, you know. And they said no, that is not the arrangement, that they will put up names. And even if they are to put up names, that particular name that they said from higher quarters should be imposed on them, they were not going to agree to it. So the governor felt insulted because I watched the video and felt that, okay, if you are not going to accede to this name that I've put forward, then I would rather suspend the process of appointing a king for Ijebu land. And that has been the case. But the point is, at what point do we now have governors imposing kings on traditional institutions in Nigeria? It shouldn't be. The kingmakers know these people. They know how to profile them. They know their antecedents. They know their history. So you don't just come because somebody is connected to somebody and then you just impose that person on your whole community. It's not going to work.
All right then.
I would rather look at the issue of dichotomy between the HND and the BSc stuff. Yeah. This thing has gone on for too long. The HND BSc dichotomy has gone on for too long. People, holders of HND, were asked to go and get a diploma, you know, so that you can go for your master's degree and all that. And it has gone on for too long. I do not think, I don't know how this can be resolved. I just don't know how it can be resolved. Is it by enriching the curriculum of the HND certificates, you know, so that they can turn, you know, they can metamorphose?
I think it's a thing that has to do with the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the National Assembly can tinker with it, because this thing has gotten to too long. People with HND, you know, with their colleagues with BSc in an organization, they will see the BSc, being promoted ahead of them.
Especially in the civil service.
It is worrisome. It is worrisome. For the past 20 years, I've been hearing about this. And it seems intractable.
That was what I said on the morning show.
Yes. It seems...
There are differences. There are differences. First degree and masters, they are not the same thing. Masters and PhD, they are different things. These are different levels. Maybe what we are looking at the number of years put in, you know, in study. HND does practically 5 years because of the 1 year training. But then, BSc, that is the bachelor's degree, is rated higher. If you go to the United States, there's what they call AABA. You know, AABA. It's like NCE and BEd. They are two different things. Somebody that has an NCE cannot stand up to, you know, the authorities and say, this person, you have promoted him. He has BEd and I have NCE. I see that there is a difference between HND and BSc. Structural difference anyway. And like I said in the morning, you know, the reason why we even started the polytechnic education, by the way, was to create some kind of mid-level technical manpower in the industry. It's in the process of our industrial growth, you know. And over time, that thing has, that essence has not been realized because you train people, maybe because of the structural problems too. We got into polytechnics and instead of doing practical, we started theorizing. So when they finish, you know, they are unable to go to industry and practicalize. So they expect to see, and somebody that is wearing tie, you know, in an air conditioned office, probably an accountant or public relations manager. And they want to be in that position instead of having to go to factory to fiddle with nuts, bolts, and all of that. So that is where this problem started. Until we need some kind of reorientation that, look, technical education is for industrial growth. It doesn't diminish you, you know, as a person. It doesn't diminish your value. I've seen places where engineers earn more than accountants.
Absolutely.
You know, so that division, I think it's how can I put it now?
Is it imaginary?
It's status symbol. No, it's not imaginary because it is there. There are people who want to level up, you know, simply because, you have HND, you have BSc. And when they upgrade,
all right,
we don't get to see that problem.
All right, let me add these few headlines before we go to Benin. Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa's diesel imports from India. We also have ICPC to arraign Ozekome Monday over UK property. AU Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu sponsors after awards. DNA tests cleared Davido in paternity dispute. Father. All right, William Tejaye. What headline do you react to? And
yes, Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa diesel imports from India. I think this one is very surprising. While you guys were discussing the issue of the Polytechnic, and it just flashed to my eyes, and I was very, very surprised. It is very surprising. It's not acceptable. You know, we are self-sufficient with all these things. I see no reason why we cannot produce for ourselves. And a lot of refineries are there. The private refineries, our own government-owned refineries, still not up to the task to supply and also meet the demands of Nigerian citizens. You know, diesel imports is very alarming. It's not acceptable. And the prices here in Nigeria is almost 1,000 plus. You can imagine how it is because you don't have
from
surplus.
India.
From India.
So it's very disgraceful. It's not what we should be painting. I think the Nigerian government needs to do a lot. We can't be exporting. We can't have these things. This thing in our country has still been importing finished products. It's quite alarming. And so
alarming, absolutely alarming.
You always come to update us that the Port Harcourt refinery, Kaduna refinery, that they are functioning. So what if they are functioning? Then what is the product that they delivering to the public? So this is not what we are supposed to be saying. It's totally unacceptable.
Well, it's unacceptable, but that's what we're dealing with. Anybody want to add to that?
Yes.
In 1 minute.
India is an oil-producing country, ranking among the top 20 to 25 producers globally, with a production of approximately 737,000 to 952,000 barrels per day as of 2023-2024. However, it is not self-sufficient. It is also the third largest oil consumer in the world, relying on imports for a significant portion of its needs.
So even India is important.
India is important, and we're importing from India. So where is that story coming from?
Oh well, we're out of time. We'll X-ray this.
Mr. Oil.
That is why.
Very funny, Mr. Oil. Nigeria is importing diesel.
No time.
Nigeria is importing diesel from oil. What is happening to your listeners?
From India. All right. Well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, William Tejaye. Thank you also, Mazi Amobi Iheguru, and thank you, Mr. Dele Fanimo. I must say thank you to Chukwuma Okoro as well. But he makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. for Political Lens, and they will be traveling around the country, bringing you topics, topical issues will be discussed. It's a program you don't want to miss. 11 o'clock, sports comes up next. Don't miss it. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is a land of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian presidential mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian president and vice president, as well as meeting spaces.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on untold stories and powerful transformations from the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town. The African story is being written every day, bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's another very interesting and beautiful Wednesday to Thursday, I beg your pardon, to talk sports right here on Voice of the People TV. And this is Sport Republic. My name is Ikechukwu Agwago. Welcome, I say, because it is going to be a bumper of a show today. I must tell you, I woke up on the very right side of the bed because I was just thinking about what, the FIFA chief actually said about Nigeria's case against DR Congo, about the World Cup qualification that actually happened. Of course, you recall that game. Nigeria actually lost that game via penalty shootout agonizingly. And now there's a lot of conversation after the AFCON. But we'll be looking at that particular story and so many much more in this particular episode of Sport Republic. I said we because I'll be having a guest join me virtually. His name is Abiodun Akpeno. He's definitely going to be part of the show. And when he's on board, definitely I'll let you guys know. But first, we'll be looking at what's happened after the Confederation of African Football. I'm talking about the AFCON at this point when it just concluded. And the Confederation of African Football actually has spoken loud as they did, against the Fecafoot president, Samuel Eto'o Fields, the coach of the Senegalese side, in the person of Papetal, and now they've also hit the hammer hard on the Algerian national team goalkeeper, the son of the legend, Zinedine Zidane, because that name needs no introduction in the world of football. As the Confederation of African Football has handed down a 2-match suspension to Algeria's goalkeeper, Lucas Zidane, following a series of altercation after the teams lost 2-0 against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the quarterfinals of the just concluded AFCON. This decision highlights the governing body's zero-tolerance policy towards unsportsmanship-like behavior during the quarterfinals game. Zidane actually confronted Nigeria's Rafael Ndedika aggressively at the final whistle, leading to a physical exchange that required intervention from staff. The decision escalated further when Zidane attempted to confront another player, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, but was restrained by Nigerian goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. This incident underlines the high tension present in what was already a fiercely contested match. CAF's official statement confirms Zidane's suspension, which will take effect during the upcoming 2027 qualifications game. And of course, the Algerian Football Association has also been fined $100,000 as part of penalties imposed. These actions reflect the seriousness with which CAF addresses players' conduct, sending a clear message in anticipation of Algeria's qualification efforts for the next AFCON tournament. And I must say that when I got the response of this particular news, I mean, if you can actually look at the footage, you understand how bad it was. He was, being restrained a couple of times, and they kept on, going at Nigeria's players. It's actually a very messy situation. That game, for me, I think it's one of the best games the Super Eagles actually played at the AFCON, in terms of, how we actually took the bull by its horn. Of course, knowing that this team is one of those teams we want to call our boogie team in the AFCON. They've also been one of the, most consistent side in the last 5 AFCON, tournament has been played, owing to the fact that they have, a former African Footballer of the Year in their ranks, person of Riyad Mahrez. So it was built to be a very huge game, and Super Eagles really stepped up to the plate. Lots of conversation, even before the game and after the game. And I mean, at some point, a lot of persons were asking, at what point are we going to actually see the hammer come down on the Algerians? Or are they just going to, I'm talking about the CAF now, are they just going to allow that, incident to just play out like that? But it's actually good that we're actually seeing, it's actually good that we're actually seeing, incidents like this and CAF actually dealing with it appropriately. But then it's been a lot of, conversation, and people have been talking about it. Kudos to CAF for actually, wielding their hammer. But I get my guest is in the building right now. Abiodun Akpeno, good morning and welcome to, Sport Republic this Thursday.
Good morning to you, Jonathan. How are you doing this Thursday?
I'm good. How are you doing too?
Very fine.
So a lot of conversation has actually taken the net and about the AFCON still. I mean, this is very much the post-AFCON week, so a lot of conversation about sport will still definitely be revolving around the AFCON. And one of the biggest conversation right now is that the Confederation of African Football has announced the official team of the tournament following the conclusion of the African Cup of Nations. Notably, 3 Super Eagles players have actually made the cut in the person of Calvin Bassey, Adebola Lookman, and Victor Osimhen. These 3 guys actually showed that they're actually one of Nigeria's standout performers, and of course, they showed impressive performances all through the tournament. despite Iwobi's role in facilitating the team dynamics, he was omitted from the official selection, raising eyebrows around fans and analysts alike. His contributions were essential to Nigeria's success. A lot of persons have been calling him pre-assist king. A lot of persons are even saying this guy is, Iwobinho. But of course, all of this, according to CAF, didn't actually matter, leading to, the third place finish. All of the things he did made no sense to CAF. And that's exactly why he was excluded. He was excluded, I beg your pardon, alongside Bright Osai Samuel, who actually said a lot of conversation. In the absence of Ola, a lot of persons were thinking, this guy has actually done a decent job. Given that Ashraf Hakimi played just about 3 or 4 games in the tournament because he actually played no part in the group stage. He only featured in all of these knockout phases, and he actually got the nod ahead of Bright Osai Samuel. And now we're also, looking at, these 2 key players. And the big question is that, CAF is telling us that these 2 players, Alex Iwobi and Bright Osai Samuel, are not good enough to be in the CAF 11. But take a look at the image of, CAF, what CAF actually presented as the best 11, in this tournament. Abiodun, tell me exactly, does this list of players justify, the quality we saw all through, the AFCON?
Mr. Johnson. Well, the African Cup of Nations has come on. We are still talking about it. This is one major tournament that has been mad with a whole lot of controversy and all of that. As first journalists, we just have to keep talking about it. But then, speaking of the CAF 11, when I saw, the release from, I think, CAF website, yes, I saw from the CAF website. Yeah. I was really shocked that the starting, Iwobi is not included. Bright Osai Samuel also wasn't included also. But then, one thing we need to understand is that not all the players are going to be there. You can't have all the players in the starting lineup. Probably, they came up with, maybe something like a substitution. Maybe Nigerians will understand that, okay, if a certain Osai Samuel is not in the starting lineup, at least is on the substitute. But then, looking at it again, you just suppose the performance of all of these guys, Alex Iwobi, Osai Samuel, Ashraf Hakimi, which also included in the starting lineup. It begs a whole lot of question around the credibility of the starting 11. For me, in my opinion, I do not think Ashraf Hakimi deserves to be in the starting lineup by the virtue of how he has performed so far in this tournament. Like you said, he didn't start some of their games, immediately the AFCON comments, and a whole lot of people are saying,
it took no part in the group stage at all.
Yes, so I don't understand why you want to include a man who didn't take part in the group stages at all, compared to starting Bright Osai Samuel. Of course, Bright Osai Samuel also, I think in his first game, he didn't feature for the Super League. It was the starting, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Saidi Sanusi, who was holding that position in our first game.
No.
Thereafter,
it wasn't actually. It was Saidi Sanusi actually played the first game on the left back. Bryce Asai actually started all of our games.
Okay, he started all of our games. So, yes. If a man, of course, if a man who started all of our games, but then we also come back to the fact that Nigerians were a bit skeptical about his performance during the group stages. A whole lot of people thought, it wasn't good enough in our first 2 games. And thereafter, he became a beat in that position for the Super League of Nigeria. So I see no reason why he's not making it to that starting lineup. But then, as I said earlier, not all of the players have been included, but for a man who has done, his part in terms of his contribution, in terms of, his energy, his view for the Super League, I think he deserves to be in that starting lineup. But then, it is what it is for, Nigerian fans to just have to, move on. But for Alex Iwobi, I really don't know. I think that is remarkable for me. Of course, if you look at the players who have been included also, Papa Gay, Ghana Gay also, these are guys who have been very instrumental for the respective national team also. So you have to also consider those guys too. But then if you have to put into consideration how important these guys have been for the national team, I think Alex Iwobi deserves to be in that, that starting lineup. But it is really good that we have a few of the Nigerian players in the starting lineup. It's starting Calvin Bassey is there. There's Ademola Lookman, there's Victor Osimhen. At least we have three of our guys in the starting lineup, and I think that is fair.
Absolutely, that is fair. According to CAF and Abiodun, both of them agree. Perhaps that is fair. I think we should leave it at that, because I also agree with Abiodun when he was talking about the likes of Idris Gay, Papi Day. These guys actually did a lot of job for their national team. But then it is football. Sometimes you don't just get what you deserve. Sometimes there's a lot of intricacies and politics behind whatever decisions or whatever, when it comes to results and when it comes to individual accolades, when it comes to awards, there are lots of things to be considered, and that's exactly why I look at the case of Iwobi and Strategizing. I just understand it, because it's not the first time we are seeing this sort of things. And any single time lists like this actually come out after a major tournament, people will definitely have questions about it. So it's just one of those things that this 2025 African Cup of Nations will be remembered for. And that's the man there, Alex Awesome Iwobi, for me. And of course, let's move away from that story and still talk about the Super Eagles. As the former Super Eagles skipper, Sunday Ogochukwu Olise, as well, he's also one-time Super Eagles coach, has come hard on Victor Osimhen as he actually talked about what really happened in that heated debate and how it actually affected the team's dynamics. I don't want to say all of it myself. I would like you to actually listen to Sunday Ogochukwu Olise to exactly get his words, and you get to understand what exactly he actually meant when he said what the decision Victor Osimhen took against Ademola Lookman really affected the Super Eagles' dynamics in the attack. I mean, it's really, really sad that really happened. But then he came out hard and he was talking about how when the team, was actually on a very good, smooth sail until that particular incident did happen. And Olise has got a lot to say. Just listen to Sunday Olise.
Against that, we are confusing talent with license. Victor Osimhen is world class, but talent is not a license to destroy team chemistry. Look at the evidence. Since that public outburst against Ademola Lookman, one of our brightest lights, Lookman became a shadow of himself, and we lost the bite. When you publicly diminish your teammates, you break their spirit. You destroy the very confidence a team needs to survive a semi-final. Against a team as tactically sharp as Morocco, we needed our best players at 100%. Statistically, Ademola Lookman was the most dangerous player in the tournament until that public verbal abuse broke his focus. You cannot expect a playmaker to perform miracles on the pitch when he has been demoralized by his own teammate. The conflict did its damage. We didn't just lose a game. We lost the psychological edge we needed to win. What is worse, and frankly, what is most dangerous for our football, we are confusing talent with license. Victor Osimhen is world class, but talent is not a license to destroy team chemistry. Look at the evidence. Since that public
That is exactly what a lot of us actually said about that particular incident when it happened. And I mean, Sunday Olise is a man who doesn't mind word. He's a man who actually come all out and say it exactly how it is. Abiodun, do you share Sunday Olise's sentiment?
Well, I wouldn't say I agree totally with the legend, because if you look at what transpired between Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, of course, a lot of Nigerians have talked about it. Victor Osimhen this, Victor Osimhen that, and according to reports from the Super Eagles camp, it was reported that all of those have been settled. The guys are set to move on and all of that. And we believe that these guys are professional. They are going to settle whatever is in between them, and they go on to play their football, and of course to be good. But then, looking back again, I think for me, in my opinion, I'm not trying to actually downplay whatever the legend has said, talking about Sunday Olise. But then you need to look at it from the angle of the Moroccan national finances. Because after our game against Mozambique, we played against Algeria, and we did well in that game, right? So, step forward to our game against Morocco, the host nation. And if you remember, we've been playing good football right from, I think the second game, we did well, we won really well, we scored a lot of goals. But then when it came to the last game, which was the semi-final part to the top place game, you understand that the Moroccans have actually done their assignment. They studied how the Super Eagles of Nigeria played, and they cut off the supply, which is Alex Iwobi. And if you follow that game clearly, you understand that Alex Iwobi was just a passenger in that game. Same for Victor Osimhen. So I don't understand why Nigerians are saying, oh, it was because of that outburst that we lost against the Moroccans. No, they did their own job. They studied the pattern of the Super Eagles of Nigeria and then made sure they didn't allow the two guys to flourish in that game. Alex Iwobi didn't play well. Lukman didn't play well. Victor Osimhen also didn't play well. So, okay, go on.
Yeah, but if you look at that particular game, after the Mozambique game, because that was when that incident happened, we played against Algeria.
Yeah.
You'll notice that, you'll notice that there's this level of bite that has reduced in the attack. Ademola Lookman wasn't the same man we saw all through the tournament before that particular game against Algeria. You want to say the Moroccans were a better team, they did their homework, but what about the Algerian team? Ademola Lookman was not as effective as he was all through the tournament before that particular game. And in fact, the Moroccan game was even worse. That's exactly what he was saying. Are you saying that whatever happened against Mozambique actually died out before the game against Algeria?
They made us believe that whatever happened against Mozambique, has been settled. And we saw the team chemistry against Algeria. We won against Algeria for final now. In fact, we have played the Algerians. We have played them in that game. And for me, I want to believe whatever they have in between them has been settled, and of course they move on. But now coming out to say, oh, psychologically, Ademola Lookman must have been affected because of what happened.
Is it not possible?
Well, I wouldn't want to. Of course, it is possible. Okay. But then I wouldn't want to toe that line totally.
Okay.
Mark my word, totally, because if you look at our game against Morocco, I'll come back to that Morocco game again. Those guys did their own work. Because you are playing a semi-final game in an AFCON tournament against the host nation that want to win at all costs. So those guys, like I said, they've done their own assignment that these Super Eagles guys, we know that they are very dangerous. The top players individually who are very fantastic. We have top players who are playing at the European level. So we have to do our own assignment to make sure, we navigate our way against them. And they did perfectly. So Victor Osimhen was absent in that game. Ademola Lookman was absent. Iwobi was absent. And if you remember, Iwobi was playing deeply down to our defensive line. They totally cut off the supply of Alex Iwobi. So, and according to the manager himself, talking about the Moroccan manager, he said they had to do their assignment to make sure Alex Iwobi didn't function in that game. And they did perfectly. So, going back to that game again, I wouldn't want to actually say it was because of what happened between Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. That was the reason, Ademola Lookman didn't play well against Morocco. Okay, if Ademola Lookman didn't play well against Morocco, what about Alex Iwobi? Did he also have an altercation with Victor Osimhen? No. So you have to put all of this together also to make sense. Of course, what Osimhen and what happened between Osimhen and Ademola Lookman in one way or the other might have affected the psychology, the momentum of Ademola Lookman. But then there again, he's a professional. Because of what happened, that doesn't mean you should not drop your performance. The whole world is watching you. If you don't even care about the national team, care about your own image, care about your own name, that definitely have to perform well in this tournament. And for me, I think we lost to the Moroccans because we failed to come up with a plan B. Our plan A has been working right from the get-go of the tournament. But when we got to the semi-final, we couldn't bring plan B to the fore. So I think that was the reason why we lost that game. But then, just like the legend said, it's been there before, it's done that before. So it could have happened. Of course, you expect that kind of movement to affect some sort of player who are not really professional enough. But for me, in my opinion, I do not think all of that was happening.
You don't think all of that matters? Still talking about the Super Eagles, as the trio of the Super Eagles stars in the person of Wilfred Ndidi, Bright Osai Samuel, and Alex Iwobi has called on the Nigerian Football Federation to actually retain the coach, Eric Ekushel. Despite the team falling short of winning the recent AFCON tournament, Shell expressed uncertainty about his future following the tournament, but the players' backing signaled strong support for his continued leadership. They emphasized the importance of continuity, asserting that Chelsea's management has been pivotal for the team's performance. The only thing we need right now is continuity, Ndidi said. And of course, this highlighting the stability despite not reaching the final. Ndidi went on to actually praise the positive atmosphere Chelsea has fostered within the camp, enhancing teamwork and unity among the players. Iwobi also echoed this sentiment, noting that togetherness instilled by Chelsea has created a family-like environment that promotes healthy competition, and he emphasized the importance of mental readiness, a principle frequently reinforced by Eric Shaw. And the Shah also reflected on the tactical acumen of Eric Shaw, noted the team's ongoing improvement and confidence under the coach's guidance. This acknowledgement of the learning process showcased by the players' commitment to adapting the growing togetherness of Eric Shaw despite challenges faced. The Super Eagles players remain optimistic about the future and are eager to continue building under the Malian or the Franco-Malian tactician. Now, I mean, a lot of talks have been about this coach, Eric Shaw, and one of the biggest conversation that came out after the championship, I'm talking about the AFCON in Morocco, was that, hey, this man needs to be kept because a lot of suitors have been coming from Tunisia before they hired the manager, to Gabon, to other countries jumping on him and saying we want this man to be hired as a manager. But in the end, the job of the glass house to actually decide what exactly must be done to keep the man at the helm of the Super Eagles. But still talking about the glass house now, the Nigerian Football Federation has actually lodged a formal protest against DR Congo for feeding an ineligible player. 7 players actually alleged to have dual nationality in violation of the country's constitution. This case is anticipated to be an extended legal battle, with FIFA expected to rule in February. Now, according to FIFA's investigation, the investigation will focus on how the players acquired a Congolese passport without renouncing other citizenship, a requirement under the Congolese law. The argument that sporting eligibility supersedes national eligibility is unlikely to hold with FIFA, emphasizing adherence to national regulations. A FIFA official, a chief who actually didn't give his name, actually highlighted the importance of ensuring that the passport acquisition process adheres to the law, stating that proper practices could lead to countries exploiting passport systems to field ineligible players. Do you really think, I'm asking you now, Abiodun, do you really think that with these comments coming from a top FIFA executive, that the Super Eagles' chance of going to the World Cup is brighter than ever?
Hey. I don't think it should be. I don't even know. I don't know where to start because honestly, there's been back and forth about this particular DR Congo, feeding and ineligible player and all of that. Nigerians have been talking about it. Some are saying, well, we should just forget about the World Cup. We are not going to the World Cup. But here we are again. If the story is still circulating, still going around, people are still reporting about it, then there is something really, important about this issue. And I think the NFF are doing their own part. While FIFA they are also doing their own part. But the question is, do we need to go this route just because we want to play at the World Cup? See, we failed to qualify for the World Cup. That to me I would, if I'm to advise the NSS, I would advise them, let it go. Let the people go and represent their country and of course, they did well. They defeated the Super Eagles draft penalty. Had it been we qualified through the normal phase, all of this will not be, a major issue or a conversation for us. But then here we are again, back to where it all, started when the news came out that the Super Eagles might be at the next World Cup. For me, I really don't know what is happening. But then at the end of the day, if FIFA really see that we have to be at the World Cup, so be it. But in my opinion, I think it doesn't go well with me. We should just let it slide and of course move on. This is going to qualify honorably to the World Cup. So, but then NSS, like I said, they are still doing their assignment. FIFA also doing their own part also.
But Abiodun, I mean, you talk about honorably. If the DR Congo national team found one thing, it means they actually didn't qualify honorably because they cheated. That's what it means. I mean, you recall that in 2025, Malaysia also were found in this particular situation and they were fined $440,000 for feeding 7 ineligible players. Of course, these players, according to Malaysian law, these guys are fit to actually play. But they also did what, according to the Malaysian authorities, these guys are actually Malaysians because the Malaysian Federation actually backed them. But the way and manner they went about getting their passports or their citizenship it was against the FIFA rule. And that's exactly what FIFA is actually pointing out, that yes, you can say local laws, but then if it does not conform with what FIFA is saying. And you also know that that incident not just, involved Malaysians actually, being fined for that huge amount of money. The Malaysians were actually also asked to put those 7 players aside for the next 12 months. So they are not going to play. They're bound for FIFA-related competition. And as well, the 3 matches that these 3 guys actually played, the game against Cape Verde, the game against Palestine, and also the game against, I think it was Singapore. These 3 games, all of these games were forfeited. So tell me, 3-0, and that's exactly what the result of those games were against the Malaysian national side. So tell me, exactly what the same hot soup, the Congo has found themselves at this point. And if it happens that the FIFA finds Congo, guilty, are you going to say it's not honorable for the Super Eagles to qualify? We did all we could according to the books, and that's exactly why we're going to the World Cup.
It is just laughable. I think for me, they are Congo on their own path. I don't know whatever happened, between the players and how all of their documents came about. But then, like I said earlier, these guys, if we go back to that game against DR Congo, we had every opportunity to defeat them and qualify for the World Cup. But here we are again, talking about the fielded ineligible players and all of that. But then if you look at the DR Congo law also, it's also saying something else. So there's a whole lot of issues surrounding this DR Congo, Nigeria going to the World Cup and all of that. But then at the end of the day, people are going to make their judgment. If they are found guilty, well, that is bad news for their fans and of course, the DR Congo FA. But at the end of the day, if you don't find them guilty, I think the Super Eagles will go to the World Cup. But as we speak, there's nothing concrete confirming that the Super Eagles will go to the World Cup. So it's still bound that the DR Congo national team will be at the next World Cup.
Let me ask you one straight question as we move on to the next story. Yes, one straight question. Do you want the Super Eagles to go to the next World Cup?
Yeah. Of course, I want the Super Eagles of Nigeria to be at the World Cup.
Okay.
It's a good thing for a national team to be at the World Cup.
Absolutely. So let's go from there straight to Europe. A lot of football actions happen right there in the UEFA Champions League. Match Day 7 was a bumper as it closed yesterday. Lots of game. Manchester City dropped from the top 8 side. And Moise Caicedo helped Chelsea, or the new manager, Liam Rossignol, to actually cement himself or start a very good campaign for himself as the manager in Europe, and it was huge game for Chelsea. As you know, this guy actually stepped up to actually do the job. He's arguably one of Chelsea's most standout players, and lots of results. Barcelona actually came back from the dead to actually show just why they should be the most feared side in Europe, winning that game 4-2 away from home. And lots of conversation, so many good. Let's get to see all of it. And trust me, right? It was a night where Bayern Munich continued to show why, you know, they are a side that should be respected, tipped as arguably the favorite because of Arsenal's, inconsistency. If Arsenal can be consistent, maybe they can actually pick up this Champions League this season. But Bayern Munich is is an OG, like they say. I mean, Juventus, a big side, Newcastle, I beg your pardon, you know. These guys are actually showing, you know, just why the English Premier League seems to be a league that, in the last couple of years, when it comes to European football, they give a very strong showing. Even teams that are not doing so well in the league will come into the Champions League and then do a very good job. I mean, Newcastle United, Liverpool also against Marseille, 3-0 away from home. Dominic Szoboszlai continue to show just why, you know, Liverpool, you know, paid that money to actually bring him right there to Anfield. I mean, in the first season, I was looking at him like, this guy seems to not have found his place. But hey, he's doing a lot of good job for Liverpool at this point. And 3-0 away from home. And let's get to look at the table. Yes, Juventus 2-0. And it's huge. McCain and Thuram. I mean, that name Thuram will always be around Juventus. I mean, there's something about Juventus and Thuram. You recall the father was also a legend right there in the club, and now the son is also doing so well, you know, right there. And yes, Athletic Bilbao, you know, I mean, these guys. And another very big one on the night was the one that happened right there at the Rams Park. You know, Victor Osimhen's side against Atletico Madrid. That was a huge game. 1-1 that one ended. And it was huge. Abiodun, look at all of this result and tell me which of these results, you know, came as a surprise to you. And looking at the table, do you really think Man City can find a way back to the top 8 in the UEFA Champions League before? I mean, because that's going to be the last game when they go for the last game. Do you think Man City and Barcelona can find a way back to the top 8, or it's just going to be like this and then we'll get to the next round? I know they've all, you know, made it through the next round, but then can they find their way back to the, you know, top 8? Because everything will be pushing to actually get to the top 8, at least to put themselves in a position where they can actually get to play a team that is not as strong, you know, as you know, this other teams in the first 8 bracket.
Well, the most shocking result for me would definitely have to be the City game against Bodo Glimt on Tuesday. I was really surprised because on the Champions League night, you would expect Manchester City to go into such games, you know, and come out really good. But surprisingly, Bodo Glimt shocked them in that game. And if you look at the countenance of Pep Guardiola, it shows in the man that is not actually a team currently. And for Manchester City, you know, like I said the other time, they are going through, you know, a downtown right now. They need to invest in that team. And they've been doing all of that. You know, they brought in Semenyo, brought in Maguire. These are players who are going to, you know, help them going forward into the season. But right now, I think that result on Tuesday was a shocking result for me. I wasn't expecting a Bodo Glimt, you know, to defeat Manchester City. Of course, he's following Bodo Glimt over the years in European competition. They are one side that lots to score goals. Even in their league, they score a lot of goals. So, defeating Manchester City was a thing for me. But I want to believe Manchester City definitely will bounce back. They've got the quality. You know, they've got the know-how. They have a manager who is quite experienced, who can actually help them to navigate this muddy water.
But Abiodun, let's take a look at the table again. And, you know, that table, you see that there are 4 Premier League sides making it top 8. Arsenal, Tottenham, Newcastle, and Chelsea. What does this say about the English Premier League?
Well, I wouldn't want to read too much into all of this because this same script played out last season. Liverpool actually stopped the table, and at the end of the day, they crashed out when it really mattered. So, the league phase, of course, you play your game, you do your trainer and all of that. At the end of the day, it's really crucial for you. It's very important for you to qualify to the next round. But when you qualify to the next round, can you pick up the momentum right from there? Can you replicate whatever you did in the group in the mid phase? So for me, it's very important for all of these top teams, to do well.
But you should also look at it. I mean, 5 out of 8. That's a show of strength.
Yeah, that's a show of strength, and you definitely cannot take away, that from them. The English Premier League are the most watched league in the world. But what I'm saying in essence is, I wouldn't want to read too much into all of this they are doing right now. You look at Arsenal topping the table, Liverpool, follow closely by Tottenham or so. Even look at United that aren't doing bad. So they need to replicate all of this in the knockout phases. That is where you get to separate the boys from the men. So so you have to do all of that. For me, I would love to see them replicate all of that in the knockout. If you can do all of that, then you are ready to play with the big boys. You are ready to flex muscle with the big boys.
Absolutely.
I don't want to see the pattern of Liverpool last week, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, Abiodun is actually rooting and talking strongly about consistency. If it's not consistency, he doesn't want to be part of it. He doesn't want to be carried away. If you're a Premier League lover, if you're a Premier League fan, if your team is one of the top 8, I mean, at this point, Abiodun is saying this is not the time to start jubilating. Let's see what happens after this round robin games. Let's move on to other sport, and it's the greatest of all time when it comes to tennis. I mean, I was having this conversation with Afis just before we got in the studio. I was talking about Novak Djokovic, and he was saying, for him, it's someone else. And I said, Novak Djokovic, that guy has shown just why, he's arguably the GOAT of the sport. And Novak Djokovic has continued his quest for a record-extending 11th Australian Open title by achieving his 399th Grand Slam match win against Italian qualifier Francesco Mastrelli, winning convincingly 6-3, 6-2, 6-2, despite not needing to shift into top gear. Djokovic showcased his skill, having dropped only 14 games in his first 2 matches. Djokovic acknowledged Mastrelli's potential, noting the young player's strong serve and game. Despite his lack of experience, the Serbian's performance once again highlighted his dominance at Melbourne Park as his 25th Grand Slam trophy. I mean, he's equaled Magnus Cort. I mean, the only person who's got the highest number of trophy after Serena Williams, who was actually also a woman, and she's got 23. Now Djokovic is 24. If he gets 25, I mean, we can obviously say he's the greatest across all sports when it comes to lawn tennis. Do you agree with me, Abiodun? You're not a Djokovic person.
Absolutely, I'm not.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he's not a great player. I'm a fan of Rafa Nadal. From time. I love Rafa Nadal. I love his style of play.
The strong play, the cut man.
Djokovic he came into the game like the man who decided to, break the momentum of football. Talking about Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer. When he came into the party, a whole lot of people were not happy. That with this man that is coming from nowhere, to disrupt what the fans are enjoying. But since he came into the party, he's been very, very consistent, and I love the fact that he's been able to take his game to another level, and that is why we are talking about Djokovic being, one of the greatest tennis players of all time. So for me, I'm not a fan of the Serbian tennis man, but then that doesn't mean he's not a great player. Of course, if he goes on to win, another major Grand Slam this year, we definitely have to put him in that conversation. But some people will tell you that, he's done that. We respect him for whatever he has done so far. But then you cannot take away the fact that, Rafa Nadal, Roger Federer, brought that liveliness, that zeal, that passion for tennis that made a whole lot of, tennis fans to actually follow the game. Of course, the man that came with a whole lot of power, the style, and all of that. But then I always respect him for that. But always, I always go for the Mayoka man talking about Rafa Nadal.
I mean, one thing about Djokovic that I always admire is his consistency. This guy has got a huge level of longevity. I respect Federer. Federer has always been my own man when it comes to playing style. But then when it comes to longevity, and that's one of the hallmark of greatness. If you don't have it, trust me, you might have the talent, but talent is not enough. We've seen great players, the like of Van Basten, they've got the talent, but longevity actually, took them out. You cannot say they are the greatest because, they didn't actually give the game the good number of years that the game expected to actually see. So for me, it is the man. But we went from, the rackets game, let's go straight to boxing, as Deontay Wilder is reportedly closing on finalizing a deal for a fight against Derek Chisora, scheduled for April. Wilder's co-manager, Shirley Finkel, confirmed that negotiations are progressing well. This matchup will be significant for Chisora, marking his 50th professional fight, despite interest from unified champion Oleksandr Usyk in defending his title against Wilder in the USA. The former heavyweight champion is focused on facing Chisora's first. Wilder had only one fight last year, a knockout victory over Tyrell Anthony Hendon, returning after a loss to Zahizan. And Chisora's rejuvenated with recent victories has been preparing for his monumental fight, which has said to be could be a very solid and the last before considering retirement. This anticipation surrounding the matchup has been heightened by the recent fierce face-off at the IBA Pro event in Dubai. And these two guys, trust me, I remember, Chisora is one boxer who I was actually hoping is going to really rise. And I actually like Chisora like, a team like Everton that you get to see at some point, they'll feel like they're making all of the progression, but at some point they just get stuck and start, going there. But tell me about this fight. How much of, a help will it do to Wilder's career? Because his career did plummeted after that fight against Usyk.
These two guys have been in the wilderness for a long time. And for Deontay Wilder, I really don't know the young man after that fight against Alexander Usyk. We all thought he was just going to retire, and of course, this farewell to boxing. But the man is saying he wants to come back against a tough opponent also in Chisora. Of course, Chisora also is a fantastic boxer, but then if you look at the records of these two guys, they've also been at that level at some point. Yeah. But they met with tougher opponents and they couldn't navigate all of their opponents at that moment. So it is just a matter of if you cannot go beyond those guys, you have to step back, and exactly what is happening to them right now. So they need to find their way back to the top once again. And I love the fact that they are going for each other this time around. Deontay Wilder, the Chisora, they need to get to that level again. Let's see if they got what it takes to be back at that level where you can put them on the same pedestal with the likes of Alexander Usyk and the like. So for me, I'm really excited for the bout coming up in April. So let's see how it goes. But I'll be looking for Chisora because of his tenacity, because of what he's done before. Of course, Deontay Wilder also is a fantastic boxer, like I said, but the way and manner he lost to Alexander Usyk, I think it's going to be very, very hard for him to actually bounce back against Chisora.
But if he eventually wins this fight, I'm talking about Deontay Wilder, where does that leave him? Is it going to be, because he's actually looking at fighting Usyk again?
Well, I think that is going to be suicidal for him, honestly. Because you want to fight against a man who, already did you dirty. I don't know why you want to go back to it. But then, boxing is a sport that loves to, to give back again. I'm quite sure Alexander Usyk will welcome the idea of another round again, for him to go at the belt. But trust me, I'm not sure Alexander Usyk will want to offer him that chance, because there might be a belt on the table for him to actually, go for that bout. So I'm not sure that will happen. But then if Alexander Usyk on his own path and his camp decided to make that happen, good for the fans. The fans will definitely watch, to be excited about it. But then trust me, if Deontay Wilder go on to win this particular bout against Chisora, that means there's a lot to actually look forward to the young man, because is trying to build himself up again. He's trying to, to get to that level where you can actually mention his name and you are according some level of respect as far as boxing is concerned. So it's going to be a fantastic bout to look forward to. But then, like I said again, I'm looking for Chisora to actually win this one because he's a man who has got the tenacity, the pedigree is there for him also. But the way Amana Johnson Wilder lost to Alexander the last time, I'm not sure if he has the water to go on and win this particular battle.
Thank you very much, Abiodun Akweno, for being part of Sport Republic this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you to have me on.
Of course, that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on to this episode of the Sport Show. And do well to actually join the guys, Hafiz and Jerry, as they break down all footballing stories, complex or not, this evening right there in the locker room where, the conversation about football is unending. And on that note, I say good morning once again. I'm Ikechukwu Aguagu. Up next is the Midday News with David Edwin. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When you say make Nigeria no happen to you. Me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Haba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness.
7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways.
Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Naija, complaining, no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be Ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. 7 promises, them don't talk 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not flaw. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News, Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Lawmakers calls for fair APC e-registration in Zamfara State, cites glitches and rivalries. Atiku Abubakar advises supporters Obi's camp against insults. Peter Obi condemns handling of Kajuru church abduction, calls for divisive action. Court issues bench warrant against suspects linked to Turji Bello. Court sacks Abure, declares Nanadi Usman Labour Party chair. EU allocates 557 million euros humanitarian aid to Africa, focuses on Nigeria's northwest. On the foreign scene, Trump calls out on use of force, insists on taking Greenland. In business, federal government plans to raise 900 billion naira via bond auction, doubling last year's target. In the world of sports, Manchester City fans to get tickets refunded after Bodo Glimt's defeat. In entertainment, Hugh the Bassi sets third Guinness record. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, we'll go straight to the news itself. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary?
Welcome back. It is still the media news right here in Voice of the People television. Now to the major stories. The Supreme Court has dismissed the trial of Hamzat al-Mustafa, the former chief security officer to the late military ruler, General Sani Abacha, over the murder of Kudirat Abiola. Kudirat Abiola was the wife of the late politician and businessman MKO Abiola, the presumed winner of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election. She was killed in Lagos during the nationwide crisis following the annulment while campaigning to reverse the military's decision. Al-Mustafa's trial, brought by the Lagos state government, was put to rest today by a 5-man Supreme Court panel led by Justice Uwani Abba Aji. At the hearing, Lagos State did not appear and no legal processes had been filed since 2014 when the court ordered the trial to be reopened. Representing Al-Mustafa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Paul Daudu, told the court that Lagos had failed to act on the 2014 order, not even filing a notice of appeal, showing a lack of seriousness in prosecuting the case. Daudu urged the court to dismiss the case entirely. Justice Abba Aji asked if Lagos had been served with hearing notice, which was confirmed. In a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court agreed that Lagos had abandoned the case. Justice Abba Aji said 9 years was long enough for the state to act, and the trial was consequently dismissed. In another development, the Southern Kaduna Christian Leaders Association has condemned the recent abduction of 177 persons in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, describing the incidents as alarming and unacceptable. The association, in a statement signed by its chairman, Emmanuel Kure, expressed deep anguish over the attack, noting that it was the first time in the history of Southern Kaduna that worshippers from 3 different Christian denominations were abducted on the same day during church services. Kure said the Kajuru incidents had further compounded the insecurity challenges confronting Southern Kaduna, adding that several abductions in communities across Kauru, Kachia, and other parts of the region remained unresolved. He lamented that many families in the affected areas were still living in pain and uncertainty over the fate of their loved ones, stressing that the recurring attacks had continued to instill fear among residents, while calling on the Kaduna State government, security agencies, and other relevant authorities to intensify efforts to secure the immediate and unconditional release of the abducted worshippers. The association urged decisive measures to end the cycle of kidnapping in the region. As part of a spiritual response to the crisis, the association announced a 2-day fasting and prayer program for the safe return of all abducted persons across southern Kaduna. Moving on, the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has assured Nigerians that all amendments to the Electoral Act will be completed in time for the 2027 general elections. The assurance was conveyed through his special advisor on constitutional matters, Monday Ubani, in response to call by the Advocacy Foundation for the Senate to reconvene and prioritize the Electoral Bill 2025. Ubani said the Senate will take up the bill immediately after resuming from recess on January the 27th, aiming to pass it and secure presidential assent by the first week of February. He stressed the timeline is critical as the Independent National Electoral Commission must ensure a notice of election at least 1 year before polling day. The assurance comes after the Advocacy Foundation warned that failure to pass the amendment could force INEC to conduct the 2027 elections under the current 2022 Electoral Act. Moving on, the Senate and the House of Representatives committees on the Northwest Development Commission, in collaboration with the Commission, will hold a one-day Northwest Stakeholders Development Summit on January the 31st in Kaduna State. This is contained in a statement jointly signed by the Senate Committee Chairman on NWDC, Senator Baba Gida Hussaini, and his House of Representatives counterpart, Sulaiman Abubakar, respectively, in Abuja. According to the statement, the summit is designed to bring together key stakeholders from across the 7 Northwest states to reflect on the zone's development challenges and align priorities for sustainable growth. The statement said that the summit would feature plenary sessions, technical decisions and discussions, and sector-focused engagement to strengthen collaboration, improve policy coherence, and support effective implementation of the Commission's mandate across the zone. It further noted that outcomes from the summit would help guide NWDC's programs and interventions and foster stronger partnership among stakeholders committed to the development of the zone. Still in the news, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says it's carried out 87 relief interventions for 17,000 displaced persons across the Northwest in 2025. NEMA's Northwest Zonal Director, Sani Lokoja, told reporters in Kaduna that the displaced were victims of banditry, flooding, rainstorm, windstorm, fires, and communal clashes. Lokoja said Kaduna had the highest number of intervention with 34, followed by Sokoto State with 33 and Kano with 20. Kebbi recorded 16, Katsina 14, Jigawa 7, and Zamfara 6. The agency says this intervention has provided much needed support to affected communities throughout the year. Away from that report, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has begun enforcing the ban on alcohol sold in sachet and PET bottles below 200 millimeters. NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye said the move follows the Senate directive and comes after consultations with the federal government. She explained the ban aims to protect public health, especially children and young adults, noting that small, cheap containers made alcohol easily accessible and increase the risk of abuse. Enforcement was originally planned for December 2025, but was temporarily suspended pending government consultation, which have now been concluded. And in the southwestern parts of Nigeria, the Ogun State Governor, Dapo Abiodun, has clarified a circulating report suggesting a confrontation between him and the Council of Afrobajes regarding the Awujale selection. According to the official sources, these claims are completely false and misleading. This was contained in a statement signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor of Information and Strategy, Kaide Akimade. Akimade said this statement that the governor remains committed to upholding due process, respecting the autonomy of traditional institutions, and ensuring a fair process in the selection of a new Awujale for Ijebu. He added that Governor Dapo Abiodun's administration will continue to prioritize dialogue, harmony, and the preservation of cultural values. And in the North Central, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak has set up a 3-member panel to investigate the recent student protests at Kwara State Polytechnic. The Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Saidatu Modibo Kawu, confirmed this in a statement issued in Ilorin, the state's capital. The protest had earlier prompted the governor to order the temporary closure of the Polytechnic to safeguard lives and properties. Modibo Kawu said the panel is chaired by the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Senior Suleiman, and has 2 weeks to submit its report. She explained that the committee will examine both the immediate and remote causes of the protest is handling and engage relevant stakeholders. The commissioner added that the governor has directed the rector, Abdul Jimo, to step aside while the most senior deputy rector will serve in an acting capacity. Still on education-related matters, the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics has rejected the revised scheme of service for polytechnics prepared by the National Board of Technical Education. Union President Philip Ogunshipe said the rejection, detailed in a minority report submitted to the Education Minister, stems from sharp disparities introduced between teaching and non-teaching staff at the entry-level position. The union also criticized remarks by the chairman of the Committee of Heads of Polytechnics, who reportedly said rectors and some non-teaching staff could not retire on the same grade level, calling the statement demeaning, elitist, and against public service rules. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the Midday News.
Good afternoon and thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much. Well, also joining us virtually is Mr. Sunday Oladapo. Mr. Sunday is a politician and also public and political affairs analyst. But I do understand right now that Mr. Sunday is yet to join the conversation. But let's start off from the studios here with Mr. Dele Fanimo. Interestingly, Mr. Fanimo, the Polytechnic workers have rejected the new, I'm talking about the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnic, have rejected the revised schemes of service for Polytechnic prepared by the National Board of Technical Education. Well, these again, according to the union's president, Philip Ogunshipe, is saying that the scheme does not entirely indicate what the association stands for. Plus, it's, according to him, demeaning and delisting the union. What's your position with these kind of
you see, the hierarchy of academic staff in Polytechnic ends with a chief lecturer.
Okay.
Whereas in the universities, it's the professor. And the new scheme of things states that as professor, your retirement age is 70.
Right.
Whereas for chief lecturers in the Polytechnic, for Federal Polytechnic lecturers, I think it's 65.
Okay.
Then the emolument structure also differ. And as well as the products, the placement of their products, HND and bachelor, the placement is also, while the graduate follows the administrative cadre, the HND graduate follows executive cadre. So the product of HND Polytechnic, the terminal point is chief executive, from principal to chief, yes. I think it's on level 14.
Okay.
Which is also equivalent to the position of a director in the admin line. So HND graduates from the scheme of things cannot be a permanent secretary in the civil service.
Okay.
So what that says technically is that the Polytechnic lecturers and by extension the non-academic staff represented in the university as NASU.
Yes.
then represented by, I've forgotten the acronym of that of the Polytechnic. They are also not on the same level. I think for university is 65 now.
So this disparity clearly is the reason why this scheme would not work according to the union.
Yes.
That is clearly
because it's not holistic.
Okay.
It's not holistic. But on the flip side, when you want to, I'm a product of the two. On the flip side, if you want to calculate the number of years spent to attain HND status, it's 5 years. 2 years for OND, 1 year for industrial experience, and then 2 years for HND. Whereas a BSc holder in some of those courses in the universities, you only do 4 years straight. So the argument is, if I have to spend 5 years in the Polytechnic, particularly when the certificate I'm parading at O level is same thing or even better than that of university graduates at the starting point, why should I now be subservient to the BSc holder? But if you want to also argue it, the advent of HND started as a result of the need for middle-level manpower.
Right.
Skilled middle-level manpower.
Yes.
So the way it is structured is the HND holder uses his hands, whereas the BSc holder uses his intellect, his brain. He designs for the HND holder to implement. That was the original arrangement. But over the years, just find out that the same courses they offer in the universities are what they are now offering. They have even abandoned those core areas of the polytechnics. So now you see polytechnics offering HND, offering business administration, offering all manner of courses that you also find, accountancy that you also find in the universities.
Right.
So now the era of separating these two is almost thinning out. And so the belief now is, if I have to go and study mass communication in Polytechnic, for instance, and you had gone to university to study mass communication, what makes you better than me on the job? So why should you now be my boss on the job? So, and it's more prevalent in the civil service, in the public sector. In the private sector, particularly this, our trade, you may have a school cert, and if you are very good, nobody counts it against you.
Sure.
But in the public sector, even if you are the dullest of candidates, as long as you have the BSc, you will be promoted well above HND.
All right, then. Before I
that
jump off,
is the cross of the matter.
Before I jump off this situation,
why the Polytechnic academic and non-academic are saying that they are rejecting certain things is the fact that the focus is on making them be on the same pedestal.
Almost at par.
At par. But what about the other factors?
Now, that's where exactly I'm going. So if, for instance, government should want to reconsider its position and making it at par, what then happens to technical schools across the nation? Which, again, you mentioned the other sector. How can that now not even create even much more lacunas? Because, hey, the technical schools will be saying, we are more practical than these people who, again, you say just use their brains.
You see, I think there's a difference between a technical school and a polytechnic.
Of course, there is.
Now, the question is, if you notice in the last 2 years, they practically woo young people to come to technical schools by making it tuition-free and some other incentives. Because, this is a country where ego plays a critical role in your societal endeavors. how would they see me as a plumber with trade tests?
All right then.
How would a BSc holder see me? Whereas you are sometimes sought after than that university graduate
who is still looking for a job with the white collar companies. Well, let's move from that conversation to another one. And I want to stay with the Southwest, where Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun has cleared out reports suggesting a major confrontation between himself and the Council of Afobajers. I mean, I saw this report a couple of days ago and I said, there's never a smoke without a fire. But in the reality, the governor has come out to clearly say right now that there is nothing like a major confrontation or any fire between myself and the Afobajers, even though the selection of Yawujale has been suspended so far. But then, what do we make of this? I know you have a bit of information on this particular story. So what do we make of this, Mr. Fadimo?
You see, at the cross of this crisis is the resistance of the kingmakers, Afobajers, in Ijebuland, that they are not going to succumb to a government officials imposing a candidate on them that has not passed through them. Now, you see, it's easy for the Awujale in council to do this because majority of these people are well-to-do. They are not just ordinary people. When you have the likes of Kuku, you know, and the rest of them. So what they are saying is, there was a meeting where the governor said that there is a particular candidate from the top that has been endorsed by government. And the Afobajers said, this is a traditional institution and we would have to go through the process. Even when others had submitted their claims, counterclaims, petition that these Afobajers are looking to, then you just summon them and say, this is the candidate from above. They said, no, they are not going to have that. So it became a stalemate. They said they were not going to allow it to happen. And the government is saying, this is our choice.
Now,
and so the only way, if it will not precipitate trouble, is for the government to halt the process and then go back and find a way around it so that there will be a consensus candidate at the end of the day that has the imprimatur of the Awujale Council.
I like to stay with this line of the consensus of the Awujales and all of that. The question now would be, how much of a power does the governor have in the installing of the next Awujale of Ijebuland?
You see, on paper, governor is also relying on the powers of the local government chairman.
Okay, within that particular Ijebuland.
After Sultan and Oni of Ife, the late Oni of Ife, Obasijo Ade, and the late Sultan, I think, was it Dasuki then, when they had brushes with Babangida, when they traveled without his consent, and he now enacted a decree that has not been vacated up to today, that traditional rulers are now under local government chairman. That was why they were able to remove the Emir of Kano. You know that Ganduje did not remove him. He only used
the local government
chairman with the stamp of authority of the State House of Assembly to remove him. So technically, Awujale is subject to the government in a way. But because of the strength of character and the power of members of the kingmakers in council, they are contesting this. And I see them going to court to challenge some of these things.
Oh, wow.
And The end is not in sight.
Okay, we definitely will keep our eyes on that conversation and, of course, give you the stories as they progress. Let's move to another important conversation. The Supreme Court has declared and, of course, dismissed Major Hamza Al-Mustafa's trial in the Kudirat Abiola case, murder case. Mr. Fanimo, this is a situation that has been ongoing since, I think, 2014, if I'm not wrong. But looking at the fact that Supreme Court clearly has said, look, the Lagos
I
State
think he got
government...
to Supreme Court in 2014. Al-Mustafa's case started even before the advent of this republic.
I mean, we're talking... I mean, it's just what it is. So, looking at this particular dismissing of the case by the Supreme Court, what does this portend for the family of the Abiolas right now? Because, again, the Lagos State government seems not to be pushing this case, and that is the major reason why the court has...
As a matter of fact, the trial judge in Lagos State then has been nominated to the Supreme Court.
Right.
Justice Oyewole.
Yes.
Now, you see, the fact of the case appears to have been destroyed along the line. Where is Sergeant Rogers today? Where is Major... I've forgotten this man's name. Is it Kachala? Or I can't remember now. And some other principal suspects that gave evidence at that time at the Oputa panel.
Yeah.
So they are no longer around. We don't even know their whereabouts. So what evidence are you going to use to nail Mustafa? And that's what the court relied on. And Al-Mustafa would have been roped in on vicarious liability or circumstantial evidence. But where the principal... Rogers said he was a major player in the shooting of Kudirat. Where is Sergeant Rogers today? And the likes. So, for me, it's just like closing this chapter once and for all.
Rather than elongating it
and still open wounds. So, I think Al-Mustafa can now go and enjoy the rest of his life.
But then again, he's also trying to get into politics, something that a lot of persons have asked questions. How much credibility does he have? You would also say he's a Nigerian, so he has the freedom of being voted.
He's a Nigerian. He has not been convicted. He has not been declared bankrupt. He has not been tested to be of a sound mind.
So all of those preludes can allow him become a candidate. All right, then let's move to this conversation in Kaduna State, where the Southern Kaduna Christian Leaders Association have clearly condemned the abduction of over 177 persons in Kajuru local government.
The government said it's 163.
Now, here's the thing. We have... wait, let me even ask. How much of data problem do we have, and how much harm is this going to consistently keep giving the country? Because when a group of Christians say it is 177, government that have said nothing of such happened by the local government chairman is coming again to say we have 163.
You see, it's not all about data. It's concealment of information.
To what end, Mr. Fanimo?
You see, somebody was saying, I think it's spokesperson of the police also was saying that they had to conceal that information so that they don't raise panic among the populace. But these are the people that they know, those who have been abducted. How can somebody take 163? Let's concede without agreeing that it's 163.
Right.
Even if you carry 163 chickens from one village to the other, at least somebody will notice that movement. Not to talk of human beings.
I mean, just one United States citizen was picked up in Nigeria and
head was let loose until that man was rescued. So what are we talking about? You see, we tend to encourage, we tend to embolden these maladjusted individuals who call themselves terrorists by making them look invincible, making them look almighty, all-powerful. When we begin to go back and forth on all of this. The question I keep asking myself is, to move 163 people from one point to the other, even if you have 163 cows that listens to just one person, sometimes they stray.
And to think that they were not just from one particular church.
3 churches. So, does it mean, and within the same community?
Yes.
Does it mean that when they were carrying out the first attack, there was no information to the other churches to flee? You see, it shows that it is either they went to these churches simultaneously, captured them, and then marched them into the forest. But how far can these people accommodate? What is the level of intelligence around this place? Forever, we know that most of the time, the places where they capture people and kidnap people are far flung from the city center. And it's like a sitting duck. Why don't we place some level of surveillance around some of these far-flung communities to forestall this kind of incidents?
Mr. Fanimo, let's just oppose this while we let you go in the end. Castina State is about letting out 70 alleged bandits that were captured and, of course, reintegrating them into the society again. And just yesterday, the Emir of Kano, I'm talking about Sanusi II, also told the government of Kano State that, look, sign this death warrant so that this will deter all of these criminal elements that go about killing people and maiming people all across the society. Just opposing these two situations now with what we're experiencing here. I mean, the Southern Kaduna Christian Association of Nigeria did say that it's not just in Kajuru. There's one that has happened across Kauru and Kachia. With all of this, the commander-in-chief has changed his service chiefs, and he did say Nigerians would not tolerate excuses. But as we speak, Nigerians are still being picked and named and killed by these bandits. How do we justify?
You see, as to the refusal of state chief executives to sign death warrants, I don't know why it has been so. As of today, those awaiting execution that are all over the prisons, there are over 4,000.
This is final correction, it's over 6,000.
Maybe I don't have the latest statistics. Now 6,000. And these are terminal cases. They have gone up to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court have upheld the judgment. So are you going to wait until the prisons now burst from its seams and these people are back in the society to unleash terror? You recall that one particular guy who was convicted of murder, condemned to death, but released. You know his first port of call? He went straight to the family of those who give him the evidence against him and killed them. Do we want all this to happen?
Big question there. Because of our time, Mr. Fanmo, really, we have to draw anchor on analysis segment of the midday news. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you once again, Mr. Fanimo, for being here.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news. We are next. Please just stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. APC chieftain Joe Igbokwe has expressed concerns over the ongoing demolition of properties belonging to Ndibo in Lagos State. In a post on in his official Facebook page, Igbokwe said he had received multiple complaints from Igbo residents about their homes being torn down by state officials. He described the Igbo community as a vital part of Lagos growth, noting that after more than 40 years in the state, he is aware of their significant investment. Igbokwe has urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to intervene and find an amicable solution to the issue. Moving on, across many Nigerian homes and schools, the use of mother tongue is gradually declining among children as English and Nigerian Pidgin increasingly dominate daily communication, raising broader conversation about language, identity, and cultural continuity in the country with hundreds of indigenous languages. From there on, let's move straight to some business stories. The Nigerian interbank settlement system says digital payment fraud losses, fell sharply to 25.85 billion naira in 2025, a 51% drop from the previous year. The figures were disclosed by NIBSS Managing Director and CEO Premier Okwil at the 2026 Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum Technical Kickoff in Lagos. Oiwos noted that while fraud cases have steadily declined over the past 5 years, the value of losses remains a major concern. Data shows reported incidents dropped from nearly 124,000 in 2021 to about 67,500 in 2025, with only 4% decline in the past year. Lagos counted for more than 63% of fraud activities, followed by Abuja, while Ogun, Rivers, and Delta states each recorded just over 1%. E-commerce and internet banking remains the most affected channels, with social engineering, especially insider abuse, identified as a leading fraud method. From that business story, we'll move straight to talking sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has imposed heavy sanctions on Algeria following chaotic scenes after their quarter-final loss to Nigeria at the African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Nigeria won the match 2-0 to book a semi-final place, but incidents after the final whistle led to punishment for players, officials, and supporters. Goalkeeper Lucas Zidane, son of French legend Zinedine Zidane, has been suspended for 2 matches. Defender Rafik Beghagli received a 4-match ban with 2 games suspended. The bans will be served during the 2027 AFCON qualifiers, meaning both players remain eligible for the summer's World Cup. The Algeria Football Federation has also fined $100,000 for team misconduct and misappropriated behavior by players, officials, and fans. In response, the Federation has confirmed it will appeal the sanction, saying it will defend the interests of Algerian football through official channels. Still talking sports, Nottingham Forest have added Olaina in their UEFA Europa League squad ahead of their final 2 league phase matches. The Nigerian international could make his first appearance in the competition today when Forest faces Portuguese side SC Braga. The fullback has been sidelined since September with a hamstring injury picked up on international duty, but returned to action earlier this month. And in entertainment, the mother of Anu, the 12-year-old girl at the center of the paternity disputes involving Afrobeat star Davido, has accused her Adeleke family of intimidation, manipulation, and abuse of power. In a statement, she denied claims that additional DNA tests were carried out in 2020, contradicting recent comments by the family. She also alleged that her sister, Titilayo Lambijo, had been in contact with Adeleke Adeleke since the COVID-19 pandemic, a development she described as shocking, and accused the family of using their influence and wealth to monitor her. The statement comes less than 24 hours after Adeleke Davido's father spoke publicly on the controversy, saying the family coordinated multiple DNA tests to determine whether Anoluakpo is biologically related to the singer. He also detailed how documents, photographs, and correspondence allegedly linking Davido to the child's mother led the family to pursue what he described as extensive testing to resolve the issue. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Top of the hour, 1 p.m. Nigerian time, will be the program Spotlight, with Precious Agumanu. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
And voices matter. And this is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm sure you won't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today, I am not alone. So gracing our screen today, we have an Afro-pop dancehall artist with us today, and he is someone that has been into the music scene for couple of times, and he is no other person than El Nayan. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
So tell me, El Nayan, how do you feel today?
Yeah, I feel great. I like how you guys love yourselves.
Ooh, you get. Please, we are going to pass the vibe of the love. You understand? So, Anaya, tell me, it has been, the weekend has been a lot. So, how have you been able to cope? A lot of parties, a lot of.
We've been partying. We've been just going with the flow. Not going with the flow. Hitting the flow.
Hitting the flow.
Yes.
All right. This is actually beautiful. So it's a good one. So yes, get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And we're going to talk about a lot of things, all the Tory, whether they happen for Nigeria. And first off, we're going to talk about today is Emekike has actually called out Jaruma. So veteran Nollywood actor Emekike has publicly called out controversial relationship therapist and influencer Hawal Saidu Muhammad, that is popularly known as Jaruma, and over a viral video involving his son Michael Ike. So the actor expressed outrage after discovering that his son and image were linked to a video promoting Jaruma's adult-themed products. So a move he described as misleading, disgraceful, and damaging to his reputation. So taking to social media, Emekike firmly distanced himself from the content, stating that he has no affiliation with Jaruma or her brand and never gave consent for his identity to be used in such a manner. So he demanded the immediate removal of his name and pictures from all related materials, warning that he will take legal actions to protect his image if the issue persisted. So in the emotional post, the actor also addressed his son directly, lamenting that he described as poor life choices, including leaving university and engaging in controversial online content. So Emekike said this situation caused him deep pain as a father and public figure, so emphasizing that he had worked hard over the years to build a respectable brand, which he would not allow to be dragged into dispute. So the incident has since sparked widespread reactions online, with many Nigerians debating parental responsibility, personal choices, and the use of celebrity identities without consent. So I want to talk about a lot of things, parents are actually facing right now. Young ones, there's this youthful exuberance, really, is that what I would call it? Because a lot of young ones want to be in that circle, they want to be there, and I get the whole idea. But I feel that parents also want to see their child doing good things.
Every parent.
You get what I'm trying to say.
Parent.
So they want to see their child doing better than them. So I think this particular one wasn't just good because Emekike had actually seen his child, being on a content for Jaruma, and talking about what Jaruma actually sells online and stuff like that. I think the guy, it's a lot.
Want to be careful.
It's a lot. But seriously, every parent that says this would want to, react, the way Emekike has actually reacted, and this has to bring to where we parents, what are the parents doing? Are they really trying their best to groom their child well? Basically, what happened? I think the child Emekike's son has actually reached the age where he can, decide for himself.
Not all the time parents are able to detach.
Yeah.
They're still seeing that their boy.
And come to think of it, the kind of people young ones we have now, they are Gen Z people. Hey God, they can do things.
Too much para.
Too much. They can do things. So I actually get the fact that Emekike is trying to, protect his son and those kind of things. And that's what every parent would do. But Gen Zs will always be the Gen Z. They will act the way they.
I remember where it was mostly our parents not wanting us to do entertainment. But now they are kind of encouraging.
Actually, right? and come to think of it, the son wants to do, he wants to go into, entertainment, and he just wants to be like his father. Definitely, a lot of parents are, that are into the entertainment scene. Most of their children are like, I wouldn't call out like Wizkid's son, doing his song.
Every
parent wants to see their child doing better than them, but it's not an issue for. I think it's not an issue for Emekike, but the fact that he is not liking the fact that the son is actually doing it, promoting a content for Jaruma. So he has issues with it actually.
He's like, why are you doing it that way?
He's having issues with it, but he wants his son to actually go to school. If you want to do the same thing your father has actually done, we don't have issues with that. But I think doing it the right way. Go to school, learn. Then maybe when you come out, you could, if you want to go acting, if you want to do another thing, it's left up to you. But I think young ones should really learn right now because it's very important. Now they say school na scam. Like school not be scam. Man, tell you truth, it's not be scam. No, that's why let anybody just pressure you or tell you about it. Say school na scam. Not believe though, because people will still go school. They're very important. Because if you want to talk to people, if you want to relate with people, you want to interact, communication actually. So how do you now do it if you're not, you understand? So it's a lot. So yeah, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this and the way Emekike reacted to the content and also Jarima. And let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And a lot of people still brought up their own experiences as a parent. So let's see what my comment section now, because comment section is always the oh my God. So yes, somebody said shameless woman. Hey God, you see what I talk now? Say they don't start. This is where problem. You see, sometimes I'll just say God. When I just drop some stories, I'll be like, God, Father Heaven, help me. My comment section, they don't agree.
If they go wild.
All right. So Wisdom Wealth said shameless woman, picking where them born for your face. Oh, it's well. And Nourish Table said the same Jaroma where I see one blogger asking for fundraising to her child. All right. And somebody else said that generation really likes school. They always feel say failure don't set in one school no day. So look how many go school where they get them clear. Abi you know see as they be billionaires. Hello.
Somebody is giving a point. Okay.
All right. And somebody said, sad indeed. I feel his pain. Every parent wants the best for their kids, actually. And influencing on Harvard can come later, definitely. So go get a career first. The mindset of finding shortcuts to make money has damaged a lot of youth. And yes, that's the truth. You see a lot of people now content, want to start creating content. They forget that, I'm supposed to be in school. I've seen a lot of young ones, creating. I don't have issues with you creating content. You understand? You want to make money. You want to be everywhere. You want to be in the entertainment scene. I don't have issues with that. But
one thing I like to add to that is that if you want to do something that is not necessarily school, you have to be able to prove your parents. And when I say prove your parents, that learning is not only going to whatever university in Nigeria, whatever. Find schools around where you want to go to if you don't want to get distracted. If that's okay, right? Like find things that you would do that is like a build-up. Some people didn't really go to the school, but they had handwork.
Actually, the skill.
If you go to the UK, for example, their schools are more of foreigners than them. Then they are outside working.
Of course.
Right? Because you, at the end of the day, you're living a life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So find something that would be enough for your parents to say, okay, we trust you.
Right.
They should be able to trust you. That's just what I need to add to that.
It's just about, I feel that, young ones we have today, our youth, nowadays, they don't value the being in class, teachings and the rest of them. They just want to be there. Maybe now waiting I see, now they want the, we have so...
Yeah, when internet is too much.
Yes.
Like you're on your phone all the time.
All the time. All the time.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But yes, we still have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are still talking about.
Session.
And somebody said, your comments must be far from sarcasm as a woman. Okay. And somebody said, I don't blame Emeka. Another person said, another family matter. All right. And somebody said, this one go break him Emeka heart. And Lovely said, that's one side effect of a broken home. And yes, come to think about a broken home. A lot of people believe that basically men, you understand, they believe that single mothers are not doing a great job, training, especially when it comes to training their male children.
I would like to say, whose fault was it for her to be a single mother?
Oh my God!
Not the father. Let's blame the guy too. Why is he not there?
Wow, it's a lot. That's I said. See the amount of divorce we had 2025. They shouldn't just carry everything today. Everybody should just.
I don't want to prolong our topic, but what is causing this whole divorce? Because
divorce. People are not seeing it as a normal thing. Oh wow, if the marriage doesn't work, all right, everybody.
I heard that people go for divorce classes.
It's actually funny. And everybody see. I don't want to say this, but it's funny where love doesn't look like love anymore.
Love is trying to be monetized.
What? Everybody, like, when you tell somebody that I love you, well, you're talking about if you're not loving me, you're not giving me. You understand?
If you're not giving me, you're not loving me.
Even Davido talk and say,
love is sweet.
When money enter, love is sweeter. But then we should balance this thing.
Right.
It's a lot of. I feel that people that are falling in love, you should fall in love with your sense, with your head. Yeah. It's not every like because you're being pressured. Everybody wants to get married, and you yourself you want to get married. Guy, if you're doing it that way, you're gonna come out. Seriously.
If you rush,
it's crazy.
You rush out.
A lot of divorces, and I'm like saying, please, this year will be 2026. Let's be guided.
I mean, like, see, our parents before they tried for us, they did not separate. But all of you want to be
even they self get two wives then, no. The two
wives go turn friends.
With two wives when they peace they day. But no, this time around,
let's not even say peace they day. Fights go still day the house, but they go still all right. Why is everybody just divorcing? You're not comfortable. You are leaving. Why?
But then, when we talk about divorce, it's between the man and the woman right now because a lot of people some mothers are not training. I know you're a man, but I want to basically talk about this. Some mothers are not training their male children well, and some mothers are not training their female children well. Do you understand? When you get a well-trained man, there are things the man should know that he is to do, and things he is not supposed to do. And as a lady that is well-trained, should know the things you're to do and things you're not meant to do. You understand? You already have that mindset that you're going into a relationship. This is somebody that you are meeting. Like you've never known him from, Adam. You've never had to stay with this kind of person. So he has a different perspective and you have a different lifestyle too. So the both of you trying to be together has to decide.
The level of alignment.
Thank you. So you coming to say, he did not treat me like this. You did not see it when you are doing the talking stage thing.
Also, right? A lot of people create like an idea of relationship or of marriage in their head.
Yes.
And once they are in it and it's not going the way it has been in their head for years, movies. So make crazy things that is not even your culture. From the beginning, right?
Actually,
you're having it in your head, and all of a sudden you want to make everybody do it in their head. It cannot work like that now.
It cannot.
It cannot work like that.
It cannot. See, this year everybody should be guided. Though I don't want to be hearing divorce left, right, center. I'm tired. I'm actually tired. I talked about it a lot of time last year, 2025, and this is just January.
Why do people just get together?
Please, if you know that you're not ready to be in a relationship and give birth to reasonable children, actually, because a lot lot of people they will.
Because it's the divorce that is bringing more of this divorce.
Yes, because they won't have time to take care of that child or train them the proper way. Because this is
once a child is coming up and he sees how his parents have been together, it has something to do in his head. It has a lot to impact in his head. But if he comes up and all he's seeing is my mom did this, my dad did that, my mom did, and all of a sudden my mom is not with my dad.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to my dad. It's scattering the boy's head or the girl's head.
I'm telling
you. Too much. So the more divorce, the more chaos in the society. I beg.
All right. And that takes us, I just pray that, Emekike gets the way to fix this with his son. I just think, I should just pardon the boy. I think he's going through, the adult age.
I mean, every, if not for the fact that they're like, big Emeka Ike is a big name. This is something that happened in a normal home.
Actually,
right? Like a boy and his father will always have time where they are having issues. But now because this is coming from a star home, everybody wants to have an opinion on it. So
actually, that's the truth. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and it happens to be that Nigerian music superstar David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has reportedly been involved in a heated exchange with a young girl, Anu, also known as Michelle, and who claims to be his daughter. So the controversy resurfaced after Anu made an emotional appeal on social media, urging the singer to submit to a fresh DNA test to confirm her paternity. According to reports, Davido responded, like, you get what I'm trying to say, strongly online, denying the claims and insisting that multiple DNA tests had already been conducted in the past, all of which allegedly returned negative results. So his reaction, described by observers as intense, quickly sparked widespread discussion across social media platforms. So the singer further warned Anu and her mother to stop associating his name with the claim, stating that the issue has caused him and his family prolonged distress. So while the exchange has been described as heated, there is no confirmation of it, like any physical confrontation, as the matter appears to be limited to online statements and alleged messages. So the renewed dispute has once again divided public opinion, with some calling for a definitive and transparent resolution. So while others emphasize the emotional and legal sensitivity surrounding paternity claims involving public figures, see, this is the height of it. I don't know how somebody will just come up one day, you're my father. Like,
do you know what is surprising to me?
Yeah.
Right? Like, because if I'm not Davido. If I was in the shoes of Davido, I would not even try to like do so many tests. Because I saw a tweet where he said, what was he saying? He said he has never met this person before.
I just want to let Davido know that we trust you, bro.
Yeah,
like, why would you even go for the test?
5 times.
Bro,
you've never met this person
5
before.
times is crazy.
Why
you don't even need to go for the
now?
Leave this girl to be claiming what she's claiming, because I don't get it. All of a sudden you're grown and you want to come and start fighting that Davido is your father.
Just make her your online daughter and just leave her alone. Because like it's crazy. You've not met this person before and you have the energy to go 5 times. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, OG.
And for this lady, you have strength of the Lord. Really? I don't know how. See, oh God, Lord help some Nigerians. The way you just get your vibe, you get the vibe to pull this out. It's crazy.
Maybe it's the heat in the country sometimes. It's like it boils, and for the people that are in Lagos again, there's a lot of pepper.
See, come to think about it, you see, a lot of Nigerians don't like it when you are actually progressing. You're saying, I'm
scared to see that part of it.
But it's the truth. Anytime you come up with something, you will see plenty haters lined up. Yeah. Oh, because you got a perfume. Oh, because you got this. Oh, because you got a house. Oh, because you... Like, they don't have peace of mind. It's like peace of mind is far away from them. So why do they feel... Like, I've been asking myself, why is it that people feel so pained? So pained, actually. You cannot be happy for somebody.
The thing is...
This lady now wants to drag herself into this.
You won't blame these guys because they are going through a lot. They are looking for somebody they can blame.
Voila for superstar.
They are always looking for who they can blame. Do you know what is going on outside? Are we not in this country together? I don't think the suffer that is going on.
I think nobody will even listen to that lady, because why is she coming out to fight now? At what age?
She's fighting for fame now. I'm sorry, but maybe that's what it is.
Oh my God! But
don't you know her now? I know.
God will give Davido the strength.
Amen.
But because of the 5 DNA you've already gone for, like.
Bye, my day. God give you strength.
All right. A lot of people have talked about this, and people are bringing out their own opinions on what Davido did and talking about the lady herself. And people are saying that. Auntie, you need to be calming down, because I don't understand.
I'd like to see what the comments look like. Comment section
is the right section.
More interesting than the normal post. Let's see what
comment section has for us, because we have a lot of people talking about this. So let's see some comments and take some. And yes, somebody said, see as they force fatherhood on person. God, I beg go. Now by force will be father. God. Oh my God. And Jumi Babe said only one test is enough. And if it's do you get it? You do the first one, do the second one, bruh.
I have been saying that you have not met this person before.
Come on.
And you're still going for test.
What do you want proof?
Why?
We believe you.
Why you they test when you never test? Why?
God, I beg though. See, my ladies, I'm so disappointed at this lady, because
Thank God there's a woman saying it.
Jesus Christ.
Thank God. Well done. You're trying.
My gender sometimes, when they do things where they baff, like, you will make me scared.
From the mouth of a woman.
They see we don't carry how many father, we don't be father to how many children. You say you want to join your kilo day. More that they calm down. All right, we have more comments. Let's see what somebody has to say. So somebody said if David was Osisi Kanku, oh my God, this girl no go. They find him to do DNA. Do you get it?
Right. If he wasn't Davido, that's just a simple thing.
Yes.
Nobody who wants good is suffer.
Oh God.
Who wants suffer?
Poverty.
Nobody wants suffer.
Seriously. And Charles Amaru said David just block all of them and stop replying the messages. What, like if David be conductor etc. Would the mom claim him? You ain't the one typing those messages. Somehow your prodigal mother is in charge. Oh wow. It's not prodigal mother. I don't want prodigal son.
Prodigal
Oh my God.
Nigerians.
It is well. See,
Nigerians are coming up with things.
See, this
what
year,
the hell is prodigal mother?
See, please, to all my this lady, I don't know why you're doing this though, but if you're doing this to chase the fame and I don't think going this way is the right way. Do you get? You could actually do this, in a better way, not with this thing you're doing right now. Because
I wish it's easy to take.
Everybody feels like you're lying. Like why is it now? Why didn't you come then to claim that? Why now?
How old
now
is
you're
this
grown up?
person said that?
It's crazy.
How old is this person?
Look at her. She's grown. She's grown. It's well. All right.
The Lord help her.
Amen. And help Davido too. Maybe this is 6.
The Lord help them.
All right. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have El Naya with us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but I'm shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
And yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, we still have El Nayan with us. And yes, El Nayan is known as an Afropop and a dancehall artist known as the Dolphin.
You know what it is.
So tell me, El Nayan, how have you been doing music for a long time? Because I need to know this, your song. How did you, like your name, sorry. How did you come about your name?
My name?
Nayan.
Okay, so my dad named me after his favorite musician,
Ooh.
Elvis Presley.
Wow,
So,
okay.
But then, because I'm a very cultural boy, I like my own tribal name to be part of my stage name.
Okay.
So my full name is Elvis Nayan Michael.
Wow.
So instead of Elvis Nayan, I go El Nayan.
Come on, with the name, with the vibe. So tell me, a lot of people don't know you right now. So let's meet you. For those that don't know you,
Okay, for you that don't know me, my name is El Nayan. I'm a musician all the way from the northern part of Nigeria, and I'm not Hausa. They call us Chongai people. In case you don't know, you now know. I am a Chongai boy. I'm here to talk to you. Welcome to knowing me.
All right. So let's talk about music right now. So I've been doing music for a long time now. Like how many years?
I officially started recording and performing on stage 2014.
Oh, okay.
So, but like when we started, we were not doing dropping on Spotify and all. We were doing blogs for people to download and all that.
Oh, wow.
So, from 14 to this time, maybe 10 or 11 years.
Yeah.
Consistently.
You know, back
just pushing it. Yeah.
Oh my God. So tell me, how did your journey into Afropop, begin?
I mean, like, every one of us at some point was inspired by Machala. Right? So like, I'm not even going to like go through the corners from seeing Wiz, like from the beginning. I'm like, I want to be like this man. Like, I like what he's doing. I feel like I can do it. That's a Nigerian like me. I want to do what he's doing. Like, I want to come as a Nigerian and show Nigerians who I am, what I am, what God has put inside me.
Oh wow! So before I go into this question, I want to ask. I love this on your hand. So what does it mean? Because it's a lot. I see you, put it up.
Okay, so last year, I had an accident.
Oh, okay.
And I broke my arm, or rather my wrist.
Ooh.
So I wanted to like keep it low key and not put it online until I finish healing. But I'm like, that would be a long time. Like, imagine me staying home until this whole thing heals. I'll not be posting on Instagram, nothing. I'm like, nah. So me and my guys are like, let your people know. And I posted it. Everybody will be sorry and all of that. But then I couldn't just stay in one place. I'm an artist. I'm always supposed to be outside. So I decided that I'm going to like make videos, and I still had the cast. I can't remove it at that time. So this one has gone really far with healing already. Ooh. So at that time it was like a heavy cast after the surgery.
Yes.
So I was just going out to make my videos like that.
Wow.
So some people now thought it was branding.
It's a branding, yes.
And I was there with my hand heavy. I just wanted to do my thing and pass. So the first time I removed it, somebody now said, why is your cast off? I saw another person say, where is the cast?
Where is it?
Like, so we're casting now. Let's cast on.
Oh my God. So tell me, what moments made you realize that music could be a real career for you?
I mean, how I feel when I make it. Like, I go through all the problems in the world. One part I always like to talk about is I am a Nigerian that is aware that I've never had moments to be happy about my government. Do you get?
Yes.
So with all the trouble that is happening in the country and everything, I still come to make music and I'm at ease. I'm at peace. And the peace can extend.
Of course.
You get? So that makes this place, I'm going to stay here.
Okay.
I'm going to be here.
So tell me, growing up, I know you would have listened to a couple of people growing up. And like you said, your dad named you after popular. All right. So tell me, who are your biggest musical influences as in growing up?
Growing up, so I listened to, I'm I'm not even gonna lie. I listen to a lot of Wiz.
Okay, mention some of them.
I was just on Wiz for a long time. Then I go about listening to some of Elvis Presley's songs, a lot of Michael Jackson too. But then
Michael is the best.
Hip-hop wise, I really got to catch the vibe from Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg because my brothers were banging them in the house all the time. So that hip-hop influence, if you're from the north, you know what it is. You cannot escape from hip-hop influence. Like, it's funny that I've never rapped. Because my brothers were always putting me on, like, oh, Dr. Dre this, oh, Snoop Dogg this. I'm like, yo, you guys, I'm trying to hear whiskey. Leave me now.
Oh my God. So tell me, I've listened to a couple of your songs like YOLO. And yes.
Shout out to you.
So trust me, your lyrics, they're top notch. And I just wanted to say, which particular song would you say that you put your all into it? Because maybe a couple of your songs have just been there, but which one would you say you
So for me, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to say I put my all. I feel like it's on your journey as a human being.
Yeah.
It gets to a point where what you said yesterday, if you say it today, to carry more weight because of the process that God carries you through to be the person you are at this point.
Yeah.
So every word I said was from ease. Just saying my reality at the point.
Wow.
Where I live, for where I think I know I is such.
Ah.
I am a very, very hyper person, and I've lived in Abuja for a long time.
Wow.
The Abuja people know who Onayan is. They know that Onayan is a noisemaker. A proper and a good noisemaker. So like, some people don't like it, some people like it.
Yeah.
So it came from that place where I'm like, yeah, this is who I am. I can't be who you want me to be.
Yeah.
I can always be who I want to be in a better version of it, as long as God is showing me what. I look at where the wrongs are and try to correct myself.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what YOLO is saying. I decide. It's like my life, I decide what goes on here.
So what song would you like to do for us? Because trust me, I talked about YOLO, but I know you have a couple of songs.
I'm supposed to sing. Wow.
All right.
Okay.
We have. Yeah, definitely.
So you want me to sing too?
Yeah, you could, because they're watching right now and they want to hear. Because I listened to YOLO and I loved the vibe in YOLO. So I would like to hear.
Do you want to hear YOLO from me directly?
Okay, let's hear YOLO then.
So I said, love me if you want to. You can leave if I no give you comfort. Come on, yeah. Cause na trouble when I start to think me, yeah. Lay aside advice cause me no degree, yeah. Where I leave me for fair I think I know what is such. Make me avoid the trouble. Thank you.
Oh my! I didn't want him to stop. So tell me, a couple of your songs, you've been the one, putting down the lyrics and everything.
Yeah.
How's writing been for you?
Yeah, it's interesting, especially coming into the Abuja space from Kaduna. I moved to Abuja.
Yeah.
Seeing how a lot of people were allowed to be authentic, to be your authentic self. Shout out to my Abuja family. You guys are the best. Like, they made me think of being a better writer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not just thinking vibes all the time. Yes, there will be vibes,
of course.
definitely. But then it has to come with some depth, like some realness, right? So it encouraged me. And again, I'm not going to forget my goat again. Like, I call her my goat. Kofi.
Ooh, okay.
Kofi inspired my life.
Wow.
Inspired because I listen to her music and I'm feeling healed. Like, even when I'm sad, when I'm feeling pain, when I listen to her, it's like her music gives me all the therapy I need.
Yeah.
And she inspired me so much, and I wanted to write more about my own life. So
talking about your own life, are there any projects you're working on right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you like to talk about it?
I mean, if you play now, I'll play like 100 songs ready.
Oh my God. So maybe you could talk about one of the songs that you're working on.
So right now, there's a freestyle Should I say this? Okay. Okay. There's a song coming out February, and I gave a snippet of it on my Instagram recently. Yeah. It's called Raw. Like I'm just roaring and I'm letting people know.
Like R-O-A-R?
R-O-A-R. Yes.
Oh wow.
Raw, like
it.
Yes, raw.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just, if you're in Nigeria and you don't have a choice, you relate.
All right.
You don't have a choice. You relate to that song.
Oh my God. So tell me about Raw. Would you want to say something to us about Raw? What should we expect in Raw?
So because I have something out already.
Yeah.
So it's a perspective of being the coolest, the flyest boy.
Yeah.
But your account balance and your account history is not rhyming.
Oh God, lines they cry.
Imagine going to your account
and you're crying, Lord Jesus.
I'm seeing that you spent like 1 million or 500K and your account is looking like FM.
Oh my God.
Your current balance is looking like FM. Like, why? What is happening? How am I even doing this soft life? Like, somebody will ask you, Alpha, I need your help.
Yeah.
Can you send me so?
And you cannot even save the person.
I say, bro, this is my life. No be fake life. Oh. For me, I don't even know how I live. Like, I'm just living and I'm happy about it.
So talking about the music journey, how's it been for you? Has there been any challenges you faced so far?
I'm in Nigeria. It will be challenging. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's hard and you're ready to like dive in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was born in a hard place. Like if you talk about the north, you know how easy it is to say, hey, you're going to the north, they'll bomb you. Imagine living in that kind of place and you still have every confidence. Where on earth can't you have confidence?
At all. That's where.
So that's why like all the challenges come and it's like playing a game and you have stages. So every challenge is like a stage. There's nobody that doesn't have trouble. Even the richest man.
Of course.
So me, I'm just dealing with my own trouble like this.
Somebody said, I just like as God takes share problem for everybody.
I swear, everybody get it. If you want their comment section, they talk about another man.
I'm telling you.
You have
that their own matter they won't carry like this.
Right on. But me, as for me,
yes,
I'm focused on my problem.
All right, how would you define your Afropop sound in your own words?
So I'm going to say this, right?
Yeah.
I'm that artist that you've not heard about. You've never seen my kind. You've never seen my type. Even you that is a Nigerian, you don't know that I am a Nigerian. What? Right?
So, a lot of people are watching right now and, young ones, they really want to go into music. So what would you say to them? What's your advice to them?
To the youngin?
Yeah, to the young G's, yes. Like you.
Just see, one thing is, don't wait for anybody to gist you about God. Don't wait. Like, hold God.
Well.
Hold God. No hold the end of the garment. Hold the leg. You are not going nowhere. We are doing this thing together. And you fall, you fail, you feel sad.
Yeah.
You feel all the pain in the world, but stand up. There's no time to... I don't know how to be sad again, guys. I don't know how to be sad again because when there is problem, I'm like, oh my, it's like you're excited.
Yeah.
When there is a new challenge to unlock. So, oh God, that's the only thing. Not only God you need to know. Oh God.
Wow. All right. So I would like to ask this question maybe before we, call it a day. And my question is, if El Nayan is not doing music, what else would El Nayan be doing?
I think I would have been I'll really focus on being a cinematographer because my imaginations cannot allow me. I can stay in my room for a whole week, right? And I'm not always on my phone.
Oh, okay.
It's either I'm reading a book, and I'm writing a book or writing a script for something.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of shootings. So maybe I would have been a cinematographer, shooting movies, slapping people in the film.
The part of the slapping people.
Yes, nah. I want to always be the villain. Like, I don't want to be the best. Let me be the villain.
Okay.
Let me be the Joker.
All right, a lot of people sing. I still want to hear L9 sing. So what other song would you be doing for us, for God?
You still want to hear me sing? That's what I'm about to do right now. I did with Precious right now. The music is inside me and I'll give it to you right now. It's okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, Elia, for sharing your life with us on Spotlight Show.
Thank you
And to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the show, Spotlight. Yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and stories. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Akman, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, see you next time.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but don't dare Fuji. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okweyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African news from the story where U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday said he would like to bring together the leaders of Egypt and Ethiopia to work out a deal to solve a dispute over Ethiopia's Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which both Egypt and Sudan consider a serious threat to vital water supplies. Trump made the comment while meeting with Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. On his part, President el-Sisi expressed gratitude to President Donald Trump for supporting Egypt on the Nile water issue, saying he appreciated the U.S. President's backing of Egypt's position on water security. El-Sisi also urged Washington to maintain its role in efforts to end the war in Gaza.
Moving on, Israeli President Isaac Herzog met Thursday with the leader of Somalia's breakaway Somaliland region on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. In a post on X, Herzog said he was pleased to meet Somaliland's President Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullahi during the annual gathering, adding that he welcomed the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two sides and expressed hope for expanding bilateral cooperations for the benefit of both people. Somaliland has operated as a de facto self-governing entity since declaring independence from Somalia in 1991, but it has not received international recognition as a sovereign state. On December 26, Israel announced that it had officially recognized Somaliland as an independent and sovereign state, becoming the only country to do so. The move drew sharp criticism across the region, with Somalia rejecting the Israeli move and reaffirming what it called its non-negotiable commitment to its sovereignty, national unity, and territorial integrity. And in Guinea-Bissau's transitional authorities have announced that presidential and legislative elections will be held on December 6, 2026, marking the first official electoral timetable since the November 2025 coup. The date was set by a presidential decree signed by Transitional President General Hota Inta, stating the vote will be organized under conditions to ensure elections are free, fair, and transparent. The announcement comes as the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, intensifies diplomatic efforts to push the junta towards a rapid restoration of constitutional order. A high-level ECOWAS mission led by Sierra Leonean President Julius Maida Bio visited Guinea-Bissau on January the 10th to press transitional leaders on the transition timeline. ECOWAS has been pressing for a shorter, inclusive transition, and the bloc's reaction to the December 6 timeline is pending. The regional body had previously rejected an initial transition calendar proposed by the coup leaders and demand the release of all political detainees. Moving on, Ugandan police said on Thursday they had detained a legislator and senior official of the country's biggest opposition party for his alleged role in election-related violence in which at least 7 persons were killed. The lawmaker, Mwanga Kivumbi, is vice president to the opposition National Party Platform Party, headed by pop star turned politician Bobby Wine, who has been in hiding since last week. Wine, whose legal name is Robert Yangulani, said he fled a military raid on his house hours before veteran President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was declared the landslide winner of the January 15 presidential elections. Police confirmed Kivumbi's arrest in a post on the X platform and said he would be rearraigned before court in due course. And from Uganda, we'll go straight to Zimbabwe, where President Emerson Mnangagwa is set to pave the way for a constitutional amendment that would extend his tenure beyond the 2028 two-term limit to 2030, according to a cabinet minister. The constitutional amendment bill number 3 is ready and awaits Mnangagwa's return from annual leave for final cabinet clearance. The proposed amendment would require publication in the Government Gazette, followed by a 90-day period for public scrutiny, written submission, and public hearings. The bill needs a 2/3 majority in both the National Assembly and the Senate before being sent to the President for assent. The minister insists no referendum is required. Mnangagwa's ruling ZANU-PF party has already endorsed the extension, sparking criticism from opposition parties and concerns over the erosion of democratic norms. But still in Zimbabwe, the Crisis in Zimbabwe's coalition CIZC has dissolved its current organizational structure with immediate effect, citing intensifying political repression, shrinking civic space, and the systemic use of the law to silence pro-democracy forces. The decision was taken at the coalition's 16th annual general meeting, that's the AGM, attended by 3/4 of its membership. The CIZC stated that Zimbabwe is at a critical moment with post-independent gains of freedom, democracy, and prosperity under sustained attack. The coalition blames the situation on repressive legislation, including the Private Voluntary Organization Act, which has curtailed civic space and criminalized legitimate civil society work. The coalition's outgoing spokesperson, Marvelous Kumalu, described the decision as a strategic reposition to safeguard the continuity of pro-democracy struggle. The CIZC has been a key advocate for democracy, human rights, and constitutional governance in Zimbabwe since 2001. From Zimbabwe, we'll go straight to Kenya, where Ababu Namwamba, Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme, that's UNEP, in Nairobi, has been appointed as Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda, replacing Joash Mangi. Namwamba has immediately taken up his new role in Kampala, the capital of Uganda. Mangi has been reassigned to Brussels, Belgium, as Kenya's ambassador to the European Union, taking over from Professor Bintagi Ndemo. The reshuffle was announced by State House in Nairobi, citing President William Ruto's directives. Moving on, Ukraine has accused Russia of supplying arms to Libya despite international sanctions. Ukrainian website Military reveals that the Russian cargo vessel MYS Hilania transported and delivered a military shipment to Libya under the direct protection of the Russian naval warship. The Ukrainian website, which specializes in military and intelligence affairs, said the satellite images of Tobruk port, published by analysts on the X platform, confirmed the ship's arrival at the port and the unloading of its cargo there. According to the website, the voyage had been closely monitored since its departure from the Russian port of Baltisk, with the ship escorted by the large Project 1155 Udaloy class anti-submarine destroyer. Military noted that the use of a warship of this class for escorts reflects the high importance of the cargo being transported, suggesting it was likely intended to support the Russian African Corps, that's Wagner, as Moscow seeks to expand its activities across several African countries. The website also reported that the MYS Hinlania attempted to conceal its final destination in navigation systems, but analysis of the vessel's route, along with prior intelligence information, confirmed that the unloading operation took place at Tobruk port in eastern Libya. But Russia has yet to comment on the matter as at the time of filing this report. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, virtually all the way from Uganda, is Dr. Joseph Opu. Dr. Joseph is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University. He's also the director of Opu Skilling Foundation Africa. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
Yeah, thank you so much, David, and all our viewers. And I think I can say Happy New Year, because we have never met this year.
Oh yes, Happy New Year to you as well.
I'm happy to join the analysis of this segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, also joining us virtually All the way from Zimbabwe is Dr. Masimba Mavasa. He's a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, as well as a media communication consultant. But I understand that Dr. Masimba is yet to join the conversation, and he would definitely be joining as we progress. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Nicholas Oyo. Mr. Nicholas is the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement. He's also a human rights activist, a businessman, and a political leader. Mr. Nicholas, thank you so very much for joining the analysis segment of the African News this afternoon. Well, I would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, Mr. Nicholas Oyo.
You know, Nicholas Oyo is my friend.
Ah.
He's my friend.
Well, it's glad to hear that part, and I'm hoping that he joins the conversation as we progress. Well, let me start off with you now, Dr. Joseph. Interestingly, we hear this report coming from Russia that, I beg your pardon, Ukraine, that Russia is part of the people supplying arms to Libya, despite international sanctions against supplying of arms to that particular country. What do you make of this story, and how can this really be curtailed? Because we know Libya has two governments running it, the one in Tripoli and the one in Benghazi as well, as we speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, and all our viewers. First of all, when you talk about Russia supplying arms to Libya, maybe we need to broaden the picture that it's not only Russia is not only supplying arms to Libya, to many other African countries, Sudan and many other countries, and not only Russia, but all other countries in the rest of the world, especially in the global north. We're talking about Europe, we're talking about America, we're talking about China and other countries. Many of them, they find market for their arms in Africa. Unfortunately, or what is even more interesting is that as they give us the arms, they take the minerals, they take the gold, they take the oil, and many more others. And the reason why all the wars in the world, if you want to know, is caused by three factors. Three. One is religious, political, and economic. And I think from the African point of view, the major reason for the wars is more economic. That is one. So I strongly condemn all the African countries that import guns, arms to kill our brothers, our own brothers, we kill our own sisters, we kill our own parents, we kill our own uncles. Not foreigners, we are killing our own people. So I condemn that in strongest terms. And then number two, if you look at the Libyan affair or the Libyan story during the days of Muammar Gaddafi, Libya was one of the countries in Africa that was living a better life than the life in the US, than the life in America, in Europe. You understand? At one of the points, I think one of the presidents for France is accused of having gotten funding for campaigns from the late President Muammar Gaddafi.
Right.
So we accepted the influence of the US, and this was during the regime of our own brother, Barack Obama. We accepted the killing of Gaddafi. Of course, many other reasons were presented. Many people were killed. Those who were against Gaddafi were massacred, were imprisoned, and many more others. Of course, those were not very good stories as well. But if you went and asked Libyans right now, that compare the life you are living after the death of Gaddafi, I think over 99% will say that no. I wish somebody could bring Gaddafi back to life.
All right then.
I think it will be good.
All right then.
So I condemn the supply of the arms to African people to kill our own Africans. Very wrong, 1 million.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Dr. Joseph Upu, for chiming in on that particular story. I understand now that we have Mr. Nicholas Oyor join the conversation. Let me establish communication with you. Once again, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News, Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you for having me here. And I want to say, how are you, Joseph? It's a long time since we met. I think we can also continue meeting at some point.
Namna gani hali ya Nairobi?
Nairobi iko sawa.
Nairobi iko sawa. Asante mkuu.
Yeah, I came to your country and you people decided you want to fridge me, but anyway, those other matters.
Pole sana mkuu.
Well, I like the fact that we're having this level of reunion because it's needed across Africa. I mean, let's also face it, we are one family. Africa is the mother. And of course, we need to consistently have conversations that will only do nothing more than develop our continent, even as we're starting with this conversation right now. All right, then, let me start off again with you, Mr. Nicholas. And I want to start off with the situation that I just mentioned earlier with Dr. Joseph. Ukraine have clearly accused Russia of being in cahoots with some Libyan government to sell arms to them. Looking aside international sanctions that have been given to whoever will be selling arms to Libya. And you would recall as well that we have two governments in Libya, the one in Tripoli and the other one in Benghazi. But then again, how can we find a holistic measure to stopping these level of disagreement between the two warring factions and have one Libya, just like the late Muammar Gaddafi would desire it even for Africa?
I think the biggest miss has been, and I want to join my colleague Joseph, that it has been like we have allowed the rest of the world to take over leadership in Africa, and it is them who seem to be determining everything that goes on in Africa, including those issues. I don't know which country in Africa actually manufactures these weapons, but you realize that there are so many weapons in Africa moving around. But the other issue that we must not be alive to is the fact that we need weapons to protect ourselves. Look at cases like, for instance, North Korea. Nobody would touch North Korea, even if they want to go there, because they know the kind of weapons that they have there, they would use them. So I think Africa suffers a problem of not being able to unify itself and putting up a very strong defense for itself. And you see now what happens with the Tripoli and Benghazi issue is not just in Libya. It happens across the rest of Africa. We get to a situation where it's like we divide the country into groups and regions and sections, and you find that we don't seem to agree, and each faction begins to fight the other instead of finding what you call a common ground for them. Because Libya is a country, it's a common ground. You should start by ensuring that you take care of your country first, and then you move towards now bringing other people. But we find ourselves in a lot of mess in Africa, across the entire continent. You find that there's always going to be factions, and these are the factions that were used even during colonialism. People came to these regions, to Africa, and they would actually befriend certain communities against other communities. And those are the things that have continued to fester in Africa. I think one of the issues that we must not forget is the weakness of the regional bodies in Africa. AU has not really been working the way we expect it should be working for Africa. I think for me, that is one other matter that we must resolve. We cannot have an AU that needs to be that we cannot finance the AU ourselves, that you're getting support from outside the country, outside the continent. And you will see what will happen. Every time somebody gives you something, they always have a sweetener around it, and there's going to be conditionalities behind that.
All right, then. Well, let me still stay with you, Mr. Nicholas. Interestingly, I like the fact that you also did bring up the situation with AU, and that is going to still bring me to the conversation surrounding how very important should AU clearly be on the part of the political landscape of countries and states all across Africa. I bring this situation now to your fold, and I'm talking about the situation where we see the parliament in Zimbabwe wanting to rejig the constitution to allowing President Emerson Mnangagwa stay longer than 2030. As it stands, how much of these should not just the people allow? Because we're seeing this change of constitution, rejigging of constitution all across Africa, from Cameroon to Uganda to Equatorial Guinea. Several of these states are doing this. How much of the confidence should these legislators give to their people? Because these are elected individuals into legislative duty to carry out the heart and the mind of the people when it comes to governance. Mr. Nicholas.
David, I think, David, before you come, there is something that you mentioned, very, very important, that I wanted to comment on. Mr. Oyo, my brother from Nairobi, is saying that we need arms to protect ourselves, which is true. But also, we may not actually need arms as far as Africa is concerned. Because countries like Sweden, they started the neutrality policy in 1812. Imagine 1812. With the neutrality policy, if Oyo is fighting with Joseph, David's role is to come and say, my brother, what is the problem? Can we talk? Can we sit down? Now, in Africa, what happens? If Oyo is fighting with Joseph, David will pick arms and side with either Oyo or side with Joseph. And that is our problem as Africa. Why is Kenya quarreling with Uganda? Why is Uganda supporting Somalia? Why is Uganda supporting who? You understand? So if we adopted a neutrality policy like the countries in Sweden, Switzerland developed, they have never gone to any war since 1812. They have never gone to any war, and no one is fighting them because they know, if you have a problem, he wants to talk with you and discuss. That is all. So actually, we don't need arms in Africa because the arms are killing our own people. If we are killing whites or whoever, it would be okay. But we are killing blacks.
Yeah, I hear Joseph what he's saying, and I think what I meant is that Africa needs a united military force. An African united military force. And that is an important aspect of unification. I think Africa needs a political leadership that is unified, a military force that is unified, international diplomacy that is unified. And that is what I'm saying, basically. It's not supposed to be that it is Joseph versus Oyo and who versus who. It's supposed to be that Africa as a unified force unifies itself and uses this to protect itself, to defend itself from aggression from the international community. I don't think you'll go to Sweden and or even Switzerland and find that they don't have some of these weapons. I don't think so.
Right.
But at the same time, they are respected in their neutrality. I agree with you, we can take neutrality, but you cannot just go and sleep and say, I don't need weapons and I keep them aside, because you know what happens. You see how countries take over other countries. Look at the case of Venezuela. You see, if you didn't have that anything, you know what can happen. So really, I wanted to go back to the question that you brought about, the fact that these parliaments, and for instance, if I take the case of the Kenyan parliament, for instance, I think there's a problem the way we do elections in Africa. And that has been an issue even with us in Africa. In Kenya. In 2024, you found that we pushed the issue about the finance bill not going through parliament. It was a very unpopular finance bill, but parliament went ahead and pushed and voted for the finance bill. It is not the first time this has happened. Even when we started Free Kenya in 2018, the VAT bill and all this stuff, and it happens across Africa. I think we need to reach a point to ask ourselves, what is happening with the electoral processes in Africa. People who take power in Africa through elections seem to be using money and this other stuff and so many other ways to find themselves in office, and they really do not actually represent the positions of the people. It is very unfortunate that you find those people who now go into office, and even in Zimbabwe, I can probably predict that he may probably get his way. And if he gets his way, then we know this is not the first time it has happened. It has happened in other countries. Uganda had it, as you mentioned, several of them. And it's very unfortunate that we find that the population is missing in this discourse. So I feel the populations need to come and unify themselves and basically take the role. For me, I consider it like a company where the population should be the board of the country. And then those people who are given offices are people who are serving as the management of the company.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda, and I'm doing this right now to switch up the story where we hear that Ugandan police have detained the opposition lawmaker after 7 persons died, of course, post-election as we speak. Interestingly, the Ugandan police on Thursday, that's today, has detained a legislator and senior official of the country's biggest opposition party for the alleged role he played in election-related violence in which at least 7 persons were killed. Now, this is coming from the backdrop of the fact that the head of the military, and I'm talking about the son of the president, I'm talking about Mahuzi, did say on his X handle that personally, he is embarrassed by their record of 22 killed in 1 week is too low. I promise to do better. In fact, if my producers are ready, we can have that tweet on the screen. Now, he has since deleted that tweet. But looking at the elections that has just come and gone, Dr. Joseph, I saw a letter that you posted to the president, congratulating him and, of course, telling him the situation that is on ground. There you have it. This is the post from the president's son, who is also the head of the military, with several demeaning statements that I dare say it's seriously a very concerning statement. In fact, before election, the UN did say the possession of Ugandans is a repressive position. But, Doctor, one question I want to find out from you. Post-election, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has made his way into office, but there is still the high level unemployment in a country that is dominated. The median age of Ugandans is 18, if I'm not wrong. How can this be clearly worked on the part of the president returning back to office again?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, David, and thank you, my brother Oyo, and all our viewers across the globe. One is that before I answer the question of what the president will do with the unemployment, poverty, and many more other problems that are affecting the people of Uganda, one is that I condemn in strongest terms any kind of electoral violence to any Ugandan, no matter which political affiliation the Ugandan is. I also condemn in strongest terms the death of any Ugandan. Many Ugandans are said to have died. I'm told about 20, 22. I am not sure of the number. No one is supposed to die because of elections. These are our people. So I strongly, including arrests, unless a person who has misbehaved. I don't know the reason why Mr. Kivumbi was arrested, the details. I guess that there must have been a foundation. There can be no fire without smoke. And there are many people of NUP or opposition who have not been arrested. Why particularly this one? But all in all, about all the electoral violences that may have happened during this election, I condemn them 100%. We should not be having them, because if we are playing football, allow me, don't tie my hands, don't tie my legs, and then you expect us to play at the same level. It does not go well. Of course, some of the alleged electoral malpractices, some of them may have been exaggerated because, for example, this time President Museveni has won more and Bobby Wine support has reduced compared to the previous election where he had about, I think, 34%. This time it has come down to about 24 or something percent, much lower. And the reason is that in the past, the NRM government used to use high-handed approach of campaign. You bring Oyo from Kampala to go and campaign in the village. And this people are interested in money because Oyo cannot know what takes place in the village. He doesn't know the context. Okay, you may be given a briefing that in this district we have these challenges, but you may not really associate yourself with those challenges. But this time, NRM changed the campaign strategy. They select you from the person from that village, you campaign that village. From that parish, you campaign that parish. From that sub-county, from that district, you campaign around there. You don't go anywhere. And the people felt that at least this time, they have a feeling of some resources coming to them. In the past, you only gather there.
Oh dear.
Maybe if you are given some soda or biscuits, that President Yoweri Museveni has come back to power. And what about the issue of the poverty? What about the issues of unemployment that have it has? Majority of them are young people, and the reason why they are crowding to Bobby Wine is issues of poverty, issues of unemployment. And in one of the articles which you saw, I wrote the president and look at the issue of unemployment, must also tackle the issue of poverty. If you look at the SDGs, SDG number 1 is on poverty. And this is the biggest problem that we have in Uganda, and unemployment. And therefore, the NRM government must use different strategies. Because for the last 40 years, yes, something has been done, but there is still a big hurdle.
All right then. Well, let me take this conversation because of our time. Really, let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Oyor is standing by with us. Well, let's establish some very interesting communication and conversation here. In 2021, Bobby Wine was placed under house arrest. Of course, opposition rally violently dispersed, just like we find before election. In 2016, Kizza Besigye, opposition leader as well, was repeatedly arrested and security forces deployed around heavily in his apartment. Now, 2026, I beg your pardon, the same thing happened to Bobby Wine again. And like I said earlier, the UN statement did say there is a high level of repression when it comes to opposition figures and lawmakers plus opposition politicians in the state. With this kind of revelation, what clearly can we make of the election in Uganda? Plus, some have said African Union is presently not having that very bite that they're expecting them to have, particularly in giving sanctions to leaders who experience this kind of situation before and after election. We saw what happened in Tanzania with Madam Hulu Hassan. Should these continue? And then why is African Union consistently not looking at sanctioning government that provides people to this level?
Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. I think we actually traveled to Uganda and got ourselves into a problem there, which shocked us because it was unfortunate that you find that kind of situation. And we saw it for ourselves, what was there. It is really doesn't make sense when you have to cut the internet, you have to put the military on the ground. You have to create situations where you are arresting the opposition. There is no way you can call that an election, really. That means that this is not fully what we can say an election whereby you feel that you are going to win. You are a person who has the numbers, you have support. Why would you then create all those problems for the opposition leadership? You should allow them to express themselves. I think the issue here is that the Ugandan leadership came through the military route. And I think they see the opposition like another military unit attacking their unit. It's very unfortunate the way this looks like, because it feels like you are fighting against another soldier, and you have to basically use those means that are like war. But this is an opposition. An opposition is important because sometimes, I'll tell you one thing, you may find that the people in the opposition can tell you things that your own people may not even tell you. And it helps you to even get better leadership. I find it very amazing that this is now going to 40 years now. And the same Museveni, if you look at him when he came in, he spoke about one of the major problems of Africa being leaders who overstay in power. Now he has overstayed in power. It is very unfortunate that we have to get to a situation where it's like inspiring bad habits in Africa. And then now the AU, which I would say that doesn't seem to exist in Africa.
He stayed in power with the help of the legislators, because they've tinkered with the constitution twice.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that you get these legislators that are there. I'm telling you one thing that we have a problem with elections in Africa is the way we end up with people who don't seem to be going there to work for the people, but go there to work for the leadership that is there. And some of this leadership wants to take advantage of situations. So I feel that one of the things that we must find a way in Africa, especially most of Africa, has to be, how do we elect leaders who represent the people, who actually represent the people themselves, and not the leaders? Because we seem to have that problem. And all those situations where the government has managed to push through changes in the constitution. The first one was, first of all, he removed term limits. Second, he removed the age limits. And you see, this is basically targeted at an individual as opposed to doing it for the posterity of the nation, which is very unfortunate. I don't know if Museveni has ever had an opportunity to work with people who have left office before, and how it is a good thing to be in a situation where you are considered a statesperson. I don't know if he sees that. I don't know why that would not inspire him. Mandela went for one term and left. Other people have been done their terms and left. So I think that it's very unfortunate if we continue to have this perpetuated across Africa.
All right, then let me stay with you before I go back to Uganda, where we have Dr. Joseph joining. Well, again, the part of having strong institutions as against strong leaders. A lot of persons have said in Africa presently, we rarely have strong institutions and strong leaders. You did mention the late South African leader. I'm talking about Nelson Mandela. We have Paul Nyerere and the likes. But the part of strong institution having to not have a strong bite, particularly on the part of sanctioning some of these leaders who do these level of atrocities. I mean, just a couple of days ago, normalcy began to return to the Darfur region of Sudan. Looking at these kind of conversation, is African Union a strong institution that is worthy enough right now because of what we see across Africa, that is worthy enough to be able to hold her own and making sure that Africa becomes what we desire it to be? Or are we looking at not having strong leaders in this institution as the major problem?
I think the African Union is a weakling because it is not, it does not involve the people in the election of leaders in the African Union, right. Which is unfortunate for me. I think that one of the changes that some of us who are now the new breed in Africa must ask for Africa Union to actually have direct electoral processes across Africa to ensure that the people are involved, at least a section of them. It may not be that everybody, universal suffrage, but we can have some set of the people participating in it so that they understand that they work for the people, not work for the leaders who come into power. Because the kind of elections we are having in Africa, we have made, I think, we have created elections to become just like formalities in Africa. You don't mind going to an election knowing very well that you're going to win it. Take the case of Suluhu. I don't understand how Tanzania ended up descending. We didn't even expect that. We had thought that it was going to be an election there. We thought that CCM is a very popular party in Tanzania, and there was no need for any other thing to happen. It would have just been a peaceful election as usually happens. And then somehow now you get into a problem where you can't even say there was an election there. You come to Uganda, you find that they claim to be very popular, yet you have to put in situations where you are removing the internet, stopping everything from happening, putting military on the ground, appointing the electoral commissioner by yourself, and then you call it an election. So for me, I feel that it is time that Africa and the new breed of young people in Africa to come and say, no, this is enough. We must now get to a point that Africa is going to get leadership that is going to go into those institutions and ensure those institutions are working for Africans.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for your submission. Then let's go to Uganda while we wrap this up. Dr. Joseph, how much of an impact should African Union have when it comes to not just becoming a strong institution that has the bite? Because as we speak, I dare say African Union has lost its bite because the situation that has to take the DRC and Rwanda to Washington to settle that level of discourse should be a slap on African Union, because if we have African problem, we should be able to solve our problem, not take it to the West. But then, from your perspective, how much of strong institution does Africa, that has the largest number of young people, desire and should have going into a time of election all across of Africa? Dr. Joseph. Oh dear, I understand that Dr. Joseph is out. Well, before I let you go, Mr. Nicholas, maybe in just a couple of seconds, what's your position with the fact that right now Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau has agreed that, of course, the transitional government has agreed that December 6th, 2026 will be the next election time, transitional time election in the country. Of course, you know, Guinea-Bissau is also trying to transition into another democratic rule as we speak. What's the position with that story?
I think the most important part is where the people are in these arrangements, because if we talk and we hear leaders are the ones who are speaking, I would be very interested to know how the democratic processes are going to allow people-driven and people-led processes in Guinea-Bissau. I think General Horta, it's good to go back to democracy, yes, but then again, there are reasons why that coup happened. Right. We've seen some of the ways that we have gotten great leaders in Africa have actually come through coups. We all remember Thomas Sankara. Everybody remembers that. We all know the questions of Muammar Gaddafi. Everybody feels that he came through that and became a good leader. So the issue has to be that if the general is going to allow the return to democracy in December, then let it be that the people are going to benefit best, and the leadership and the outcome of Guinea-Bissau has to be a democratic process that works for the people.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Nicholas Oyor, for joining the conversation this afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Nicholas Oyor. He is the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement. He's also a human rights activist, as well as a businessman and political leader. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon.
For having us.
All right, then. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Joseph Opul. There is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University. He's also the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. Big thank you to you as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on sports and business after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. In another development, ArcelorMittal South Africa said on Thursday it was in advanced talks with the state-owned Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, that could lead to a potential transaction, driving its shares up nearly 10%. The loss-making South Africa unit of global steel-making giant ArcelorMittal has been battling weak local demand, high electricity costs, as well as competition from local scrap metal recycling mini mills and imports from China. Well, from that particular story, we'll move straight to some business stories where Angola's Opai Group opened a car assembling plant in Luanda on Tuesday, marking the resumption of vehicle production in the country to try cut reliance on imports and expand local manufacturing. Opai is a privately owned diversified group headquartered in Luanda that has focused on infrastructural projects. In its new subsidiary, Opai Motors will operate the newly commissioned assembly facility that has installed capacity to produce 22,000 light vehicles and 1,000 buses per year, according to the statement. While still talking business, the Ugandan shilling has shown surprising reliance, appreciating from 3,619.73 to 3,448.18 per US dollar between January the 2nd and January the 21st, 2026, despite a contentious election period marked by nearly 5-day nationwide internet shutdown. Official data from the Bank of Uganda attributes this strength to complex financial dynamics, possibly influenced by controlled capital flows or reduced import demand. In contrast, the Kenyan shilling weakened against the Ugandan shilling, with one Kenyan shilling buying fewer Ugandan shilling, sliding from over 28.00 Ugandan shilling in early January to 26.80 by January the 21st, 2026. And to wrap up the African news, go straight talking sports. Algerian footballers Luka Zidane and Rafik Beghagli have received 2 and 4 match bans, respectively, for their role in the brawl following Algeria's African Cup of Nations quarterfinals loss to Nigeria. The Algerian Football Federation, FAF, was also fined $100,000 for security lapses and misconduct by players, officials, and supporters. Goalkeeper Zidane and Beghagli's suspension will be served during qualifying for the 2027 tournament. The incident occurred after Algeria's 2-0 defeat, with Nigeria's Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams scoring in the second half. A scuffle broke out between players and staffs, leading to the sanctions. Still talking sports elsewhere, Senegal's President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has offered bonuses of more than $130,000 as well as plots of coastal lands to each member of the country's soccer team following their victory in Sunday's African Cup of Nations final against Morocco. Senegal beat host country Morocco 1-0 after extra time, having staged a walk-off after they had a penalty awarded against them deep in stoppage time at the end of 90 minutes. After the Senegal players returned to the pitch, Morocco missed the spot kick and Pape Gueye then won the trophy with a superb strike 4 minutes into extra time. Earlier on Tuesday, the Senegal players rode atop a bus emblazoned with the world's African champions along the car's connect towards the presidential palace. And with that sports news story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Aviation School. My name is Chukwuemeka Obioma, and today's edition of Aviation School focuses on a critical concern in Nigeria's aviation sector, the alleged failure of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria to insure airports across the country. Now, this issue, you will agree with me, has raised questions about safety, financial risks for airlines, and the overall growth of the sector. Now, to help us understand this subject matter clearly and to examine it, we have with us an aviation analyst in the person of Olumide Onwayo. Olumide Onwayo is the General Secretary of Aviation Roundtable Initiative. Mr. Olumide Onwayo, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
All right, quickly, we just want you to talk to us about the subject matter. And of course, you know, what we're talking about here is airport insurance and aviation safety in Nigeria. Now, how relevant do you think this is, you know, to managing the sector in this modern day and time?
Well, for the airlines, insurance is compulsory because if your aircraft and the passengers are not insured, you will never be certified to fly for the airlines. So that's why the airlines must insure as part of the regulatory requirement to carry commercial passengers. That flight must be insured so that compensations can be paid when it matters. When I'm talking about maybe when there's a crash, it's very serious incident or accident, okay, where compensations are needed, then the insurance is activated. So for the airlines, it's mandatory. Again, the airlines also have another insurance that covers the aircraft itself when parked or flying into some countries. And that is why for Nigeria, that is described as a high-risk country, some of those foreign airlines are made to pay higher premium for their flights operating to Nigeria. And once an airline pays higher premium operating to your country or operating a flight, the only person that suffers is the passengers because it reflects on the fare that's being advertised for passengers to buy. So airlines insurance compulsory for carrying passengers, for the passengers and goods that they carry. Then extra insurance are made for why the aircraft are parked, for insecurity where they are parked. For some countries, or for some cities where you know the high risk is, you probably have to do an extra insurance for that. And that's why, again, there are some aviation weather minima that the insurance will tell you if you did not follow it, you will not get compensated. And airlines are forced to. If you remember the last time, NIMET, the National Meteorological Technology in Abuja, went on strike. Some airlines obeyed, the majority of the airlines did not obey. And you know why they did not obey? Because the law says for you to fly, you must get your weather report from NIMET. But with the modern trend, with weather apps everywhere, reports on different TV stations, you can easily get your weather from every other source. But since the law says it's from NIMET, if you fly and something happens, and it was found that at the time you took off, it was not NIMET that gave you the weather, then your insurance will have issues with insurance paying. Now, moving from the airlines to the airport itself. Airports are also supposed to insure the airports. Because when you insure your airports, you reduce the premium that airlines pay for their own insurance. Because airlines that operate to airports that do not have insurance have the tendency of having their premium higher than to airports that are insured. On that basis, that we also encourage that the Federal Airport Authority and airports in Nigeria gets the airports insured. In the past, it was in the Governing Act of Fund that the airports should be insured. Surreptitiously, it was removed from the new act.
So, who would you attribute that to?
The new act was made by the immediate past minister, Hadi Serika. Okay, yeah, that was when the new act was promulgated by the assembly. But that particular section was not in that act. Thereafter, under the present government, funds have gone now to insure some of the airports, some aspect of the airports, not in totality. So as of today, we are not sure which part, but I am sure that they've done the terminal. They've done part of the air side, but you have the runway itself. So what happens when we have an incursion, the runway incursion, that disturbs an aircraft about taking off, about somebody crossing the perimeter first? What happens if when we have issues of robbers jumping over the fence and trying to attack aircraft that are taking off. It has happened before in Nigeria. And that flight was delayed. And every delay and cancellation is an extra cost to the airline. So who pays for that extra cost? These are the things that if there's an insurance, the airline can sue to fund, the store and talk to an insurance company. These are the things. Then again, you have the issue of the best strike, which is something that has to do with not only fund, but the community around fund. So it's a work but it's the responsibility of fund to ensure that the airport is safe enough, and the issue of best are reduced to the PRS minimum. We agree that the best strike is all over the world. The last Korean crash, it was Best that brought that aircraft down. So, but what we need to continue to work that will reduce the incidence of best strike within and around the airport, and that's also to be part of the insurance payment that should be considered, because most airlines now, airports in particular, are on they have about 2 or 3 bed strikes, and that has affected their services, their income, and who pays?
All right, that brings me to the remarks of the CEO of Overland Airways. What's your take on that? Do you truly believe that the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria failed in its responsibility to actually insure airports across the country? A situation which has had a detrimental, impact on domestic airline operations.
The CEO of Overland is an experienced pilot, an experienced investor, an experienced manager, and an owner of an airline, and again, own airline. He has managed to keep himself afloat over a long period of time. Even before the Epis came on board, he has always been there. He was there before Eric, and he's still there today. So I commend him for his tenacity, for his professionalism, for his ability to manage himself through this landmines of the Nigerian aviation industry. But you see, after his statement, fan reacted and said that his statement was not totally true. That they have insured the airports, and today, fan is among countries who can say his airports are insured. I know for a fact that sometime early this year, what part of the budget that were sent to the government for approval was for money to insure the Nigerian airports. Now, what aspect of the airport was insured?
A question. That's $1 million question.
Because if it was a terminal that was insured, then Captain Boyo, the owner of Overland, have a right to cry out because his aircraft are not in the terminal, but parked outside the terminal or the airside, and he still has to deal with a runway that might not be in a good shape, like the one in the airport that was causing destruction to the underway, the wheels of the aircraft before they had to close it down. Like the bird sack we've also talked about, the other on the airside. So if you say you have insured and the terminal building that you have insured, then that insurance will not cover he who owns aircraft that are on the airside. So his cries might be genuine, okay, and maybe right, but the foreign has been that is not true. So
isn't it we believe?
So there's a need for the two parties to you said, like I said, it's one that, as we're sitting here now, you can ask me, have I insured we are insured? I can tell you yes. Then next question have been to me, what insurance did I do? I mean, I've just insured this to my seats, myself and this table. And this is the distance I want insurance to cover. But I will tell you, I have insured. But you are still there. That insurance does not cover you. And I think that is what is happening right now. There's a need for the both parties to come out clearly. Okay. What is your insurance covering? Not here for fun. What is your insurance covering? Fully. Let's just know what covers and what the LS are supposed to get. Because if it's only terminal, then it only covers those who are using the terminal, which include the passengers, the airline counter staff. But the critical equipment, the one that causes the airline big money, is the aircraft itself that's on the outside of the airport. And that is one, I think that's what that has made the captain to cry out.
Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Don't go anywhere.
Nigeria's aviation sector remains one of the most critical pillars of national infrastructure. At the heart of its smooth operation is the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. FAN, tasked not only with managing airports but also with safeguarding them through comprehensive insurance policies. From massive terminal buildings to runways, control towers, and cargo facilities, FAN ensures key infrastructure against fire, vandalism, terrorism, and national disasters. This ensures that in the event of damage, airports can quickly recover without disrupting the flow of passengers and goods. Beyond infrastructure, FAN also provides liability insurance, covering passengers, airlines, and airport users against accidents that may occur within airport premises. This includes baggage handling, cargo services, and even ground operations, giving both travelers and operators a sense of safety and trust. Staff working at Nigerian airports, firefighters, engineers, ground handlers, and security operatives are also insured through group life and accident policies. This guarantees compensation in case of occupational hazards, reinforcing the agency's commitment to worker protection. In line with international standards, FAN collaborates closely with the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to ensure compliance with global aviation safety regulations, particularly those of the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO). Experts say these insurance frameworks are not just about financial protection, they are part of FAN's wider risk management strategy, one that builds resilience, protects investment, and reassures both local and international travelers that Nigerian airports remain safe, secure, and reliable.
2564 is coming up on boarding 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back, viewers. It's still your darling station, VOP TV, and your darling program, Aviation Scope. And I'm Chukwuemeka Obioma. And today we are looking at aviation safety vis-a-vis the need to ensure airports across the Federation. And I have here with me the Secretary General of Roundtable Initiative in the person of Olumide Onwayo. And we've, been doing justice to this matter. And we're going to continue from, where we stopped at. And I'm asking now, sir, could you explain the purpose of compulsory insurance in aviation and how it protects both the public and key industry players?
I think that's some of it in the first part. Now, compulsory insurance.
Just break it down for us.
Compulsory insurance for the airline. See, that the airline must be an airline going on a scheduled service, okay, must insure its passenger aircraft. Once you're conducting a commercial service that involves the public, you must insure your passengers and cargo. Everything, all the freight, everything that comes on board must be insured. And this is necessitated by the for the airlines to be able to pay compensation in the event of accidents, serious incidents, or serious accidents. Also, airlines are to insure the crew and other members. More oftentimes, these are left for the airline to address. But the one that the regulator want to see is the insurance of the aircraft that is carrying both passengers and luggages, both for schedule and unscheduled flight. Unscheduled flight means on flight that obeys charter at a reward. Yeah, but for the private owned aircraft, yeah, it's left for you whether you want to insure yourself or not, even like a military. But for any scheduled one, anyone that is carrying higher for reward must insure the aircraft and ensure that at any time all those pieces and those scenarios I alerted earlier on comes up, insurance must be paid. In some other countries, they insist on having the insurance at the airports. They insist on insurance of navigational and other safety equipments. They insist on insurance of safety critical officers. It depends on the country. But the one that is general to every country, that is non-negotiable, is that of that aircraft that's operating the flight, or that to ensure that the passengers and luggages and any other freight on board are compensated in an incident of accidents, serious accidents, or any other reason that affects the comfort or the service being provided for those carried on board, which include the passengers and goods.
All right, let's move away from that a bit. Could you just talk to us about poor airport infrastructure and the challenges that poses for airline operations in Nigeria?
I think the first thing I saw, one of the things you sent to me was what was the first thing that struck me when I get to the airport, and I feel it's part of the instruction that's not available. I think the first thing that I should look at is walking to the airport, and I did not know the next flight in leaving. Or when my flight is leaving, that I had to run to the counter of the airline to ask when is your available flight. Because for those coming to the air flight on that day of travel, they are the one that buy the most expensive tickets. Because traveling is a necessity. It's not like those of us or others who would have booked ahead before coming to the airport, so you get good fare. But for you coming to the airport that day, you're going to pay for that emergency travel. But you see, what you expect as you're entering the terminal, you're going straight to the board, to that flight information display board, to see flights that are leaving in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. And begin to look at which one is going to your destination, which one is not going to your destination. And if you don't see the one that's going to your destination, you now walk straight to the airline counter. It's okay, can I get on this flight? And they say, oh, the flight is filled up. What you then do is go back to the board and say, okay, what is the next flight available and which airline? But this facility is not available at the airport because we don't have any flight display system. Yes, MM2 has something like that. But for others, it's other airports don't have it. So you cannot really come to the airport and know the next flight going, or even your flight, until when you have to walk all the way to the airport. Again, I also feel there's a need to put more technology in the services provided at the airports and terminals, rather than have too many people lodging around the airports. We're pretending to be working for one airline or working for one organization. I think there are too many officials at the airport that does not meet the modern trend of an airport. So I think that's another area we need to address. Again, critical infrastructure. People have complained about the baggage carousel. It's the timing it takes to get to passengers, and at times some of the carousel are dirty. Some even have holes that damage the luggages. These are the things I need them to look at. I also want us to look at especially during the rush hour. That's long queue to pass through the X-ray machines. I think there's a need to have more than one. It's an organization and people and Johnny can have almost all the machines should work at the same time so that it can ease the movement of passengers. Because once all this help in delaying flight, and the only thing the passenger sees in his mind is, I'm supposed to leave by 7. I'm not leaving by 7. Nobody is looking at all the other things that delayed them to get to the aircraft before 7. It is the flight that did not start at 7 that gets the beating, that gets the bashing. And also see the airlines also complain that, yes, if you don't want flight to delay, they also improve on infrastructure, improve on access to the terminal and services provided within the airport terminals. Because you see, you think about this, once a flight is delayed, if you delay a flight in 7 o'clock or an 8 o'clock flight, that delay cascades throughout the day. But that aircraft is not operating only one flight for the day. It's going to about 4 or 5 places. So as we delay from the very first one, it cascades throughout the day. And in cascading, that time of delay, if yours was delayed by 15 minutes, you can be sure that the next flight is supposed to operate will have about 30 minutes delay. But you have to add that 15 minutes from that one, which has fallen into the time of the second flight. So that's how it builds on until the end of the day. And that is why for those operating international routes, operating to airports that are very busy, the workers, the service providers there, they give you a window. If you're supposed to come in 9 to 10, you must come in 9 to 10, because once you're not there 9 to 10, as from 10 o'clock, they are moving to the next airline or next customer. The organization there will not pay, it's not a place like here where you pay peanuts. So you will not have extra passenger, extra workers on ground waiting for you, because once you miss your slot, it goes to the next. And that's why you see people always want to move on time for the international flight, for airports that are constrained, because the workers are not going to just there for you. They're there for you for a specific time, and if you're not there, you will miss it. So infrastructure is very important in building the efficiency of flight operations and also making the passengers want to come back and fly us. And you see, once the airport is efficient, once the airport has the facilities, then you have more flights, you have more airlines. Today, we do not have an airport, international airport, that has a hub status. Hub here means that that one of the major airlines is using as the point to take its passengers out of the country or to connect to the country. Neither do we have any transit facility in our international airport.
What do you think is responsible for?
The transit facility here is that if AirPeace, let's take AirPeace as operating international, if AirPeace is bringing a passenger from London who is going to Gabon or going to Ghana, the passenger, if once they land in London, the passenger just need to transit into an AirPeace flight that's going to Ghana. If there was a transit facility. But because of this lack of transit facility, the passenger had to take his bag and come out from that flight before go back again to check in. Going through the immigration and other facility to board the Ghana flight. That has made it difficult for AirPeace or any other Nigerian to carry passengers going beyond Lagos, and that facility is necessary. You ask that what has made it. I am surprised myself that after so many years, after so much money we have spent, up to this period, we do not have a transit facility at the end of international airport. Togo here has it. Ghana here has it. Our neighbors here have it. Why not Nigeria?
Why not in Nigeria? Well, I would also want to draw your attention to, you talked about bed strike,
yes,
time, and that brings me to the thought of inadequate wildlife control and runway deterioration, because there have been so much complaints about that. Now, I want to ask, what do you think FAN and other stakeholders, including the other regulators within the industry, can do to actually address these challenges?
Look, like I said before, bed strike is a scenario that is still occurring world over. A South Korean airline last year had an accident, was brought down by swamp of beds right there in South Korea. South Korea is much more developed than Nigeria, has better facilities than Nigeria. What can only do is to continue to encourage, to continue to push that the incidence of bed strike should be reduced to the barest minimum. Once you have communities, environments around the airport, it becomes a challenge. When you have airports that are close to the cities, it becomes a challenge because you cannot control what they put in the houses, the trashes they put around there that can bring birds to their area. What you can control is what is within the environment, and all you can do is continue to enlighten your neighbors and the community on the need to take away trash and things that attract birds. And I think the process should continue. The process of whatever equipment is needed to reduce the birds and all the training needed, which I know the FAN is doing presently and should continue to do and increase on, should continue. It should not be restricted to only Lagos, Abuja, and international airport, because passengers fly from every other airport in Nigeria, and every life matters. So I think the bed strike training, avoidance, reduction should go around all the airports in Nigeria and should be a continuous process till we can reduce to the barest minimum. Again, the airlines should not relent. I think they should continue to push, continue to shout, and make everything possible that the government should face it. But it's the responsibility of the airport or operator, which includes FAN and any other airport, state-owned airports. Now that most of the airports are now owned by states, there is also their responsibility to ensure that the bets are taken, bets are not found around with on the airports.
All right. Okay. That's where we'll leave it on today's edition of Aviation Scope. Join us next time on same station when we'll bring you engaging conversation on the same program of yours. And a very big thank you to our guest for his insightful contribution, Mr. Olumide Onwayo, Secretary General of a roundtable, Aviation Roundtable Initiative. You know, it's all about aviation and aviation. So you would pardon me if I put aviation before the institution which he represents. Mr. Olumide Onwayo, it's been a pleasure having you here. Thank you for your insightful contribution once again.
It wasn't a mistake on your part. Aviation is part of the name. Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative.
Okay.
ART.
All right. And you have heard it. And my name is Chukwuemeka Obioma. Join us, like I said, same time next week for the same program that you love and you wouldn't want to miss. Till then, it's goodbye.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm good.
How do you feel?
I feel so good. Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, you know the song? I feel good.
Okay, I think I forgot it, but I remember it.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So please, we'd like to meet you. Who are you?
Yeah. My name is Imo. I'm a piano all the way from South Africa. Yeah.
We have the South African, the vibes from South Africa. You know that dance? How do they do it? Like,
Which one? There are a lot of dance moves.
So we have a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are you? Are you performer? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm performing.
Ooh, nice. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's the first time, obviously, so I'm kind of nervous, but we're gonna get through that.
Yeah.
So I'm just so excited to be here. Yeah. It's a dream come true.
Wow. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Just good vibes. Hopefully, we win something because we nominated also. So let's hope for the best.
Oh my God! So you also want to also have fun about for the African?
Yeah.
All right, so tell me, how do you see music in Africa now? You're a South African, and how do you see music generally, African music?
Yeah. I think right now it's taking over globally. It used to be a thing of a country has its own sound.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I think Amapiano and Afrobeat has united the Africans, the musicians. So. Yeah, I think it's doing very well right now, and it's globally now taking over. So, hey.
We commend there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel good, but everywhere's humid. Jesus.
My God.
Still air.
All right. So please, can we meet you?
Shegorin is the name. Simple. Actor. Nothing more.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening?
I just want to have a lovely evening, enjoy myself, have fun. I was in the music scene before, then I left and started acting, but I still monitor the music industry, and so.
Wow. So being in the music, how do you see African music in general?
Great. We've done so well, taking it to the next level. The whole world is all about Africa. It's good. When we started, nobody even gave us that thought. Nobody even thought we were going together. But I'm so proud of the boys right now. So proud of them.
So the nominees, what do you wish them this evening? Because
all the best of luck. Everybody's a winner. I mean, getting to the level of being nominated means it's important.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs you like to listen to?
I like Afropop, I like hip hop, and I love ballads.
Ooh, nice. All right.
I like it cool.
The blues. All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
Great. Super great.
So I'm so excited already to see you. So, but then you look amazing.
Thank you very much.
Please tell us, is Mama the style? Do you
What is my stylist?
Ooh, you see? All right, so please, we'd like to meet you.
Yeah, okay, this is Pastor Bless, president of Gentle Nation. Gentle means grace and truth. Yeah, Gentle Nation is a ministry that has the music, part of it. Yeah.
So tell us, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and it's the 9th of its kind. So tell me, what are your expectations for this evening?
Well, honestly, this is actually my first time for attending an award ceremony, really. And I'm looking forward to a great time. I read about it and I see that Afrima Award is a very prestigious award. So I'm honored and privileged to be here. So I'm looking forward to a great night. And I came with my friend Frank. He pulled me into this. He's my media advisor because he's advising me on what to do because this is not my space. So I'm getting comfortable now. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a great time. And, God is good. I see the goodness of God everywhere.
Okay, so I'd love to ask this question because I know your wife has been into the music industry and getting the songs and everyone giggling, dancing about that. So tell me, how do you see African music?
African music has been divinely positioned by God to take over.
Yeah.
And anyone who is not connected to African music, I don't know. If you even look at from the secular space into the gospel, African music is it's taking over. God is doing something with Africa. God is doing something, and Nigeria is at the forefront of it. So I see African music, I see awards like Afrima Awards and expanding, not just an African thing, the global thing, everyone getting involved in what God is doing. I see growth, I see expansion, I see increase. That's what I see.
So tell me, as a pastor, because we all know, how has this, basically combined with your faith? How do you see music, with your faith?
Music is amazing. Music is, I'll tell you. Sometimes people ask me, why do you support your wife a lot? I'll tell you, minus fact, she's my wife that I want the best for her. The Lord told me something. You know what he said to me? He said, if you support your wife, wherever her music gets to, your ministry has gotten there. So there are some places that your message may not get to, but through the music. So you pastor one to pastor many, and you reach so many souls,
Right, thank you so much, and have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
How are you doing? You look beautiful.
Good so how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. Looking forward to the awards.
Yes. So please tell us your name. We'd like to know you.
Yeah, my name is Mad Jamie. I'm an artist. I sing. I make music. Yeah, yada yada yada.
All right. So tell us, what are your expectations for this evening?
Honestly, let the best man or woman win. And let good music be appreciated. Yeah, that's what I look forward to.
So how do you see music in general, African music in general?
I think African music is evolving. I watched old clips from old awards that we used to have back in the day in Nigeria, and how blurry it was. Imagine this is happening now, and we are celebrating music, and I'm speaking to this beautiful host, and we're evolving, and everybody's taking it seriously. The industry is rising, more jobs, more opportunities. I love it. You can't hate it.
All right. So you want to have a blast this evening?
Yes, of course. I want to have fun. I also want to get inspired. It's good to see good work rewarded. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a lovely evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel great.
You feel great, or you feel excited? Which one? This is in 2 weeks. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I feel all together.
So please tell us, can we meet you?
My name is Obawale.
Oba what?
Obawale.
Ooh, and who is Obawale? Tell us.
I make music, songwriter, musician, all around.
So yeah, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I want to see the next Afrobeat superstars, and of course I'm part of them, but I just want to be inspired by the kind of people that will be awarding tonight. It's always a great thing to experience.
All right. So by the way, who styled you? Because I actually wanted to ask.
Actually, I'm a fashion stylist myself.
So there are some hidden skills out there.
But this particular brand, I got it from my friend Ip Style.
Ooh,
so yeah, I just told him what I need, and then he gets it fixed up.
All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
I feel good. So good. All right, so please, can we meet you? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coach Ba, CEO, Coach Ba Management, Talent Management, Event Producer, and a Creative Technologist.
Ooh, somebody clock it. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So tell me, what are your expectations this evening?
Well, first of all, kudos to Mr. Mike for this, doing this consecutively for 9 years. First of all, kudos to the team. And my expectation for tonight is just basically to connect and network. I mean, I came all the way from Abuja for this, so...
It came all the way from Abuja to
the ABC, the Buj, up in the capital, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you just want to vibe, you like the environment, you love the vibe and everything.
I love the host.
Ooh, all right, thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening.
You too, and enjoy your evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Charlene Frey. I'm a manager in Ivory Coast.
Ooh, nice. So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So tell me, I know you're looking happy, excited already. So what are your expectations this evening as the guest?
We expect to see a nice show with all the artists on stage. And of course, I hope my artists will win all the prizes for which they are nominees.
Oh my God. So how do you see African music on the whole?
I see African music as a music that is getting more and more important on an international level. level, and this is something that I really appreciate.
Okay. All right. Do have a beautiful evening and enjoy yourself.
Hello.
You know when someone is so fine, like you get the vibe? So you know the song, I feel good. So good. So please tell me your name. I would love to know your name.
DJ Zani.
Ooh, DJ Somebody. You get what I'm saying? So we are here live at the Afrima Awards evening, awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I'm expecting good things, like artists are trying, like everyone is trying, so I'm expecting good things from there.
So how do you see music? How do you see music in Africa on the whole?
Making music or what?
Yeah, like music, African music on the whole.
African music is so great, like, because I sing.
So how do you see it in the future? With this event going on today, how do you see African music in the future?
I see African music like going, like I don't know,
but it's going to be great. All right. Okay.
Sure.
To have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
How do you feel?
Excited.
I feel good. So good. You don't really dance job Michael Jackson joined God I beg.
I know about the dancer, so yeah.
So you get it. All right.
And
So
the touch of MJ in every entertainer, you know. So that's the
so please, I'd like to know your name. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dilo. Yeah, but originally I'm Hilary man. But Dilo is like my industry name.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Nothing short of the best. Afrima has proven itself over 13 years of existence. It's no beans. You know, they've shown that they know their stuff and they're bringing the best to not just Africa, but bringing it home to the giant of Africa, Nigeria. And I want to say they're doing a great job, and I'm expecting nothing less than the Afrima standards.
So tell me, how do you see African music in the future?
You know, but, why are you talking about future?
Because with this event, it has to be things that we are looking forward to see maybe after Afrima this night. Okay. So definitely maybe the next Afrima has to be great. You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay. So how do you see it in the future? What can you say?
Definitely. I want to say, why I asked you why you're talking about the future? Yes. Because the future for me is now. You know, so whomever is taking the center stage now is in charge of the future. Okay. So whatever you're going to become in the future determines on what you're doing now. That's why I say don't talk about tomorrow. Let's focus on who is dominating now. So Afrima was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Same as Afrobeats. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to Afrima.
Welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good tonight.
Okay, I actually want to say something about your dress because you look amazing. The style with the beads and the dress. Oh, so much. But please, I love this. Actually, I don't know if I could get...
You can get a lot. I have a farm, yeah. I have a big farm, okay?
So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Boy Smart. I'm an Afrobeat world music artist. I just dropped a new song called Fly. You guys should go and listen to it.
Yes. All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
So many expectations tonight.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is congratulations to every winners, to every nominees. We're just here to have some fun, yeah.
Ooh, I'm here to have some fun too.
We have to have some fun with VOP TV, okay?
Of course. So how do you see music, African music on the whole?
I see African music as a very global stuff, yeah. Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yeah.
So as a musical artist, how do you see music, African music in the future?
I see African music in the future in a way that even the Grammys, even the Oscar, we put Africa on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good afternoon.
For this time, God, I better go.
Okay, good morning.
As far as a good day inside, we will accept it.
Okay.
All right, please. You look amazing, by the way. Before I even start,
Thank you very much.
Who styled you? Tell me.
Well, I'm being styled by my very good friend Ayo Balogun Couture.
Ooh, he did a really good job.
Yes.
So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Well, my name is Ambassador Cornelius Udofia, the CEO of Cornell Entertainment,
convener of the CMC Africa Award for Excellence, PRO, Actors Guild of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, and of course the CPS to the immediate past president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas Ejezie, and of course the publisher of the Gladiators magazine. I'm a proud Nigerian, a proud African.
People that are proud of Nigeria, we are all proud of Nigeria. So tell me, we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening? It has been happening since Wednesday. So this is the grand finale for the awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Okay, if I have to take it back, I was one of the coordinators of Afrima right from the time we started at Ikeja with Mr. Mike, and I was one of the coordinators that was actually sharing the invites, and it gives me a very big pleasure to see that Afrima has come to stay, because in our continent, for you to sustain a business for 9 good years is not an easy task. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Lagos State government in conjunction with African Union for actually supporting this event. Afrima is Africa. Africa is Afrima. So I'm very happy to be part and parcel of history.
So I heard when you said you're one of the coordinators. So as one of the coordinators, like, what would you say about this year's Afrima, the 9th? For we're speaking because you have had previous, Afrima's events. So what are you going to say about today, the 9th of the 9th Afrima Awards night? What are you going to say about it?
Okay, being one of the coordinators, my job specifically is to make sure that those superstars, because I control superstars, those top celebrities are given chance to attend. So my job is just to invite those stars, both in Africa and of course in diaspora, for them to attend the event. I've been doing it, like I said, when we started, and that was the reason that this year Mike said, Cornell, you are part and parcel of the history. I want you to still come on board. And we were giving about 50 VVIP to share to the stars, and some of the stars are all around. As a matter of fact, one of them is there, Tina Newman, one of the celebrities we invited. We have my cousin too that came in from UK, Auntie Eno. We have Queenette Agbo. We have Jim Ike. Jim Ike is around. Let's see how it's gonna go.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening.
Good evening.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Ooh, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Oh my God. So tell me, you look amazing. Can you tell us who styled you?
Okay, actually, I was styled by look. It's just a cloth I picked.
Okay. You actually look amazing. Trust me. And please, can we meet you then?
Okay, my name is Tina Newman.
Ooh, Tina Newman. And who is Tina Newman? Let's know.
Okay, Tina Newman is an artist. I'm an artist from Cornell Entertainment.
So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards, and it's a beautiful evening already. So what are your expectations this evening?
Oh my God, honestly, this evening is already fun being out here, and I trust all the artists that has been nominated. They are all good, and I will be so glad anyone that come up as a winner. I'll be so glad because I love them all. So I don't have a specific artist. They are all good.
So you're all out to have fun this evening? Ooh, all right. Thank you so much. Do have a beautiful evening. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel elated. I feel the beauty of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
All over me. I see beautiful beautiful faces, beautiful ladies and gentlemen.
Of course. So we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations? I would like to know your name before we go into the questions. Please, can we meet you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm Mrs. Omotayo Motusho. I'm a television broadcaster. Of course, gradually retiring. I've been trained a lot of younger ones over the years. By God's grace, in a few months, I'll be celebrating 40 years of television broadcasting, and I'm a media entrepreneur.
So please, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect to see?
Well, AFRIMA, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Talking about salute, how do you see the African music generally?
Oh, African music has evolved, and I will tell you what I mean by that. It's evolved to the extent that even the most exotic and beautiful islands of the Caribbean that are so far away from Africa. Because for you to get to the Caribbean, you must fly from here to Europe, from Europe to America, America to the Caribbean. Or sometimes, if you're lucky, from Europe to the islands. I visited the islands a few weeks ago, and from the airport, as soon as they saw me as a Nigerian, they said, "Oh, we watch videos of Burna Boy, Davido," and they went on Ashake. And these are people that wouldn't call Yoruba names very well, but they were so tuned, they were so elated, they were so excited with the fact that I'm coming from a country where our musical icons have done so well and their works have been exported all over the world. I felt proud. So we've gone a long way. You should be proud.
So, by the way, ma'am, you look amazing.
Thank you, darling.
I didn't tell you, but you look beautiful. Actually, can you tell us who styled you? Because this is beautiful.
You'll be stunned. I style myself.
Oh, so there's a hidden skill that we
You can call it hidden skill, but the bit I didn't tell you was the fact that I regulated tourism and culture for Nigeria as Director General some years ago. So anything that will promote African culture, anything that will celebrate African culture, anything that will glorify the beauty of our culture, that's what I am for, and that's what I wear.
All right, thank you so much, ma. Do have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you, ma'am.
Keep on looking beautiful yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th AFRIMA Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys are boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where citizens are shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Some would actually say finally, and some would say at last. But of course, Abure out. Court affirms Nnedi Usman as Labour Party's valid leader. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udon. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC slams Atiku Obi over democratic credentials. Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has questioned the democratic credentials of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, ex-Anambra State Governor Peter Obi. The party said neither Atiku nor Obi played a significant role in Nigerians' pro-democracy struggle. The APC criticized their movement across multiple political platforms, describing it as opportunistic rather than ideological driven. And of course, away from that particular one, Lagos APC Guba aspirant Jado launches official website. Dr. Olajide Adediran, a leading governorship aspirant in the All Progressive Congress APC for the 2027 Lagos State election, has launched its official website. The website provides information on its vision, policy, priorities, public engagement. The campaign updates states that Dr. Adeniran aims to promote transparency leadership and people-centered governance through the platform. You know, I love the fact that some people are actually speculating that Jandor is the leading, candidate. But I'll show we, because we have 1,001 candidates presently, vying for that particular position. But the best man will win finally. I'm talking about their primaries as regards to the APC, because APC always have, this particular final, joker card that they play at 9 minutes. All you just have to hear is, it was a consensus candidate and that was it, and nobody can actually say anything or what have you. So we've seen it play out, where we actually thought, oh, it will be given to this particular person, and it went this way. So we shouldn't be surprised. But for Jandor, if you have opened your website for now, congratulations in advance. And if the button doesn't, get to you, all you just have to do is keep projecting good governance, through that same platform. Away from that particular on Kaduna adoption, Governor Obasani assures victims safe return plans military base. Kaduna State Governor, of course, has actually assured all persons adopted in Kumi Wali village, and of course, he said that they will be rescued and reunite with their families once again. Sani led a delegation to the community, promising to work with security agency to secure their release. He also announced plans to establish a military base in the area and construct an access route to improve security and mobility. The governor condemned attempts to politicize the incident, emphasizing the sanctity of human life. I just hope finally that this time around, a governor in Kaduna State, and I am using that particular word, okay? I just hope that this time a governor in Kaduna State will take this particular thing up, seriously, and not neglect the southern Kaduna people. They are also part of Kaduna, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their religion, whatsoever it is, but they should also be treated fairly, and equally in Kaduna State. Of course, because I am not talking from the outside, I'm talking from the inside. When we talk about the southern Kaduna, I know what has actually happened over the years. And that's more reason why I need to actually make that particular call by saying, I just hope that a governor this time around will take, that particular region, serious this time around. When it comes to votes, you go to them, for votes. But when it comes to security and protection, they cry out and nothing is being done. And we even under-report sometimes, okay? I had the conversation here on Tuesday. I was talking about the under-reporting, and I also mentioned that for the government and the Nigerian police force in Kaduna to actually say that nothing of such actually happened. It was not the first time we were hearing something like that, and that's not the first time we get to hear such a situation, But of course, we just hope that this time around, now that we've actually admitted that this abduction took place, let's see how they would help in releasing or getting these people safe out of that particular death, and of course, look for how to, make that region very safe for the people. And away from that particular one, CGN urges court registrars to embrace technology. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has called on court registrars to adopt technology and judicial automation to improve efficiency, transparency, and access to justice. The emphasis, of course, as regards to the modern court administration must adapt to the realities of rising case loads evolving public expectation and rapid technology advancement. The CGN made the call as the 2026 strategic retreat of the Committee of Chief Registrars of Nigeria. You know, I just hope that this particular one would work, because I spoke to a particular, registrar separately, and of course I spoke to a particular, lawyer, and I asked, I said, why is it that difficult for us to actually, use good, technology as regards to our legal system in Nigeria? And the reply I got was, do you know that some people are actually, making money from that papers that they move here and there? And I couldn't say anything again, having the case file moved, because I said all of this can be open as, as a model, where we have, every office is on the system and you can just move the file from here to there. All you just need is just a code. If you get your code, it's easy for your case file to be brought out, and, very simple. And he said, what about the papers that some people are making money from? So at some point, I couldn't say anything, But of course, we just want them to actually, work hand in hand with the, with technology, so that we can actually have, faster litigation cases, instead of always, adjourning case, and we have, one case lingering for how many years and things like that. But we just want our, judicial system to really, really work, our legal system to really, really work. That's all we are just looking for here in Nigeria. But Nigerians just want everything to work out for us. That's all. All right, let's move to the APC's quarters now. APC denies forcing Enugu workers to register. The All Progressive Congress in Enugu State has denied allegation that local government chairmen are coercing government workers to register or revalidate their membership with the party. APC Chairman Dr. Ben Nwoye described the claims as false and politically motivated, saying the registration exercise is voluntary. He also attributed the massive participation to internal unity within the party and growing public support for Governor Peter Mbah's administration. Okay, since they said that such didn't happen, let's just leave it at that until we get more, more claims, of course, and more evidence as regards to, that particular situation before we can actually weigh into it. Let's go to Kano State now, where so much is actually happening. One part is about politics, and the other part is about CADCO. Kano plunged into darkness as electricity workers embark on indefinite strike. Of course, Kaduna State Electric Distribution Company, CADCO, workers have actually begun an indefinite strike, causing widespread power outage in the state. The Senior Staff Association of Electricity and Allied Companies and National Union of Electricity Employees allege poor working condition and unpaid arrears as reasons for the strike. CADCO management, however, claims to have prioritized staff welfare and entitlement with over 80% of pension remittance paid. The dispute has severely disrupted socio-economic activities in Kano. I just want the government to actually weigh into that particular one, because without a proper electricity distribution, I don't think the state can, function properly. All right, let's move to another situation from the APC's quarters. APC won't rule Nigeria forever, says Gambari, former chief of staff to President Muhammadu Buhari. Prof. Ibrahim Gambari has expressed doubt over the All Progressive Congress' ability to maintain long-term dominance in Nigeria, citing historical example. Gambari noted that past attempts at dominant party rule in Nigeria have consistently failed. He emphasized the importance of building strong, ideological, distinct political party to prevent a non-party state. Gambari's comment amid opposition concerns over recent defection to the APC, and of course he gave example of the NPC. Of course, you all remember, the dominance of the NPC as at the time, the Nigerian People's Congress, which was in the First Republic. And that party was just for, the northern heads, Samadu Bello and the likes, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. The NPC was quite strong as at the time, but later, what happened? And this is what he is talking about. We also mentioned the NPN, Of course, I gave example of the NPN. They came in Second Republic as well. And if you remember vividly, that was the saw Shehu Shagari into power in 1979, of course, in 1983. And afterwards, what happened? We also heard of different controversies as regards to corruption. And the party eventually, was overthrown by a military coup in 1983. And finally, it talked about the PDP. You remember how PDP actually, was everywhere. PDP holding Nigerian, Nigerian political structure. But today, that is the same PDP that Wike, Sheyi Makinde, and the likes of them have actually, brought down. The same PDP that was quite strong in 1999, 2003, 2007, and of course 2011. Now, the same PDP are actually looking for how to even get their feet stamped. All he is just trying to say is that no political party, would reign or last forever, especially when you want to have a final dominant role where, you want to have every governor into your party, you want to have a one-party state in Nigeria. You won't last. No matter what, you would always drop off. That's all Gambari is saying there. But let's move to Adams Oshomole's quarter. Tinubu's tax policy progressive, says Oshomole. Senator Adams Oshomole has praised President Tinubu's new tax policy, describing it as consistent with principles of a progressive government. Oshomole noted that the policy shifts the tax burden from the poor to the rich, and that working families will benefit from the new tax regime. He also explained that value-added tax primarily affected luxury purchases, and that Nigerians pay VAT in other countries, so it is not unique, to Nigeria. I know you can say less because that's your party, and of course that's your principle. But if you're saying that the poor are not complaining or the poor would not suffer, it is the rich, have you actually, decided to come down to where the poor are to really see what is going through, to see what they're going through? Have you really, taken your time to go to the real local, to the real ordinary Nigerians to really know what's going on? I'm not talking about senators who live, in Abuja, Meitama, who live in all of the, the eyebrow of Abuja, and you are representing a particular, constituency in your state. But all you do is you stay there, and from there it's outside country, and you come back there. You only come to that particular place once in a while, and when you do, you're only coming for election reasons. Have you really taken your time to actually go see what is going on? And of course, I also heard him making some assertion as regards to saying that the ordinary Nigerians are now thanking the government for the cheap food prices in the market. And I said, really? It's all well and good. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation. Abure out, court affirms Nnamdi Usman as Labour Party's valid leader. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ruled in favor of Senator Nnamdi Usman, affirming our leadership of the Labour Party. The court ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to recognize Usman's caretaker committee as the valid leadership of the party, citing a Supreme Court verdict that Julius Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed. Justice Peter Alifo declared that Abure's tenure had expired, and the party's National Executive Committee, of course, had validly constituted a 29-member caretaker committee with Usman as chairman. The court rejected Abure's argument that the matter was an internal party affair and not subject to judicial review. The Labour Party faction loyal to Abia State Governor Alex Oti has called for reconciliation and unity within the party following the judgment. In contrast, Abure's camp has rejected the ruling and vowed to appeal, claiming that the court misinterpreted the Supreme Court decision. We're now being joined by Dr. Emmanuel Eze, Labour Party 2023 House of Representative candidate for Abakiliki Eze Federal Constituency of Ebonyi State, and of course the President, Ebonyi Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Sergio. Good afternoon, viewers.
And Happy New Year to you, Doctor. It's been a while, you know.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Good. Yes.
Thank you for joining the program. All right, quickly, we're also being joined by Comrade Eragbe Anslem, member of Labour Party, Interim National Working Committee. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Yeah, my pleasure as always, Savior. Comrade Eragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. And of course, we're also being joined by Comrade Eze Oko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate of Ebonyi State. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Good evening, Savior. Viewers, I'm happy to be with you again. Happy New Year, Savior.
Happy New Year to you, Comrade, and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let me start with you, Comrade Anslem. Comrade Anslem, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I want to start with you, and the reason why I'm starting with you is because you have a very, long issue with Abure, and for everyone that actually knows the history of the Labour Party, you would agree with me that you and Abure have actually, been coming from a very, a long thread. And it was quite unfortunate that both of you fell out at some point. We knew at some point that both of you were close to an extent, or maybe something actually happened. But let's start with you. What are the immediate implications of the court's decision on the Labour Party's leadership? Even when the other time, of course, the previous judgment actually showed that Abure was no longer the chairman. Abure continued parading himself as the chairman of the party. And, you all kept, appearing in court. And he went ahead to bring up someone from Anambra State election as the gubernatorial candidate. And you people were not in support of that particular candidate, I think, is it Mualu or what's his name in Anambra? And to an extent, Abure kept on, doing things like the chairman of the party. But of course, the situation has changed now, in as much as they are saying that they want to appeal the conversation. I called the three of you yesterday, and including Barrister Ken, who is the special advisor to Senator Nadi. I spoke with the three of you yesterday. Immediately, the court, gave that judgment. So what are the immediate implications now? And what happens next as regards to the Labour Party leadership?
The judgment of yesterday was a consequential order for the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025. In the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025, the three issues in dispute were resolved in favor of Senator Nenadi Esther Usman as the chairman of the party, who was appointed by the National Executive Council. That's the statutory National Executive Council of the party. Statutory because myself and Julius Abure, all of us came from the same National Convention, 10 June 2019. Our substantive tenure expired on the 9th of June 2023. Remember, I've maintained that Abure got an illegal wire extension on the 17th of April 2023 while he was on FCT High Court substituting restraining order that was subsisting for perjury, forgery, and criminal conspiracy that prevented him from parading himself as party official. So now the matter has come to its head now, to the point where the Federal High Court did not give a separate judgment. It merely issued a consequential order, because if you look at the Supreme Court judgment, There was no order, even though those three issues were resolved in favor of Senator Nenadi. Now, let me draw our attention to some of the issues. Now, in that judgment on page 45 of the Supreme Court, it said, in the instant case, the court below, having found the first respondent may relief was relief number 5, which was predicated on leadership of the first respondent and thus not justiciable, strayed beyond. That's the Supreme Court talking now. It said that court strayed beyond its jurisdiction to the realm where even angels dread to pronounce Barrister Julius Abure as national chairman of the first respondent. Their lot of the lower court were wrong to so do. Now, the court said the principle of law applicable here is as expressed in the lactic dictum, nihil non expectant edificat store, whatever, meaning that one cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. So the first respondent suit in the trial court had no leg to stand in the circumstance and deserved to be struck out. Now, a reference was made to that. So permit me at this point to reiterate that it is strike position in law that if a court is bereft of jurisdiction to entertain the main relief in an action, it will not have the jurisdiction to entertain the auxiliary claim. And therefore, more so, if the auxiliary claim will inevitably involve a discussion in the main claim. In this case, a reference was made. So the three issues submitted for determination were hereby jointly resolved in favor of the appellant, Senator Nenadi Esther Usman and Dalitu Ukocha. Now, just hold on, in summary, because we saw Arabambi today on TVC misinforming the world. He said in summary, both the trial court and the court below had no jurisdiction to entertain the suit in the first respondent, which may relief, as they both rightly observed, was inserted as relief number 5 as though it was an appendix. Consequent upon the foregoing, the decision of both trial court and the court below recognizing Barrister Julius Abure as national chairman of the respondent are hereby set aside, and the suit in reference hereby struck out for want of jurisdiction. In the same vein, the first responder cross appeal in the reference SCCV 56A, being an offshoot of the same judgment of court, is hereby dismissed. Now, he said, before I am done, may I admonish political parties and their members to endeavor to always allow their constitution, rules, regulations, and guidelines to guide them in choosing their officers as well as candidates. That way, incessant rift, which always find their way to the court, will be reduced. If the constitution of a political party has prescribed duration for tenure of office of an officer, such officer should be humble enough to leave at the expiration of the tenure. In the final analysis, I find this happy to be meritorious and is hereby allowed parties bear their cost. Now, so quickly, the summary of what the FCT High Court did yesterday under its able leadership, Justice Peter Lifu JP, said 3 things. 1, that the National Executive Council of the party, in exercise of constitutional powers, Article 13 and 14, which says that the NEC have powers to fill vacancies in between national conventions where there are. 2, the tenure of Julius Abure expired 8 June 2024. And 3, the earlier judgments were dismissed for want of jurisdiction. So the court thereby ordered INEC to immediately apply the judgment of the Supreme Court to recognize the Netizens as the national chairman and members of our National Executive Council, period. So this is the position in law. So it was not a new judgment per se, but an application, a consequential order directing INEC to implement the judgment of the Supreme Court in the reference SCCV 56/2025 under reference in favor of Senator Esther Nenadi Usman, National Chairman, Dalitu Ukocha, National Secretary, and all of us appointed by the National Executive Council statutory body. Statutory because our tenure expired. There are only 10 subsisting National Executive Council members. You may need to know they are Alex Ote and his deputy, NSC President and the GS of NSC, NSC Chairperson Women Commission, TSU President, TSU GS, TSU Chairperson Women Commission, then the BOT Chairman and Secretary. So these are the statutory. So presently we have a fully constituted National Executive Council, all of us, 34 of us in the NWC, the 36 states and FCC Chairman and Secretary, and the 10 persons I've just listed now as the full weight of the leadership of the party in Nigeria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Eragbe Anslem, for that particular wonderful, submission and clarity as regards to the situation on ground. Let's take it to Dr. Eze. Hello, Dr. Eze, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I love the fact that it's a congratulation, a conversation here, because I know how long, the Labour Party leadership have actually, been at this situation for, just to see how to broker peace and to get the grip of that particular party again, working. So how does the Supreme Court's verdict on Abure's tenure affect this recent judgment? And of course, you would agree with me that we have a particular pending issue as regards to the INEC quarters. INEC have actually, deemed it fit to not recognize Senator Nadi Usman. And I remembered some of you came last year to talk about this particular situation. And now the court is still asking INEC to officially recognize the leadership of Senator Nadi Usman. So what role is INEC expected to play in recognizing, the leadership of Senator Nadi Usman? And of course, don't forget that Abure said they would appeal, and so how might their appeal affect the party's stability and unity? Because presently, Labour Party needs to stand, Labour Party needs to work, otherwise, Labour Party might not actually survive it in 2027. So I'd like you to take all of this, please.
Thank you so much. And let me thank Comrade Eragbe. He really did a wonderful work explaining even the technical aspect of it. I am, yes, we are happy, but for me, it's not all happiness. We should be worried that we'll become a country where laws are no longer obeyed. We cherry pick judgments. We tend to sidestep the ones we think are not favorable. Abure has no locus driving from the April 4th Supreme Court judgment. But again, the biggest worry is that there has been a persistent attempt, especially within this APC realm, to look at judgment and then interpret it to suit whims and caprices. I am happy that the learned Judge Lifu actually made it emphatically clear that we must become a nation ruled by law. Abure is not above the Nigerian Constitution. And for him, talking about appealing is rather unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, because I think this judgment actually gave him a soft landing. And not just a soft landing, it's already an embrace for us to move forward, because our international chairman, who also said, look, we are one family, I'm open for reconciliation. I had expected Abure to take that as a part and then help him, give him the landing that will save his face. But the way he's going, I think what he wants to do is to continue to remain relevant for those in opposition who may be using him. If that is his own, it also shows that he has never really been, he's not worth being called even a former national chairman. So a former national chairman should not destroy the house that gave him cover all these years. And like Comrade Eragbe said, Abure had a one-year extension that was debatable. And even that one-year extension, he still felt he needed to continue to be. He wants to be a life party chairman, which is not possible. And that also should give us a bigger worry. What is wrong with the African? Not just Abure again. Look at our neighboring countries. Some people 80 years, 90 years are still holding on to power. For me, leadership is a calling. And this judgment has actually re-emphasized that. The Supreme Court also re-emphasized it. So Abure has no choice other than to go home or help us rebuild the party. For me, what we need to do now is for us to come together and really put our house in order. There's a lot of work to be done. Some of our leaders, members are disenchanted. We need to also go down to the wards, to the local government, to the states, and begin to encourage them. Those who are misinforming the public, we will get to that. The law has, there's a recourse in law. for those who want to disobey the judgment. They have pushed their lever too far. And this judgment has made it abundantly clear that there's no way to sidestep the ruling of the Supreme Court judgment. And like Comrade Rabwe said, this is a consequential order. It's unfortunate that we needed a consequential order to enforce a judgment that was clear. Honorable men ordinarily would have stepped aside for the sake of the party, for the interest of Nigerians. Abure, frankly, has written his name in very dark colors as one who has been standing between the hopes of ordinary Nigeria and 2027. I hope he realizes that. I hope he gets to do it. Now, we've not heard from him. We only hear it from people around him. And I want to believe they're not speaking for him.
Okay. All right. If you say you've not heard from him, I think Arabambi is a close pal, and we'll be hearing more from them shortly. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing how I can bring them also to come and, say whatever it is as regards to, we have to hear the two sides of this whole conversation in as much as we know what is really here now and we know what the government is saying as regards to the party. But, Doctor, before I move to Comrade Splendor, so I would like to ask, what are the potential consequences for Labour Party members who have supported Abure, during this crisis? And how does this judgment impact the Labour Party's chances in future elections? Because don't forget that a particular court as well, has actually, removed the Labour Party members in the Abuja Council elections as we speak. And the election will be in February. And we have upcoming gubernatorial elections in Ekiti and Osun in this same year. So I'd like you to take this particular one. Do you think Labour Party stand chances?
Yeah, thank you again. For me, as a strategist, what doesn't kill you will always make you stronger.
Make you strong.
Yeah, we are going to get stronger. There are consequences to certain actions taken by Abure. And we must also have those consequences we have to bear. Take them one after the other. For most of us, our focus now is how to reposition the party. All that we have lost, we are going to regain. The FCT council election, once we get the CTC judgment, serve INEC, we'll find a way around it. It is not all hope not lost. I think there may be a window. And for me, what INEC needs to do is INEC should stop allowing those who go around forum shopping, weaponizing the law to get away with it. This is our country. And we must also remember that whatever we do, there are consequences to it. So one of the consequences for us is the losses we've already had, and we are going to bear with that and then find a way forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ize, for that wonderful submission. Let's move to Comrade Splendor. Hello, Comrade. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Thank you for waiting patiently for your turn. Comrade, I also remember that you've had several issues with Abure because Abure, forged a different, is it results or certificates and all of that for the other person, who actually went head-to-head with you. And you have, long issues as regards to Abure's, fraudulent acts with you, which you presented some of the documentation as at the time. And of course, the Anambra State Labour Party chairman also, presented some of the facts which I played on this show last year. So I'd like to ask you, what steps can, the Osman-led committee take to unify the party? Because presently, Labour Party is going through a lot. And just like Dr. Eze said that you people are looking for a way to unify, and to bring the party together. But what step will you people, take? Because Abure has taken his time to divide the party. And we have the Abure faction, we have the Senator Osman Nadi's faction. And some other obedient and some other Labour Party, faithfuls who just love the party. Everybody now is just, scattered and in shambles. So what will you people do differently this time around to see how to get the party working again? And I would like to also ask you, which is a very serious one here as regards to the coalition, how might this, court decision affect the party's relationship with its allies and the coalition partners? And I would like to ask, are you people thinking of, forming a coalition with other parties, or Labour Party would still stand on its own to thrive?
So much, Savior. To start with, my name is Comrade Splendor Oko Eze, 2023 governorship candidate of Labour Party in Ebonyi State. Savior, I can only tell you that you can take a horse to a stream, but you can't force that horse to drink water. Abure, I am saying this on a national television, that Abure is a distraction to Labour Party. Abure, from the word go, Abure never believes in anything election, contest election and win election and occupy elective position. Abure is highly transactional. All Abure does is just business. Nothing concerns him, whether you contest election or win, or you contest election and lose. He doesn't concern him. Abure is a serial signature forger. In 2023, 2022 build up to 2023, I contested for the primary election of Labour Party in Ebonyi State, and I was unanimously voted in as the governorship candidate of Labour Party. Abure was initially happy with that development. He called me, congratulated me, and all that. So as I was busy getting prepared for the election proper, Abure went and struck a deal with an APC mole, a man known as Architect Edward Nkwego Kreke, who had contested the same primary election in APC and got only 6 votes, to show you how unpopular the man is in Ebonyi State politics. The man, after he had failed woefully in APC, the man was pushed to Labour Party. The man went to the national level of the party, met with one Clement Ojukwu, who was the national organizing secretary of the party as at that time. Ojukwu struck his own personal deal with him, collected his own money from him, and then led him to Julius Abure, who is more transactional than even Ojukwu. When Julius Abure saw the deal, Julius Abure said to her with Comrade Splendor Oko Eze, who was validly nominated. What Julius Abure did and Farouk Ibrahim was to forge my signature. You can imagine, a governorship candidate, they didn't want to approach me. They only use initial EO. E is for Eze, O for Oko, as my signature. And then wrote a fake withdrawal letter and sent to INEC with the initial EO. My greatest surprise is that INEC, as highly respected as that commission, that INEC can accept a fake withdrawal letter with an initial as a signature to remove my name from INEC portal. When that was done, I was informed about the development, so I ran down to Abuja and applied for the CTC of all the fake documents they submitted to INEC, which they used to replace me from INEC portal. Behold, those documents were given to me, and I saw the forgery. I did 2 things simultaneously then. I petitioned Abure in to the police, the DIG of police then, that's Chief Justice Kukumo, who was the DIG, FCID Area 10 Abuja. I petitioned Abure for forgery, perjury, and criminal conspiracy. The investigation started in the police while I went to the court for the civil case. I ran down to Federal High Court, Abakaliki, and instituted a case against Julius Abure. The matter started, to the glory of God. The judge may his soul rest in peace, Justice Rayman, when he saw the INEC lawyer in the court, he asked the INEC lawyer to produce the CTC of the primary election conducted in Ebonyi State by Labour Party. That was presented before the court. The judge cited the CTC from INEC and saw that Eze Oko, comrade, is the authentic candidate for the race.
And okay, so comrade, because of time, so what have they done as regards to this case now, as we speak? Because of our time, we're pressed for time, so we need to just take it quite a bit speedy. So please go ahead.
To lay a foundation to tell you that Abure did not start disobeying court order today. All the court order I got, I defeated Abure from Federal High Court. Abure took me to Appeal Court. I went to Appeal Court, I defeated him. Abure took me to Supreme Court Abuja. I went there, I defeated him. I have a consequential order as well. All these judgments were communicated to INEC. Behold, Abure and his agents in INEC disobeyed the court order. So the question is, are court judgments and order in this country meant to be obeyed or disobeyed? So what I'm saying is that Nigerians should take note of this, that Abure is just an agent that is being used to distract the legitimate leadership of Labour Party in Nigeria, which is under the leadership of distinguished Senator Nadi Usman and the distinguished Senator Daleti Wokocha as national chairman and national secretary of the party.
Okay.
The Supreme Court of in Nigeria is the highest court in the land. If a Supreme Court gives judgment and you disobey it, then Nigerians will know that you are up for something, for another game.
Okay, so thank you so much, comrade. Yes. All right. So
yes, for me. All right. Yes.
So
for me, I want to tell us and the Labour Party faithful across Nigeria and the globe that we must disregard Abure's choice making and go into rebuilding our party, starting from the world congresses, local government congresses, state congresses that will now culminate into national convention.
All right.
And rebuild our party.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Splendor.
Does not make any meaning for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Splendor. I'm sincerely sorry, we're pressed for time, and that's why we can't take more again. But of course, let me move to Comrade Deragbe Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Comrade.
All right, so Comrade, please, in just 1 minute, please, I would like you to just adhere to the time frame. Please, in just 1 minute, I'd like to ask you, we had some issues, and of course, I wouldn't want to say rumor, but of course, some people made some assertions that Senator Nadi Usman is actually working with the ADC in Kaduna, and she's a member of the ADC. I don't know how true this is, but I would like to give clarity, in just 1 minute, please.
Straight to the point, Senator Esther Nadi Usman is the national chairman of the Labour Party, and that's what it is. So that you discuss with somebody somewhere, somehow, doesn't make you a member of that party. Until Peter Obi joined the Labour Party most recently, December 31st, he remained a member of the Labour Party. So Nenadi is the national chairman of the party, and she remains the Labour Party, has nothing whatsoever to do with the ADC.
But so are you saying that there was nothing that actually happened transpired between the ADC in Kaduna State and Senator Nadi Usman?
There's no room for appeal. It's a closed matter. It's a Supreme Court judgment with a consequential order, which is imminent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Deragbe Anslem, for your time. All right. Let me go to Dr. Eze. Hello, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So, Doctor, in closing, in just 1 minute as well, I know you are a very strong obedient movement, member, and you've been following Peter Obi for years. But with the situation at hand now, I know your party is trying to, get its grip back again and, try to forge ahead. But the man that you have been following has left the Labour Party to the ADC. will that actually affect, the stability and the structure of Labour Party? And with Obi not being in Labour Party, can Labour Party still pose threats and to still come out strong in the next election? And I would also like to ask you, are you also planning to defect from the Labour Party to the ADC because you are a strong member of Obedient, and the word is wherever Obi goes to, Obedient moves with him? So I'd like you to give clarity as regards to that.
Three loaded questions. First of all, the first question was actually answered by our interim national chairman, Senator Nenadi Esther Usman. During her opening comments, she made mention of the fact that Labour Party is happy that Obi is making some political moves, and that we will support him anywhere he is, and that is the way it is. We're in Labour Party. I'm not going anywhere. As for the Obedient movement, I want to make this very, very clear. You see, the Obedient movement is the umbrella body holding every Nigerian who wants a new Nigeria that is possible together. It's a common platform. Anybody who tells, Labour Party, Obedient movement is not ADC, those are paid agents who want to destabilize the structure of the Obedient movement. The Obedient movement is intact. It's a common platform. In fact, in the Southeast, we have what we call a collegiate leadership model. Within that collegiate leadership model, you see people from ADC, Labour Party, and even APGA in the collegiate leadership.
Okay, so
what does that mean?
Doctor, this is quite dicey now. If you are saying that you have different people from every political party in Obedient movement, now what you're trying to say is that if Peter Obi gets a presidential ticket from any party or from the ADC, for example, and you still remain in Labour Party, it means that whosoever your presidential candidate of Labour Party would be, you won't vote for the person. You would vote for Obi, and maybe gubernatorial you would do Labour Party. And don't you think that's anti-party?
No. I said we made it very, very clear.
Okay.
We are more like what is very, very common is that we have our desire to be the next Nigerian president, 2027. Whatever happens in between, when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. But I can assure you there won't be any conflict, because it does happen. Well, the Labour Party at the end of it is also part of the coalition for the next big thing that will happen in Nigeria. And that next thing that will happen is a P2B presidency. It's a joint ticket, it's a joint aspiration, and anybody, it is giving APC sleepless night. And that is why you are hearing this kind of innuendos and all kinds of permutations. We are not bothered. We are clear what we want. We want to remove APC as a common enemy of Nigerians. Then we can begin to rebuild. It's not about personal.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Comrade Eze, Comrade Splendor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you.
All right, so please, in just 30 seconds, I would like you to give me your final take as regards to all of this conversation, so we can just wrap up now.
Thank you so much. My final take is that Labour Party faithfuls across the country, starting from the ward level, local government level, state level, and national level, should raise up to the challenge and begin to rebuild, begin to mobilize, begin to strategize, to make sure that the party which Nigeria desires is alive again and take over Aso Rock come 2027.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, for that final take. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Time is not always enough, but it was really nice having, the strong trial to be precise, here on the show. Thank you so much, Dr. Eze Emmanuel Eze, for joining the conversation. And of course, Comrade Eragbe Anslem, thank you for being part of the show. And Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Please don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sports, stay put, because coming up next is Locker Room. And of course, I know you would actually want to enjoy more juicy sports information from them. Of course, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it's day 2 of match week 7 in the UEFA Champions League, and of course, just like match day 1 on Tuesday, well, goals, drama all the way, and we saw Liverpool getting a big win right there in France against the Olympique Marseille. 3-0 it ended, and Liverpool, you could say, they're having a spring up their steps. Dominic Szoboszlai, easily the man for the season for the Liverpool side. And of course, Algeria, they thought they could get away with that one, you know, at the AFCON. But of course, the armor of the CAF has fallen upon that side, and they've gotten their due bans. Good evening and welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room right here on Voice of the People TV. I am Afiz Ogubanja, and of course, I won't be doing this alone. We are going to be breaking all of this down together with the main man in the studio with me, and that's talking about Jerry Appel High. Of course, well, before we get onto the show, make sure you please follow us on all our social media handles, and of course on YouTube, Voice of the People TV, and of course VOP TV Plus. Yes, right there, like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course turn on your notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on Locker Room and also on other programs we have there on all the platforms. Jerry, Champions League was beautiful, right? We saw goals left, right, and center, and of course CAF is doing. It's like CAF is beginning to get on the good side of the Nigerians. What do you see about that? Welcome and good evening.
Yeah, until when I see a full report on the Morocco game, that's when I will
it's step by step. You said something yesterday. You said when some people are sleeping for too long, when they are awoken, they will make baby steps. This one is baby steps by CAF, right?
Yeah, step by step.
And it's a good one for Nigeria.
Step by step, fantastic. But that is why I will want to wait till when they get to the Morocco turn. That is when I will now say CAF is doing the right thing. Yeah, the Algerian game was quite earlier, which was the quarterfinal. And 90 minutes of that game, everything went well until after the game.
Yeah.
Before the melee started. At least nobody walked out. I think the Algerian, if Zidane had walked out when he got dribbled by Akko Adams, I would have said, wow.
How do you want it to work out? And on that note, that is where we are going to be kicking off on the show this evening, because the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has handed a 2-match ban to Algeria goalkeeper Lucas Zidane. Yes, that's the son of the legendary Zinedine Zidane himself. And yes, for his unsportsmanlike conduct after Algeria's 0-2 defeat to the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the AFCON 2025 quarter-final. Zidane was involved in a scuffle with Nigerian players Rafael Onyedika and Fisayo Dele Bashiru after the match, pushing and shoving them repeatedly. And of course, he was eventually pulled away by Algerian team staff. And in addition to Zidane's ban, the Algerian Football Federation, FAF, has been fined $100,000 for security lapses and improper conduct by players, officials, and supporters. The FAF has already begun the appeal process to challenge the sanctions, and the incidents occurred after Nigeria's 2-0 over Algeria, with goals from Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams securing their place in the semi-finals. Jerry, on the lighter notes, they said goals from Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams. I think it's the goal from Akko Adams that caused all of this rancor. What do you think about that? Do you think it's the Akko Adams goal, or is the way Nigeria just outplayed them on the day?
Yeah, they were sore losers. And they didn't see it coming. It was like a tsunami. They expected to give the Super Eagles a run for their money, but unexpectedly, it was a one-sided affair. No shot on target. Come on. How bad can it get? And the Algerians felt that they would just come onto the pitch and run over the Super Eagles,
yes.
And like they did against Congo, and somehow they will get a good result. But it seems like the Nigerians had other plans. So
of course.
The Algerians from this defeat should know that you win some, you lose some.
Of course.
You should also learn to be losers. Imagine the way Nigeria lost the game against Morocco, with all the referee did. Imagine the players decided to walk off the pitch. Anyway, thank God there was no penalty.
Yeah.
Imagine there was a penalty given to Morocco in spite of all the unfair officiating that went on that day.
It's like
I think would that be a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
I think the Ghanaian referee knew where to match the breaks, and they succeeded in taking it to penalties and eventually won, which did not happen, which was what they were expecting
against Senegal.
But coming to Algeria, this shows that no matter who you feel you are, you should be able to comport yourself. Football is about fair play. Football, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
Algeria should be able to understand that for a fact before going into any competition. Because if every team behaves the way Algeria behaves, that means the likes of Tanzania and Uganda will not be happy when they lose games. Yeah, and I think Akko Adams, the way he destroys Zidane in that competition, I think he put a sour taste in the mouth of Zidane. He didn't see that coming. At least, if you want to score me, just score. Of course, but Zidane was coming too much. He came too hard, and he got it hard.
And
that's
he
how
got it hard. Exactly.
So that's life. So they should take it as one of those things. But I didn't like the character of his Zidane son behaving that way, and the Algerian players behaving that way.
I mean, you ask yourself, you will say, you guys did not really play anything on this day, and it's not as if they were even the ones winning fouls off the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Yeah,
I think just like you said, is well, what they expected was not what they got.
Yeah, just like what you ordered versus what you got.
Of course,
because if you take a look at the Algerians, they had a fantastic performance prior to that quarterfinal game.
Yeah,
a lot of Algerians were expecting them to give the Super Eagles a run for their money. Let's not forget, they didn't lose any game prior to that game.
They only considered one goal.
They only considered one goal prior to that game.
Yeah.
And they suddenly just considered 3 just like that. And the fact that they do have a shot of target, no chance. There was no chance of Algeria even winning that game or even claiming a draw.
Yeah.
That was how bad it was.
I mean,
the Algerians were molested on the football pitch. Legally. This was not a legal beating. This was legal
beating, of course.
Everything was legit. They didn't see it coming. So they decided to just become a bad loser. And it is really bad. And I'm happy that CAF is finding them heavily. $100,000.
Yeah, let me break that down. So Lucas Zidane, the son of Zinedine Zidane, he got a 2-match ban. Their right back or right winger Rafik Belgali got a 4-game ban. 2 will be starting from the 2027 AFCON qualifiers, and we also have a 5K fine for improper conduct. That one is also there. $5,000 euro. 5,000 euro. I said $5,000 euro. Sorry, 5,000 euros for improper conduct. 25,000 euros for bad behavior. 5,000 euros again for the use of flares. I think that use of flares is very, very common with North African sites. I don't know. Even the Moroccans as well.
Even the laser lights pointing at
that one has been from 2021. I don't know why CAF is still making sure that they are using that. I don't know. Does it escape their logistics?
It's difficult to really search about over 20,000 fans and to see what they are taking to the stadium. At least they can go as far as dictating metals. Yeah, but searching their pockets for those laser lights, they are more I think they are ring ball light like this. So it's difficult to really, just, you can even pocket it just like money.
Yeah.
And they will not see it.
They won't see that.
I think they should go extra mile to try as much as possible to reduce fans bringing dots.
Do you want to blind the player?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so another 5,000 euro fine for objects thrown at fans, and 10,000 euros for breach safety measures, and 50,000 euros for offensive gestures.
There was even a time they almost attacked the Nigerian fans.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. For a game that you were dominating.
The Nigerian fans were hostile towards the Nigerian fans at some point in time. Yeah. All of that should be frowned out. And maybe in future tournaments, I don't know. Even Morocco security too. Yeah. They didn't really do much, and they left the Algerians to go wild.
Yeah.
And though their own officials have been fined as well. Yeah. So it's to send a warning to Algeria in future competitions. Imagine Nigeria gets to play Nigeria any day, and they're coming to Uyo. Anyway, Uyo is a friendly ground.
They should come to Lagos.
Oh, the Super Eagles is going to Algeria to play a game. Wow.
Yeah,
that game is going to be a hostile one.
Very, very hostile. Of course.
I just don't want that to happen in the nearest future.
I don't want
that to saw against Libya.
Exactly.
These guys are not friendly.
I think in the hands of the North Africans, we don't get the best of treatment.
Yeah, treatment. They're very hostile.
I mean, it's not supposed to be. So, Jerry, a good one there by CAF, 100,000 fine on the FA, and the 2 players also getting their ban. Now, let's just, I don't want to say digress a little bit, but still on the topic of the AFCON. Let's look at the Moroccan side as well. That Morocco-Senegal final, right? We are seeing news coming out saying that Papichiao, the coach of Senegal, has been fined, has been banned, or whatever. And now, the Senegalese team also might get their ban for CAF-related events. You know, people are saying it's the World Cup. No, I don't think it's going to affect their World Cup participation. But of course, maybe in CAF qualifiers, the AFCON qualifiers, or even the World Cup qualifiers, as long as it's a CAF competition, maybe they might get their ban from there. But it's so amazing that no one is coming out to talk about the Moroccan involvement, from the towel gates to the way they went to meet the referee's involvement, and not even the final alone. Let's bring it from the first match day, right, Jerry? From the first game against the Comoros, the game against Tanzania, the game against Cameroon. Why is nobody talking about the host? Is this due to the fact that Morocco, hosted the tournament and they've been rolling in some incentives for CAF recently? Is that why they are not getting any measures the way other teams are getting?
Yeah, we know we've talked about the fact that it looks like CAF has sold their birthright to Morocco. Morocco is now an annex of CAF in terms of the headquarters of CAF now operates officially somehow from Rabat. And they have annex in Casablanca, and away from its original headquarters, which is pretty sad. because it looks like Lekja, who is the vice to Motsepe, is fully in charge. And Motsepe is in the pockets of Lekja, though he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
But it looks like the Moroccan government has decided to listen to Lekja. Bring humongous amount of money to support CAF. That means it looks like in the nearest future, when Motsepe is leaving the CAF presidency, Lekja might be the next CAF president. So they're already looking at a way they are going to hijack African football. I know there's this mentality the North Africans have. They have this dominating spirit. Let's not forget, Morocco pulled out of the African Union, and I don't think they've returned to the African Union. I think about close to more than 30 years
now. They are still claiming that they are not fully Africans.
Yes,
that they are Arabs.
they've always said that they are not Africans. Yes, officially. They always want to deny.
So why are they hosting African tournaments?
No, all of a sudden, it's because Europe have continued to reject them, including them as a new European country.
Yeah.
That is why they decided and said they can no longer wait for Europe anymore. Let's go back to where we are coming from.
To a continent you denied, Jerry.
Yes. So now, all of a sudden, they are now looking like they love Africa. Of course, we know the history, or except those who don't understand history, will not understand that Morocco has always don't want to identify with Africa. But all of a sudden, they want to identify with Africa. And at the same time, you want to identify with Africa, you want to also dominate them. Because now you have the resources. Yes, all good and well. They have the resources. They've been able to manage their country very well. And they're doing well economically. And if they had been part of CAF all this while, they wouldn't have waited 50 years to win the African Cup of Nations because they never showed interest. They're not interested in anything African. They would have preferred to play in the European Nations Cup. Of course, they were not accepted. But with that being said, now we are waiting for CAF to make the big decision because Morocco erred as a host nation. We expect, coming from my friends who went to Morocco, they said Morocco is a very hospitable country, that they are they are loving, that everything that happened on the pitch stayed on the pitch.
Okay.
So, and I said, yes, you may be hospitable and everything, you organize a very good competition. But people will not see what happened outside the competition. It's where the cameras are. That is where you're supposed to focus your hospitality. That's where you have to create the impression that you're a good ambassador. And that is the major area they erred and failed. Which is in the way the officiating favored them from the first game down to the final, the officiating of the final, how they treated the Senegalese,
the journalists.
So the journalists' behavior. So those were where the cameras were pointing at. So whatever happened outside, people don't even want to know, because that's what the world saw. They saw that Morocco erred in terms of where it matters the most, and it's really sad that they organized a very good competition, but they marred it with all the distractions and all of the character they put on the field.
Absolutely. I mean, someone said that when you invest $1.6 billion in stadia to host AFCON and the World Cup, you can tell CAF how high it should jump. I mean that one is a really, really strong one there. And also, this one said last year, Jerry, Nigeria beat Morocco in the women's AFCON final. And a match that attracted controversy. You know that the Falcons, some of the players, they came out to be complaining about the treatments towards them. And the Moroccan Football Federation, they lodged a complaint, against the performance of, the referee, and the CAF director of referee, not the referee. And the man, Due, was fired. So that means CAF is listening more, to the Moroccan FA and to the Moroccans than other countries. And is this not a message for other teams in Africa to step up and also show that they can host tournaments?
Yeah, the thing is that one thing we should understand that before Morocco started hosting the AFCON, other countries were hosting it.
Okay.
And there was no force. Let's not forget, Cote d'Ivoire was the last one before this one. And they won the competition. Did you see anybody cry foul? Was there any issue with officiating? Even Cote d'Ivoire almost crashed out of the competition.
Absolutely.
They rose from the ashes, brought in a massive. In the middle of the competition, they changed the coach.
Wow.
And
they came
the
on
story
to win.
changed. They came on to win, beating the Super Eagles. Have you ever seen any Nigerian say that Cote d'Ivoire unfairly cheated the Super Eagles in that final? Everybody knew that the Cote d'Ivoire team deserved to win that competition. So that shows that there's something about the Moroccans in terms of the way they feel as hosts, that they have every right to win. They have the first refusal. as far as winning the competition is concerned. That is not the standard of hosting. That means USA that is hosting the next World Cup, they should win because they are the host. That means Saudi Arabia that hosted the last World Cup, you know how much Saudi Arabia spent on that competition?
Qatar,
I beg your pardon. Yeah. Qatar spent a lot of money on that competition. That means if it was Morocco that hosted that World Cup, they want to win. But at all costs, they would have influenced everything. Yeah. But that mentality should be taken off Morocco. Yes, they are going to host the next WAFCON. And I've said it, I told my wife, if they let them host 10 WAFCON, they will not win it. That's no as far as they are not good
the quality enough. Will eventually
and we saw all the things they did to try to make sure that Morocco won. Even the CAF Awards now, they've turned it to Morocco CAF Awards.
I mean, Ghislaine Chebak winning the Female Footballer of the Year.
That was a joke.
I mean,
that was a joke.
That was a big joke.
A joke. And I know they're already preparing for the next WAFCON to win it at all costs. Of course, if the Super Falcons is playing well, no matter what they do, Super Falcons is
they might not even get to the finals. That's talking about the Moroccan side.
We also, even the last WAFCON, we also saw how they rigged Ghana out. So they can still do that and find their way to the final. But of course, everybody will watch it.
I mean, if you don't want to, my own is that CAF should just lay the hammer. Okay, look, if you don't want to identify with Africa, go ahead and go and play the European. You can't identify like this and still be using, some kind of favoritism. It's not your fault, though. I think it's CAF that is giving them that chance.
Mosipe needs to stand this ground. He needs to sit up.
If he's heavily funded, I don't think he can do that.
He's a billionaire, for instance. He can start using his money to fund it.
Well, still on the theme of the AFCON, and yes, this one is rather more encouraging and impressive, on the part of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We mentioned that earlier. One of the goals scored against Algeria, maybe that led to the scuffle. That's talking about Akko Adams' stunning goal against Algeria at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations has been named amongst the CAF top 5 goals of the tournament, and Adams' precision, and technical brilliance helped Nigeria secure a 2-0 victory, contributing to their third-place finish. And the goal, which showcased Adams' rising prominence in African football, was one of the standout moments of the tournament. And CAF selection highlights not only spectacular strikes, but also decisive moments that shaped matches. And other goals in CAF's top 5 include Ayoub El Kabi's acrobatic bicycle kick for Morocco, Christian Kofane's thunderous 30-yard strike for Cameroon, Adil Boubina, yes, is an Algerian, is extra time winner for Algeria, that's against DR Congo, and Papi Gué's decisive goal for Senegal in the final. Wow. I mean, Jerry, there were lots of stunning goals at the tournament. I mean, but look at this one right here on the screen. Ice cold finish. For this one to be named part of the top 5. I know they didn't say number 5 to number 1. If you were to rank those goals, you saw the opening goal, that Ayoub El Kabi's, opening bicycle kick against Comoros. Boubina's goal in the 190th minute against DR Congo, and of course Kofane's goal and Papi Gué's goal as well. Where would you rank this goal by our own Akon Jero
Adams? is arguably in top 2, if not number 1, just because that Algerian goal against DR Congo is a very crucial goal.
Beautiful.
Yes, is it Bobali?
Adil Boubina, yes, 119 minutes.
Yes, that goal, crucial, coming from nowhere. That goal definitely for me. And then Akko Adams' goal. Akko Adams' goal, making the goalkeeper, that's the dream of every striker.
Yeah.
That kind of a goal.
Beautiful.
Television goal, it is used for adverts. You can
I think it's what we use for adverts.
You can watch it over and over again, you never get tired. That's the kind of goal it is. And scoring against a goalkeeper who was running for one of the top goalkeepers of the tournament, making him look like
look ordinary.
Ordinary. Compared to a goalkeeper that just stage. So it's a fantastic goal for me. Akko Adams' goal, fantastic. And of course the goal by the guy, Senegal goal, very crucial as well.
Yeah.
Also,
Kofane's goal, in extra time as well.
Yeah. Then the Kabi's goal, fantastic. Then that's 4 goals already.
Yeah, that's 4 goals, and Kofane's goal against Mozambique. I mean, I think they ranked this goal based on just like you mentioned how crucial they were. I mean, if you looked at it, El Kabi's goal, Morocco were already leading. It sealed the win, but it was beautiful, and he did it again against Zambia. Now, Kofane's goal, they were behind against Mozambique, but they came back to win and he scored that decisive winner. Also, it was something like the goal from the Algerian player Boubina. I mean, Look at that. You don't stop those. That's how to win a game. And they were game winners too. Game winners, they were all either the decisive goal or the second goal. Either they seal the win or in fact they seal the win or they just the crucial winner. And a beautiful one for Akko Adams. Other strikers will take that first time, don't you think?
Yeah, some strikers will hardly take that without thinking. Strikers like Darwin Nunes and just to name other strikers who will be in that position will already want to. Yeah, they will miss. But definitely, he took his chance calmly. Yeah. That's a hallmark of a striker at the top level with terms of form and proving that he's one player to look forward to as terms of class. Yeah. And Akko Adams, I think this is his revelation tournament. Yes. It's a revelation of the tournament as far as I'm concerned. And the future looks very bright if he continues with this form. Yeah. And but he was a player that nobody really expected. He just blew into the scene and he just became a phenomenon. Yeah, fantastic player, fantastic goal for me. Yeah. From a fantastic talent. Yeah, fantastic talent. And Adams' inclusion is a testament to his growing influence on the African stage and bodes well for Nigerian football. I mean, this man was playing in Montpellier in France, and that was where he started making his name. He was scoring goals, and of course, he got the move to Sevilla. They are not really doing so well, but good one for him as well. After the third place game, he went back to Spain immediately, got on the score sheet, 2 goals, to dig Sevilla out against Elche right there in La Liga. Should big clubs be looking his way? Definitely. Maybe because he just came out of the AFCON, the January transfer window still has about some few weeks before it closes.
About a few days
to go. So anything can still happen. Yeah. I know he's not going to stay in Sevilla next season. Yeah, I'm very sure with that performance, with that consistency, and his quality, he shouldn't be in Sevilla. He should be playing in a top club, either in France, going back to France, or
Syria.
Or Syria. Yeah. I don't know about the Premier League because of his pace, but he has proved a lot of doubters wrong. Yeah. So if a Mateta can succeed in the Premier League, Akko Adams should be.
You have an issue with Mateta.
Should be a lot in the Premier League. So
Mateta didn't have it easy. Mateta didn't have it easy. Trust me. He came in. It wasn't the best of starts for him. People were already even calling him a flop because he came from Mainz. But it took off.
Even Man United, they need a striker. I don't know.
So Man United should go for Akko Adams. Is it better than Shesko and Zexi?
What is Sesko? What has Sesko been doing? He has not offered him. He has not offered him anything for the value, for the money that they paid to get him from RB Leipzig. I expected him to hit the ground running, but so far so good. He has fallen below par. From the likes of Goodluck, with a fantastic straight for Wood last season. I expected him to be that for. Yeah. They failed the project already. So that attack is dry in terms of goals. Yeah. And Akko Adams definitely, imagine his goals for Sevilla this season. It brings it to that Man United side. Definitely, it will be a different story.
For someone that has gone through African football, I think it can survive. And going forward as well, you agree with me, Jerry, that you should be the one to partner Victor Osimhen and under Eric Chell. Under Eric Chell is very, very important. Under Eric Chell, he should be the one to partner Victor Osimhen going forward.
I think the search for who partners Victor Osimhen is over. Except something happens to Akko Adams because of injury, which will be a talking point, if anything. But Akko Adams are probably not to be an injury-prone player, which is good for 2 top strikers playing in the heart of the attack of the Super Eagles. So for Akko Adams, I'm really impressed that he has come at the right time when it's needed. So we don't have to worry about who partners Victor Osimhen anymore. Victor Boniface, thank you for coming.
For your service.
Paul Onachu, you're welcome. We'll see you next time. Maro Sadiq, Desas, all the story will be
but Jerry,
who comes, maybe a younger striker in the future.
Jerry, you can't go with just 2 strikers alone now.
They have a lot of other strikers. Even Terry Murphy is still there. He's not gotten his chance. Desas injury did not allow him shine at the AFCON, so he might still get his own time. Paul Onachu, that's if Akko Adams is not needed and Victor Osimhen, he can come in and buy time. That's all. But crucial players in the team, Victor Osimhen, Akko Adams, and the rest.
He said, and the rest, they will catch you. Of course, I'm still sticking with AFCON, and of course, we saw what the Super Eagles did, we saw what the Moroccans did, but we want to touchlight a bit on the Moroccans. That was impressive hosting because the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco was a tournament marked by world-class infrastructure. record attendance, and of course controversy. And the Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium in Rabat stood out with its colorful LED exterior displays, and the pitches held up strongly despite persistent rain. And of course, Morocco's investment in infrastructure was part of its preparation for co-hosting the 2030 FIFA World Cup with Spain and Portugal. They want to host some games. They will host some games, you know, with Spain and Portugal. And these two teams are the countries that Morocco wants to be identifying with. And look at these stadiums right there. The Stade Prince Moulay Abdallah in Rabat, Tangier, the stadium in Tangier, that's Tangier Grand Stadium. In Rabat, again, we have the Stade El Barid. In Casablanca, we have the complete Sportif and Mohamed V. And in Rabat, again, we have the Stade Moulay El Hassan. In Fes, yes, you know, where the Super Eagles played, we have the complex Sportif de Fes. Rabat, again, Rabat's having 4 stadiums alone. Stade Olympique de Rabat is also there. In Agadir, they have the Grand Stade d'Agadir. And of course, in Marrakesh, where Super Eagles played again, Grand Stade de Marrakesh. I mean, Jerry, these are world-class stadiums already.
I think I envy Morocco right now. Because imagine Abuja having 4 world-class stadiums. Imagine how it will look like.
What's stopping Nigeria, Jerry?
What's stopping Nigeria from doing what Morocco is doing is corruption and priority. Morocco has taken this as a top priority. And they know that if you want to sell your country, sport is very crucial. And I know what Morocco is doing is that, you know, they've made a shot at being part of Europe before, and it did not work out. And if they co-host the World Cup with countries like Portugal and Spain, it will give them a legitimate shout to be identified as a top country who should be at shoulder and par with European countries. And having as much as 6 stadiums that can host any tournament in the world.
World Cup games.
That is a yardstick to prove that you are among the best as far as world sport is concerned. And I'm really impressed that Morocco has taken the bull by the horn and showing other African countries what needs to be done to be up there in terms of facility, in terms of development. If a country is doing well sport-wise, that means that country has succeeded infrastructurally. They succeeded economically. They are showing progress that they want to be among the big guys. Because if you want to host the World Cup, you have to look at the infrastructure, you have to look at the economy, you have to position yourself. That's what Morocco has just done. And unfortunately, Nigeria is not even looking at that. And imagine a lot of young people that made a lot of money economically. Imagine a lot of people that use their hotels, spent in money that has gone into the economy. Apart from what is spent, people that have taken flights to Morocco, the taxis, they would have made a lot of money. They've
contributed to
money
the economy.
Money has injected into the economy so much that they won't even feel it that much. Because yes, they spent money, but this is a good investment. A good investment that is going to pay them for the nearest future. And the fact that CAF is willing, CAF is available. So they've hosted 3 WAFCON on the bounce. And they can decide that the next AFCON, they still want to host it after this one.
Exactly, even though they won't be hosting it, but of course, maybe after the next one. Yeah,
the one in 4 years' time, I'm very sure that Morocco will be first refusal. I said Morocco said, let's
give another country.
Let's give another country. But it will be enough time for them to come back.
Of course.
Because in the middle of it, there's going to be Tanzania, Uganda, and co-hosting. Imagine 3 countries will have to co-host the next AFCON. I don't know. What Morocco did just by the wind.
Wow.
But it is what it is.
I mean, Jerry, we stayed there like that. Just like I read earlier, you can't be doing your bidding, don't you think? Because look at those stadiums. In 2030, they'll be hosting World Cup games. We have stadiums in Nigeria. What is the solution now? Where can the government start? Because
we have slums that will call stadiums in Nigeria. The only stadium that is surviving is Uyo.
Jerry, is hurting me as you're saying, but that's the reality.
It's as much as hosting NPFL games, we struggle to have standard pitch. NPFL that is not even top rated, it's not even among the top 10 in Africa. We are struggling to even have good stadiums to host such a competition. Is it now we want to rub shoulders? You know, the thing is that we like to go out and enjoy other things. Our leaders go out, they see all these things. But unfortunately, the priority is let's loot, let's take care of ourselves, let's
deny player bonuses and let's deny the coach
salaries and so on and so forth. Onigbese, they prefer to be Onigbese of Africa.
Of Africa than doing the right thing.
The right thing. It's really sad.
It's sad because Morocco, look at the investments. It's not even a year, it's not 2 years. I remember the prince now or the king saying they spent about 15 years planning towards this. So you can't really even blame CAF. You can't blame Morocco too because they put in the work.
Maybe we can attribute to also consistency in terms of governance. And the prince has been there for a while.
Yeah.
And definitely, even though he decided not to invest in it and nothing will happen, but him taking interest in sport and consistently following the trail for the past 15 years, it shows that there's been consistency in terms of this is the plan and we must go for it. But over here, one person comes, he changes the plan, and the other person comes, destroys the old plan, and so on and so forth. Imagine a Nigerian was given that billions of dollars to build those stadiums. I'm telling you,
we could see those stadiums. We could see the stadiums in Kebbi and
we'll be asking what happened to floodlights. The grass, whether not be top notch.
Jerry, they'll put gutter by the side of the pitch. I mean, how would you put gutter by the side of a pitch?
You will see the stadium, and you will ask how much was spent on the stadium. You'll be weeping, you'll be crying.
I mean, and somebody will say, sorry, Jerry, somebody will see that one and they will show it to him, and he will say he's proud of what he's seeing. You are seeing a pitch that cannot even be used for Sunday sets, and you are saying you are happy.
Now, even most of our stadiums now are used for crusades and party events.
I pity that stadium, MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta. Now that it's newly done, everybody's going there.
It's a drinking joint now. they have big drinking joints.
At the back of the stadium.
At the back of the stadium. That place is used for all the...
No, but at least it's newly
because they use
now.
it for the festival now. It's just because...
But everybody's taking... Even the Remo Stars took one of their games there.
Congratulations.
And they got battered.
Give it 2 years.
I mean, and these stadiums, trust me, just like the one in South Africa, the stadium used in 2010 in South Africa, they are just having little touches. They are still hosting big games today.
Yeah. But South Africa, each time they want to host Nigeria, they'll take us to the worst.
I mean, that one is different. It's tactics. It's tactics now. We can also take them to... Don't let us go into that. And the tournament saw a record 121 goals scored. And out of those goals, Jerry is telling me that Akko Adams' goal is number 1 out of all those 121 goals. And Senegal emerged victorious, of course, defeating host Morocco 1-0 in the final. Beautiful goal there by Pape Gueye, and also wonderful for Sadio Mane. And however, the match was marred with by chaotic scenes, including a walk-off by Senegal after a penalty was awarded to Morocco. And CAF has yet to announce sanctions, but the incident has sparked debate about officiating standards and security. And the Morocco stadium and facilities have set a new standard for AFCON hosts, with Kenyan Football Federation President Hussein Mohammed admitting they had raised a bar. And if you see the stadiums that Kenya are trying to put down as well, Kenya, I mean Uganda, they will be co-hosting the next AFCON, and the stadium they are putting down, Jerry. Nigeria should just I don't know, go somewhere and bow its head in shame. And however, officiating standards were frequently questioned, with several VAR reviews taking too long and questionable decisions made. And the use of semi-automated offside technology would have helped, but it was not in use. I think maybe the next AFCON, I think there will be improvement. Surely, don't you think, Jerry? And of course, quickly before we move on, 1 to 10, where do you put Morocco 2025 AFCON? All time.
All time. How many AFCON have I seen in my lifetime?
A lot. A lot.
No, it's not a lot. I'm still very clear.
An old man.
I'm just under 16.
Of course. I like that. I can see that.
16 years of my life, I've seen some few AFCON. I must say Morocco really blew a lot of minds in terms of the quality. More or less, in terms of the quality of the pitches, the ambience, and the reports we got. Morocco has proven that Africa can still do it. Yes, can still rub shoulders with the European countries. And with that being said, I think it has proven to be a top host. I think it has set a standard that others will find it hard to catch up with, which makes it, I think, is the best tournament in terms of quality of pitches, quality of competition and host, and it shows that we are in 2025. Not that we'll be hosting a competition, we'll be seeing the ambience looking like 1991, 1995. No, we saw 2025 features. Even the media center. I think we spoke to Femi, who showed us the videos
how the media center
of the
look
media
like,
center. Imagine how big it is. That's a world-class media center, and a lot of journalists were there saying that they were giving the best of hospitality, and the quality of the pitches, the quality of the stadiums, the quality of everything, the quality of life of the Moroccan people was a major testament. So Morocco has set a standard. I think for now they are number one as far as quality.
Of course, and for us to see 8 of the top 10 teams in Africa in the quarterfinals, the big boys really rubbing shoulders. I think the quality of pitches had a lot to do with that one, and the tournament success has boosted CAF's finances, with revenue growing by 90% and ticket income rising sharply. However, questions remain about the decision to switch AFCON from a biennial to a quadrennial tournament from 2028. I think it's not just about rubbing shoulders, with European football. I think it's about CAF also setting a standard. The biennial competition, I don't know, I think in a way it's not really helping